Young Dung, a seemingly ordinary young man, carries within him the memories of humanity's future. In his past life, he gave his heart to the one he loved, only to be cruelly betrayed. He thought it was all over, but fate opened the door to rebirth. This time, he's determined to change his destiny and prevent the disasters that once occurred. This path to rebirth is not just a journey of survival, but a bloody and tearful revenge. Yet those who once harmed him still lurk in the shadows. Can Xiaoyang overcome fate and rewrite his own ending? In the dead of night, a chilling mist hangs over a ruined place. Xiaoyang faces the thin line between life and death as Kuijing looks down on him with mocking eyes. "Zhang Xiaoyang, your friends are all dead. What's the point of you even being alive?" Now all he can do is watch them with resentment. These bastards, it's all my fault, I killed them. Xiaoyang doesn't back down. He shouts, "You vile and despicable man, you'll die a painful death." Kuijing quickly changed her tune, whining to Xuqiang, "Look at him, he's getting angry with me again?" He smirked, consoling her. "Well, we can always torture him slowly to death. Maybe that will ease your anger? But in truth, we really must thank you for your supplies. Only then can we have such carefree days again. Rest in peace." With those words, Shugang pressed the button. The thread of life is cut short, and Xiaoyang's existence is threatened as the zombies lunge at the prey before them. They began to wreak havoc on Xiaoyang's body, and amidst the humiliation and searing pain, he made a vow. "Kuijing, Li Shuqiang, if I could be reborn, I would make you pay." Suddenly, as the pain faded, a familiar voice echoed. "Zhang Xiaoyang, what do you mean by this? Why isn't my name on the property certificate? Do you even love me anymore? Huh?" Still dazed, Xiaoyang wondered what was happening. Could he have been reborn before the disaster? "In my past life, I was deceived by Thoi Tin, who swindled me out of my parents' inheritance, leaving me to wander the streets and struggle in the slums. Then a global catastrophe struck. Most of humanity turned into zombies, and the world descended into chaos. Then, with the friends I made while wandering, I built a safe zone to survive in this world. Little did I know that wretched Thoi Tin would feign poverty and despair to gain my sympathy, only to become a lure sent by the enemy to disrupt us." Back to the present, Kuijing continues to haggle. "The betrothal gift must be 400,000, not a penny less. Did you hear me clearly?" With a hateful glare, Xiaoyang cursed inwardly, calling her a venomous and rotten woman. "I can't afford to get worked up now, and Kuijing is just putting on a show, still not satisfied. I'm giving you 1 week, and if you don't..." Tudong, annoyed, kicks her out. All right, I know, you go on ahead. This decisiveness makes Kuijing a bit curious. What happened? When did Zhang Xiaoyang become so assertive? Wasn't he supposed to be my simp? Soon after, the quiet atmosphere returned to him. Xiaoyang glanced at the nearby blue screen, confirming the time and charting his course of action. With a month to go, he knew he had to prepare for the coming apocalypse, but then, an idea sparked in his mind. A system. The apocalypse system has been activated, and system quests have been released. Please complete them as soon as possible. The quest to prepare for the disaster requires owning a piece of land and preparing supplies for the whole year. The mission reward is 10 points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the system store. Xiaoyang is excited about his next life, and he even has a system. And then there are the mission reward points. What can I do with these? He thought as he accessed the mall. A physique-enhancing drug, a level 1 doomsday farming supply seed, and a level 1 protagonist supply seed. Xiaoyang was bewildered and a little confused. He recalled what he'd done on this day in his past life. He'd almost forgotten that at this time, he'd been scrimping and saving every penny to earn a dowry for Kuijing, leaving himself severely malnourished. He picked up the phone on the table. A new idea forming. Xiaoyang began to analyze his future plans. In just 1 month, the whole world would be overrun with zombies. He decides to enjoy good food while he still can. And that night, a table is set with delicious dishes in the modern, glamorous city. Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Is this the legendary 3 Michelin-starred dish? I have to try this braised pork that costs 300 yuan apiece. What does it taste like?" Without a second thought, he brought the meat to his mouth, and with the first bite, the flavor was so intense it tore the clothes right off his back. Damn, this is too delicious. With no regrets, he devoured the food like a starving tiger feasting in paradise. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's phone rang. He wondered who it was, but it turned out to be that troublemaking friend. Is that green tea bitch going to complain and cry to the little fairy again? As soon as he answered, the noise of machinery made Xiaoyang's ears ache. "Zhang Xiaoyang, what do you mean? Have you ever treated Kuijing like this before? She just wanted you to show your sincerity. You couldn't even hand over your family's assets to her. How dare you say you love her? Kuijing was just testing you. How could you fail at that? If you came here now with the house deed and $1 million in cash to kneel and admit your mistakes, I could still help you persuade Suijing. Otherwise, just wait for the breakup. He didn't hesitate to shout, "Just who do you think you are? So you think you're worthy to test me? Huh, get lost." Shuya was about to say something, but before she could, Xiaoyang cut her off, and then leaned back in his chair, looking relieved as if a great weight had been lifted. Remembering the system's request, Deng hesitated. He needed to find a plot of land? If I want to build this land into an impregnable fortress, easy to defend and difficult to attack, it must be near water and forests. After much thought, Xiaoyang decided to visit the real estate agency. A zealous employee greeted him. "Hello, sir. Are you here to rent or buy?" He shook his head. "Neither. I'm here to—" Before he could finish, someone interrupted. Shouting, hurry to the back and help move some boxes. There are a lot of paper rolls today." This man is the sales director of the real estate company. Director Chu, Xiaoning seems a little displeased. "Director Chu, I have a client I need to attend to." Furious, Director Chu sent her away, thinking, "Xiaoning, have you forgotten everything I've taught you? Does she have any foresight at all? Get back to work." She left with a hint of reluctance, but he had already made a divine judgment. He was dressed in rags. "I bet he can't even afford the toilet. He's that kind of cheapskate customer." Xiaoyang's words caught his attention. What did he mean by that? Dog eyes that can't recognize quality? Director Zhou turned back, provocative. "You call me blind? Here's the deal. If you can afford a toilet, I'll live stream myself eating shit." Xiaoyang retorts, "Very well, you said it yourself. Just you wait, I'll find something really hot for you." "I'm not here to buy or rent a house," he declared, producing a powerful black card. "I'm here to buy land." Everyone there was shocked. "What? Buy land? Am I hearing things? Does he even know how much land costs? Good heavens, I've never seen anyone buy land before. A tycoon? Now that's what I call a tycoon." Xiaoning immediately responded softly, "Of course, sir. This way, please. I'll give you a thorough introduction." Director Chu muttered jealously, "Who are you showing off to? When it comes time to pay, I don't believe you can." She began to introduce, "These are some of the land lots our company currently owns. Please, take a look," she offered. But Xiaoyang waved his hand in refusal. "No need for such formalities. Let me tell you what I need and see if you have it." Xiaoning replied, "Please, tell me what you need, sir." He specified that it should be surrounded by mountains and rivers, with flowing water as its primary water source. A location with convenient road access would be better, perhaps for a factory or a larger estate. Xiaoning paused, considering the request. "Let me see what I can do." Director Chu then spoke up. "Wasn't the land in Dongcheng District exactly what he was looking for?" she asked, aghast. "East Asia District Manager Zhou, are you talking about the land in the tea capital? That won't work. That land is full of unfinished factories and hasn't been cleared yet. We can't sell it to a client." He scoffs. "What's there to sell? This penniless wretch has so many bizarre requests. He's not here to buy land, he's just here to cause trouble." Xiaoyang then asks, "Can the land in Dongcheng District really meet all my requirements?" "That's right," she replied. "But the rooms above the factory are very dilapidated and messy, and the construction team leader has run away." Looking over the draft, he thought, the location was perfect, meeting all of his requirements. The barbed wire fence was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. And the unfinished factory construction would save a lot of money and construction time. Xiaoning apologized, but Xiaoyang seemed to agree and spoke up. "I want this land. Can I pay now and get the contract?" His decision to close the deal right then surprised her. Xiaoning had to ask again. "Sir, do you really want to buy this land with the unfinished factory?" He replied softly, "Of course. Let's sign the contract and pay. Someone's waiting to eat shit later." The receipt was printed immediately, the full amount paid, sending Director Chu into a rage. "No, it's not possible. This can't be happening. 30,000. That's 300,000. Is this a 300,000 down payment? Who would spend millions of dollars to buy an unfinished factory?" "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Xiaoyang stepped forward with a smirk, saying, "Brother, I've paid up. Now it's your turn to perform. As long as you eat well, I'll definitely send you a rocket." The crowd buzzed. "Fatty, I'm live streaming this for you. Hurry up and do it. Fatty, my stomach isn't feeling well today, but I promise to save the freshest stuff for you. Hey, Fatty, want the lobster I had last night?" System quest. Disaster preparedness. Requirements. Own land. Reward. Exchangeable for items in the central mall. As he walked, Xiaoyang pondered. The betrothal money was already used to buy land. Now he had to find a way to earn some money to stockpile food. Xuqiang stood there, suddenly thinking, "Isn't that Zhang Xiaoyang? What is he doing here?" He narrowed his brows as if plotting something. The director's promise was about to be fulfilled. He screamed, "Help, I don't want to eat poop." Seeing this, Shugong stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here?" At that moment, on a beautiful morning, Kuijing sat there puffing on a cigarette when the phone on the table suddenly rang. Oh, speaking of which, Li Shuxiang, that hateful devil, still knows how to think of others. The voice on the other end replied, "Tuijing, Zhang Xiaoyong went to the real estate company to buy land today. Did you know about this?" What did Alian say in response? "He bought land. Where did he get the money?" A voice responds, "The down payment was 300,000 wen. I guess that's the money he saved for the betrothal gift." Jing lost it and started yelling, "What? That scumbag, how dare he spend my money?" The person on the other end of the line told Jing not to get angry and to go find Zhang Xiaoyong to ask what happened, but she just kept yelling. "What's there to ask? That scoundrel dared to touch my money? Today, I'll make sure he's infamous online." Meanwhile, Xiaoyong sits in silent contemplation. Buying supplies and building a base costs a lot of money. Where am I going to get it? Lost in thought, a loud knock on the door startled him. What the hell are they banging on about? Startled, Yang asks, "What are you two doing here?" Kuijing demands, "Zhang Yang, what exactly do you think you're doing? How dare you spend my money?" He seemed confused and asked, What are you talking about?" She flew into a rage, yelling, "Don't think I don't know you used my engagement money to buy land? Let me tell you, the betrothal money is mine, and if you dare use it to buy land, then that land is mine." Xiaoyong spoke with disdain. "She's a psycho." He pulled out a wad of cash and said, "I have money, but I wouldn't give you a single penny. Don't think I don't know what you and that Li Shuxiang are up to behind my back." Hearing this, Kuijing thought angrily, "What's going on? How could he know about me and Li Shuxiang?" Yunhee tried to mediate, saying they should both calm down, that relationship squabbles were just misunderstandings. But Xiaoyong retorted that there was no misunderstanding at all. "Besides, there's nothing between her and me. She and Li Suhyung are the real couple. Now get lost. Seeing you people is such a pain. How could he possibly know? Every time I booked a room, I kept it a secret." Yunher and Kuijing were speechless and had no choice but to leave. Yunhee speaks up, "Xiaojing, why didn't you tell me about something so big? Are you really close with that middle-aged man Li Shuxiang?" Kuijing admits they've only been to a motel together a few times. She reluctantly agreed. "This is a setback. Let's go back and figure out how to deal with this," she replied, displeased. It seems this is the only way. The two had no choice but to leave in frustration, as Yunhee secretly plotted. "Kuijing, now that you've messed with Zhang Xiaoyong, I won't hold back either, even if we are sisters." The next morning, Xiaoyong, holding the construction plan, said, "This is the factory I want renovated. Can you estimate how long it will take to complete the renovations?" The construction was proceeding vigorously under his watchful eye. The construction company boss, Manager Lee, replied, "Renovate the walls, build watchtowers surrounded by Texas razor wire, bulletproof glass, explosion-proof steel doors." "Little brother, might I ask, what kind of power have you offended?" Yang said sternly, "Don't ask questions. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Just tell me how much it will cost to finish the job in a month." He replied, "Brother, this can't be done in a month. Just give me the word and don't say too much." "Don't you still have a demolition company?" A voice suddenly called out. "Boss, even the underdogs have their limits," Xiaoyong sneered. "Does the foreman have any humanity?" Director Lee replies with a smile. "No, boss, I just meant I wanted more money." He coldly stated, "Give me the number." Chung Chi said, "Boss, if it has to be completed within a month, I'll have to push the laborers extremely hard, at least this much." Shoyo wonders, 20 million? Director Lee was right. "And first, you'll need to put down a deposit of 5 million. Only then can we talk." He calmly stated, "All right, I'll send you the money within a week." "Just let the workers start." Director Lee stammered in disbelief. Xiaoyong said it was fine, and if he didn't pay, the land would be returned, so he reluctantly agreed. "Very well, then." From afar, Yunhee sweetly called out, "Brother Kuang," rushing to grab his arm and ask what he was doing there. Yunhee held his hand tightly, clinging to him as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiaoyong thought to himself, "This green tea, batch in my past life, you helped swindle my family's fortune, but I'll repay you double in this life." He asked, "What are you doing here?" Yunhee smiled brightly and replied, "Brother Jiang, is this the land you just bought? The scenery here is so beautiful. Are you planning to build a villa here?" Xiaoyong brushed her off, saying, "What I do is none of your concern, is it?" She wondered what had gotten into him. Why does Zhang Xiaoyong seem so off today? Usually he'd be blushing, and his heart would be racing if I touched his hand. I tried to show him my feelings today, so why didn't he react? Xiaoyong went over to direct. No, the main entrance needs to be wider. Youngshi calls out to him. She thinks angrily, no, I can't miss this golden opportunity. Kuijing is already at odds with him, so if I can just eliminate Kuijing, this land will be mine. Xiaoyang sat blankly in the room, contemplating how mortgaging this house to the bank only got him 3 million. This isn't even enough to cover the initial phase of the project. I need to find a way to keep making money. That's right, the apocalypse is coming anyway, so what does it matter if I sell this house multiple times to multiple people? Lost in thought, Xiaoyang was startled by a voice demanding, "Open up! Open the door now!" He wondered who the next headache would be. His downstairs neighbor was the wealthy Mr. Li. He already owns the first and second floors. Now he wants to buy my third floor as well. But I was planning to use it as our honeymoon suite. And since I refused to sell, this old man has been making trouble every day. Painting my door, leaving wreaths, changing the locks, using all sorts of dirty tricks to mess with me. Take it down. Were you jumping around again last night? Little Dung retorted. Are you done making noise? I was asleep before 10 p.m. last night. Dancing? What are you talking about? He shouts. I don't care. I clearly heard it. He waves his hands dismissively. Stop, stop. Don't you just want my house? I've had enough. You can buy it. Hearing this, the Jie family seemed surprised and asked, Really? Really? Xiaoyang paused, then said, But I have one condition. He wondered, What condition? The young man replied sternly, I won't get my new place for another 6 months, so I need to stay here for that long. Before that, you have to pay me 5 million when you buy this house, enough for me to pay off the new house loan. Jia hesitated, but Xiaoyang immediately slammed the door and spoke. If you don't agree, then forget it. Immediately, the psychological trap was sprung, and Zia agreed. Fine, but we need a contract to prevent you from regretting this later. He smugly replied, A contract is fine, rest assured. In his mind, Yang thought, that lecherous old man can wait at home for his eternal rest. I've already received 5 million from Master Li, plus the 3 million loan, so I have 8 million in total. Maybe I should complete the system quest first and claim the rewards? A new day begins, with people rushing by as Xiaoyang focuses all his energy on preparing supplies for the entire year. Seeing this, the people around him whispered, This guy must be mentally unstable. Let's stay away from him. The carts are overflowing with goods, a dozen carts piled high with food, all belonging to Xiaoyang. People whisper, wondering what he needs so much for. Another fool who believes in doomsday rumors? System notification. Disaster preparation task complete. He paused, thinking that in the apocalypse, boosting his stats was crucial. And this protagonist supply box cost exactly 10 points. No need to hesitate any longer. The first thing to do is expand my advantage immediately. I have to be decisive. I choose the protagonist supply box. The system appears, the exchange is successful, and 10 points have been deducted. Space Ring contains a separate 500-meter space where time stands still. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and realized he was right all along. His first draw would definitely be gold. Time stands still in another dimension? Then even if I stock up on fresh food, it won't spoil. Excellent. The system has announced a new mission. 10 years of abundance, 10 years of supplies. Yang Tao shouted, Who's there? Who dares come here to cause trouble? He asked through gritted teeth. Are you Jiang Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang recognized him and asked, Is that Yang Tao? He suddenly remembered that Yang Tao was his classmate in junior high, just a lackey for the infamous Zhang Sheng. He was only good at bullying the weak, but terrified of the strong. Xiaoyang remembers Yang Tao's blustering threats. 10 yuan for last week's protection money. Hand it over now. He retorted, Hand over what? If you want it, go get it from Zhang Sheng yourself. Xiaoyang thought to himself. They often clashed back in school, never expecting to meet him here today. He shouts, Zhang Xiaoyang, what do you mean by this? Put all of this back where it belongs, or you'll regret it. Xiaoyang scoffs. Yang Tao, still playing the tough guy? I'm here to shop. Is this how Huan Runfa treats its customers? Yang Tao retorted, Buying things? Then pay for all of this right now, or you'll face the consequences. An hour later, receipts printed nonstop as supermarket employees struggled to keep up. Yang Tao asked, How much is the total? The clerk replied, The total is 56 out, 184 yuan. He shoved the card reader at him, ordering, Pay up! But Xiaoyang didn't back down, paying the bill in a flash. Yang Tao was stunned, and after hearing the successful transfer, utterly humiliated, he signaled, Let's go, only to be told to stop. Yang Tao, still annoyed, asked, What else do you want? Xiaoyang calmly replied, You need to apologize for your attitude earlier, or I'll return everything. He raged, Don't push it. Are you trying to cause trouble for me? Everyone here knows you're the real jerk who looks down on people. Weren't you rude to them just now? Now they're just asking for an apology. That's hardly excessive, is it? Yes, apologize quickly or we won't buy anything either. TikTok's rolling, apologize now, or things will get heated. Xiaoyang added fuel to the fire, urging, just apologize sincerely and I'll buy 10 times this amount. Yang Tao didn't believe him and scoffed, stop bluffing. He smugly says I'm bluffing, I'll show you my balance right now. With that, Xiaoyang casually swipes his card. He exclaimed in a panic, over 7 million? Xiaoyang smirked and said, apologize and I'll continue buying. If I'm lying, then I'm your grandson. Yang Tao grits his teeth, frowns, and accepts his fate, immediately bowing his head and apologizing. Xiaoyang then said, remember not to be so reckless in the future, got it? The man then asked, so, Brother Yang, what do you need so much stuff for? He retorted, that's none of your business. I have my own deals. Yang Tao continued, big business, huh? The supermarket warehouse doesn't have enough, so you're looking to buy more? Xiaoyang replied, you've been around this supermarket, you must know the suppliers, right? He answered, of course, do you remember Zhang Shengji? He currently has this amount of merchandise. Yang Tao immediately made a call. Hey, I found you a big client. He stood there, lost in thought. As expected, Yang Tao is still working as Zhang Sheng's lackey. I wonder how much dirty money these two have made from the Hoa Nuan Fat supermarket. Soon after, Yang Tao led Xiaoyang to inspect the warehouse, when suddenly a car sped towards them from afar. The car sped toward them like a rocket, startling Yang Tao as Xiaoyang frowned, thinking, damn, this reckless driving is like they're running from someone. Thang Triet stepped out of the car, cigarette in hand, and asked, Yang Tao, is this the esteemed guest you mentioned? He replied, brother, this is Jiang Xiaoyang, don't you remember? With a sharp gaze, Shengzhe asked, who? Yang Tao replied, it's Jiang Xiaoyang, our high school classmate. Smoke billows into Xiaoyang's face, and he says, so, this is the stubborn one? Thang, with a cigarette in his mouth, says, knockoffs, huh? Ha ha, I underestimated you. If you don't have money, don't try to fake it. Designer brand? I wouldn't know. I just picked it up from a roadside stall. He then confronted Yang Tao. Is this the big client you were talking about? You're wasting my damn time, Yang Tao panicked. Damn it, he really is a big customer. He's furious, saying, what big customer? I've been around long enough to know who has money and who doesn't. It seems my aura isn't strong enough to intimidate even a blind man with dog eyes. Shengzhe grabbed his collar, enraged. What did you say? But he remained calm, repeating, you have eyes but cannot see. His voice turned fierce. You dare call me illiterate? Yang replied, wide-eyed, you're just a dog with eyes that can't see, okay? Yang Tao suddenly interrupted. Dung, don't poke Deathbro's sore spot. He's actually illiterate, so he hates being called that. He stomped on the man's foot, saying, you damned fool, if you can't say anything nice, shut your mouth. A big client? If you two don't get a truckload of goods from me today, neither of you will be walking out of here. Xiaoyang takes out his phone. Stop pulling my collar, give me your account number. He hurriedly grabs the phone. 1 million, is that all you're buying? Is that for real? You talk too much. Otherwise, would I be bothering you for fun? This is the deposit for 5 million worth of goods. Hurry and find someone to load it all onto the vehicle. Once everything's delivered, you'll receive the remaining 4 million. Seong retorts, what goods do you have? He continues, firewood, rice, oil, salt, snacks and drinks. Everything to eat and drink. No need to pick and choose, and remember to check everything. His expression changes. Follow me. I can't believe our luck. Receiving a batch of soon-to-expire food, someone comes to take it. If you pay for all the goods, I'll give you a 10% discount from the original wholesale price. What do you think? Xiaoyang asks. What I think depends on the quality of the goods. He slowly picked up the small bag of real food and said sternly, except for the outer layer, everything inside is full of soon-to-expire food. Zhang Sheng is dead? Perhaps your little abacus miscalculated? His face fell as he thought, damn, who knew this guy was so knowledgeable? Well, if you pay for all this expiring food, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about that? You're shaking your head? No need. My 5 million is only for the best quality goods. As for your expiring food, I have other plans for it. He wondered, what kind of arrangement? Thang says coldly, based on the 50% discount you mentioned, I'll pay for all of this soon-to-expire food. But payment isn't due for a month, he asked suspiciously. Seriously? What if the goods expire and you don't pay me? He reassured him, don't worry, you can have my house. But the man remained unconvinced. You still want the food even though you know it's expiring? Can you tell me what your distribution channel is? He nonchalantly replies, distribution channels? What distribution channels? I am the distribution channel, okay? Ha ha. Besides, even if it's expired food, it will become priceless in a few days. Xingtai's attitude turned sour. What are you implying? Xiaoyang looked at his phone and said, "Don't ask questions, just transfer the goods to Mui. The address has been sent." The person on the other end of the phone asked if he was Mr. Jiang. "Who are you talking to?" The person on the other end continues, "Are you selling an old house?" He pointed at Shengzhe. "I have things to do, just handle the food as I said." Yang Tao whispered, "Brother, I didn't trick you, did I?" He cursed. "Damn it, how could a kid from an ordinary family be this good?" Old Sheng opened his bag of money. "Mr. Zhang, here is 4 million as a deposit. I can accept your condition of leaving the house after 3 months. Let's sign the contract first." Little Yang frowned, thinking, this old man didn't even inspect the house properly before putting down a deposit and signing a contract? He really is eager to buy my house. Old man, are you that desperate? He chuckled. "I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. My granddaughter is transferring schools, so we desperately need this house to settle down. I've looked around a few times, but yours is the only house for sale. Mr. Kang, please don't regret this." Xiaoyang slowly continued. "Old man, you're too honest, telling me everything right away. Aren't you afraid I'll raise the price?" The old man panicked. "Mr. Jiang, the money for this house is our family's entire life savings." He picks up the paper, assuring the old man he won't regret it. The paper is the lease agreement, which Xiaoyang also signs. Old Thang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Mr. Kuang, I won't keep you. You must be busy." He nodded. "All right, you can go now. The lower class is kind and simple. You and your granddaughter won't be able to survive another month where you're living now." Suddenly, Xiaoyang calls out, "Oh right, old man, wait a minute." The old man paused. "What is it?" He continued, "Tell me the address where you're currently living." Before Yang stood a construction site in progress, as Director Li said, "Chairman Jiang, the second deposit." Xiaoyang replies, "I'll send you the construction progress later." He points to the roof. "It's 7% complete. Look, the walls and doors are absolutely secure and trustworthy." He then asked, "What about the warehouse?" Director Li slowly replied, "The warehouse is a pre-existing structure of the unfinished factory. It has been cleaned and is ready for use at any time." He nodded. "Very good." He pulled out his phone and said, "Zhang Shengzhe, bring the goods over." The workers began moving the goods inside. "Easy now, easy. The boss is so generous, giving us each 2 taels for such a small job. This good-for-nothing really makes it look like a refuge. What does he even know? With money, who wouldn't risk their life?" Xiaoyang instructed that perishable fresh produce, fruits, and vegetables should be stored separately. "Don't get the wrong idea." The employee cheerfully replied, "Of course, boss, you can count on me." As night falls, the staff leaves the warehouse, leaving Xiaoyang facing mountains of goods to sort. System notification. The 10-year food and clothing mission is complete. System points plus 20, current points 20. He looks at the system task board. The physical enhancement drug costs 20 points. Oh, there's new stuff in the system store. A physique enhancement drug costs 20 points. A Doomsday Farmer supply box LV1 costs 2 points. An Ability Awakening supply box LV1 costs 10 points. And Manual Refresh costs 2 points. He thought to himself, what great luck to gain an ability before the apocalypse even descends. The system then displays a Mind's Eye LV1, whose special ability can detect if someone is hostile. He was thrilled. It could detect hostility. Ha 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 ha. This could be one of the most useful abilities in the early days of the apocalypse. The system then presented a new mission. Fully equip yourself with weapons and receive 10 points and a random reward. Xiaoyang grinned, realizing this was exactly what he had been hoping for. The late-night black market is bustling with people. Xiaoyang walks through the crowd, thinking, damn, you can tell a newbie just by the way they talk. Is that price you're offering real or fake? So damn it, this thing stinks. Keep your voice down. I just dug it out of the Mawangdui yesterday. Is that Qin Shi Huang's skull from when he was a kid? How about 500? Yeah, there's no way it's that cheap. Over here, Shu Qiang is angry at this high-ice jade bracelet being sold for 2,000. It's obviously fake. Selling it to me for 300 would still be a hefty profit for you, so do we have a deal? If you won't sell, I'll go elsewhere. The seller relents. All right, calm down, I'll sell it to you. Xiaoyang thought, that bastard Li Shuxiong actually came to the black market to buy fake jade bracelets? Jing. You're such an idiot to be fooled by something like that. He finally set his sights on the sword booth, where quite a few people were gathered to buy. I've found it. Hey boss, do you have anything sturdy here? Wanka replied, this is a whetstone. If you want something hard, buy it and sharpen it yourself. If you don't mind, go buy a stick to play with. Xiaoyang coldly replied, still not hard enough. I want something even harder than this. His expression turned grim. What do you mean? Are you here to cause trouble? Suddenly, Wan Kei's phone rang. Ding, 200,000 has been transferred to the account. Xiaoyang held up his phone. Don't get excited. This is proof of my sincerity. He turned and ordered, Xiaoxiang, come watch the goods. Wan Kei's demeanor shifts, saying it's not convenient to talk outside and invites him this way. They finally enter a quiet motel room to talk. Wan Ku opened the box and said, Boss, we have a homemade pistol here. It can easily kill a chicken and the ammunition is cheap, just gunpowder and steel balls. What do you think? Xiaoyang shakes his head. That won't do. Hearing his answer, the man's face twisted in displeasure and he continued. A fake revolver. Performs just like the real thing. Costs 5,000 yuan and fires 9mm rounds. Then I'll sell you the bullets for 5 yuan apiece. How does that sound? Xiaoyang's face darkened. That's acceptable, but I already gave you a 200,000 yuan down payment. Isn't selling something like this a little inappropriate? Wan Kei replies in surprise. A down payment for what? His eyes narrowed. It was a 10% down payment. I want to use 200 million to buy your weapons. He stammered, scratching his head. What are you planning, boss? You're coming to me for an order of this magnitude? I never concerned myself with such trivial matters before. These things are usually handled by my underlings, but recently a lot has been happening, so don't ask too many questions. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Venka hurriedly told him to wait a moment. Suddenly, he carefully turned off all the lights in the house, then drew the curtains and peered out, carefully observing his surroundings. Wan Ka looked serious. You've come to the right person. I can do this for you. Write out your list, and I'll give you the address later. Come by in 2 days at noon to complete the transaction, and don't forget the cash. Wan Kei politely sees him out. Big brother, watch your step. Suddenly, Shu Qiang appears behind him. Oh, isn't that Xiaoyang? To think I'd actually run into you at the black market? Tell me, why have you been so generous lately, and why are you ignoring Jing Jing? Looks like you still have some family treasures, so? Lately, I've been seeing a lot of deals. Is it really necessary to sell everything just to live comfortably? Yang just smiles and thinks, right, I need to test out my new ability. His eyes suddenly glowed with a blue light, the eye of the mind. So his power really works, and so, what if I'm lying down? By the way, who are you? Oh, you're the one working with Cui Jing. She was tricked into sleeping around for this old junk? Well, that makes sense. She's just my old trash anyway. That's all she's worth anyway, he shouts through gritted teeth. What did you say? Wan Ka interrupted. Big brother, is this someone you know? He shakes his head. Someone I know? More like an enemy, he chuckled. I understand now. Boss, if you're busy, go ahead. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Little Dung casually added, just don't kill him. I want to be the one to end him. Shugang recoiled in fear. What are you doing? I'm telling you, I can do this. You're a boss? Speak your piece. He's been beaten to a pulp by Wan Kei's men, his face bearing the marks. Zhang Xiaoyang, you bastard. You wait. 2 days from now, at the warehouse, in the dead of night. Alone, Xiaoyang inspects the goods, and the system notifies him that the fully armed quest is complete, granting him 10 analysis points, bringing his total to 20. Hidden inside the wooden crate are guns, and the system grants him an additional reward. A +2 physique enhancement potion, which appears in his palm. Oh, so I got a physique-enhancing drug, and it's +2, twice as effective as the ones in the store. Yang grabs the syringe, ready to inject himself, and his body begins to undergo a painful transformation. Yang returns to normal. His physique has increased by 2. The average adult male has a physique of 5, so these 2 points are equivalent to a 40% increase in strength. With this advantage, he's determined to reach his limit. 8 points of stamina, that's 60% stronger than the average person. Time to find a target and see what this can do. He began to survey his surroundings for a target. There. With an iron bar gripped tightly in his hand, Xiaoyang winds up and unleashes a powerful kick. He kicked it so hard it bent and flew across the room. Xiaoyang laughed with excitement. With his current strength, he was unmatched. Even facing zombies in the early days of the apocalypse, he has no fear. These weapons don't take up much space, so it's safer to store them in the spatial ring. Xiaoyang's ring retrieves the boxes of weapons as he contemplates the impending apocalypse, wondering what else needs to be done. The landlord's words echoed in my mind. I won't lie. My granddaughter is transferring schools and desperately needs this house to settle down. I've looked around, but yours is the only place for sale. Mr. Jiang, you mustn't regret this. Even after facing death and treacherous people in the apocalypse, I still can't completely ignore the suffering of these poor souls. Never mind, I'll just send over some essential supplies from the apocalypse. Whether they survive depends on them. Consider this repayment for funding my future plans." The next morning, a black car entered the old neighborhood and Xiaoyang stepped out, looking ahead and saying, "Good thing I had the GPS, or who could ever find a place like this?" It seems this old man isn't rich, renting such a cheap place, and on the top floor no less. He was about to knock, but paused for a moment. Xiaoyang withdrew his hand, slipping the ring onto his finger, thinking, "No, it's best to get the supplies out first, or it'll be hard to explain later." A second later, he clenched his fist, causing the ring to emit a dazzling golden light, and in the blink of an eye, several large and small boxes appeared, stacked on top of each other. Just then, someone inside called out, their voice echoing, "Coming, coming, just a moment." Old Sheng quickly opened the door. "The rent will definitely be paid next week." He paused, surprised to see Yang. "Aren't you Mr. Kuang's?" Old Sheng looked at the boxes piled up by the door, even more surprised. "Mr. Jiang, what is all this?" He turned around, picked up a box, and said, "I'll explain later, but first help me move these things inside. Don't let the neighbors see them." After a while, the boxes were neatly arranged in the room. Old Sheng, with his hands on his hips, sighed. "Young people really do have a lot of energy. You can carry so much at once without even needing a break." Xiaoyang went outside to check. The room was still okay, and the door was barely sturdy enough. "Old man, listen closely because I'm about to tell you something. Plan these supplies out carefully, and you'll be set for at least 6 months. Starting tomorrow, this world." He suddenly paused before a photo on the table. Old Sheng, noticing this, anxiously asked, "Is something the matter, Mr. Jiang? You can put these supplies in your room. We'll be moving there in a month anyway." On the table was a photo of him and a short-haired girl with a beautiful face. Xiaoyang was shocked as he remembered her from his past. "Is it San? He unconsciously picked up the photo, wondering. "Old man, is your granddaughter named Mengshan?" Old Sheng was stunned and replied, "How do you know about that? I don't remember mentioning the name S." Xiaoyang asked somberly, "Where is your granddaughter now?" The old man replied honestly, "She's studying in our hometown, waiting for your room to be cleared out so we can transfer her school. The procedures are almost complete." He recalls San crying with her head lowered, saying it was all her fault, that she was the one who hurt her grandfather. This only makes Xiaoyang's heart ache even more. He remembers San saying in their past life that her grandfather risked his life to save her from the occupied high school. Though he saved San, he lost his life there. He vows to make up for her regrets in this life. "Old man, you can't move into my room," the old man shouted in confusion. "Mr. Kang, are you regretting something? Mr. Kang, you can't." Xiaoyang put his hand on the old man's shoulder, explaining, "Please, just hear me out. Starting tomorrow, this world will become a living hell. Whether it's my house or your granddaughter's studies, none of that matters anymore. Let's go to San's school and pick her up now. I'll arrange new accommodations for you both." Old Sheng was even more stunned. "Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do. Old Sheng is getting old. There are many things he won't understand. How can I explain it to him? After a moment, Xiaoyang pulled out his ring. "Do you know about the famines?" The old man stammered, "I know about that." The young man continued, "Then, you can imagine how miserable and terrible people were during those years of famine, right? Even if there isn't any more." Before he could finish, Xiaoyang raised his arm, clenched his fist, and gathered the objects inside. He stared at the empty room, panicked, and shouted, "Where did everything go? It's all gone." "Mr. Kuang, what kind of magic is this?" One of his eyes suddenly glowed with blinding energy, answering that he had superpowers and could even foresee the future. "If you want to live, if you want San to live, then from now on, do as I say." "Where is San's school?" Soon after, his car's headlights turned on and he drove onto the main road. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang drove intently as the old man stared wide-eyed as if observing a strange object. The car sped down the road, time passed, and twilight gradually descended. Xiaoyang frantically opened the car door, asking what grade San was in and where the dorms were. "Do you know where it is? Get out of the car and follow it." "I know, you're eager, which is good, we need to hurry." Inside the school, a group of thugs armed with weapons block a girl's path, and Xiaowen slaps her, yelling, "You bitch, I just don't understand what's so good about you that makes Zhang Xiaochen like you so much." With one cheek swollen, San calmly retorts, "I told you, I have nothing to do with him. It's just his one-sided wish." Another girl nearby seizes the opportunity and kicks her in the stomach. "Are you still trying to weasel your way out of this?" Xiaowen then grabs Sanwen's hair. "What do you mean? You're saying Zhang Xiaochen is chasing after you? And you didn't even care?" As they bullied her, a familiar voice echoed, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Havan turned around, sneering at the old man and Tudong. "Huh? Isn't that your good-for-nothing old man? San fell to the ground, worried. Grandpa, why did you come here? He pointed forward, rage in his voice. What do you think you're doing? Release San now. 3 thugs immediately blocked his path, saying, Get out of here. What's it to you, old man? What we do with these kids? Old Thang couldn't hold back any longer, grabbing one of them by the collar. You animals. Bullying your classmates, are you? Taking advantage of the chaos, one of them tries to strike the old man with a baseball bat, yelling, Let go of him, you old bastard. In an instant, a hand shot up, stopping the attack. Xiaoyang glared, scolding him for acting like a gangster instead of studying. The other 2 just laughed. Where did this poor excuse of a thug come from? Bitch, I never knew you had a brother. But he coldly kicked him away. He didn't have time to react and was sent flying back several meters. The other 2 realized this might be harder than they thought. That bitch knows martial arts. Let's get him, Xiaoyang responds with a piercing glare. The 2 thugs staggered, flanking him from the front and back as the one behind raised his baseball bat. As he swung, Xiaoyang crouched down, easily dodging the blow. He glanced at the bat, thinking that his reactions were much faster after strengthening his physique. Xiaoyang immediately turned around, grabbed his attacker's shirt, and with one hand threw him violently to the ground. His head slammed against the hard ground, saliva flying everywhere, while the other one aimed a sharp dagger at Yang from behind. Without hesitation, he faced him, reaching out to grab the knife, and quickly swung his leg back for momentum. He landed a direct kick to the guy's knee, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Soon they were sprawled on the ground, afraid to make a sound as Xiaoyang approached. What do you want? Without a word, Xiaoyang slapped her hard across the face, and Xiaowen could only stare in shock at the unexpected attack. You're still not satisfied? You grab her hair? You like pulling hair, huh? The girl screamed, Let me go! Did Xiaoyang just put a knife to her throat? Terrifying the girl even more. What are you going to do with that knife? And with a swift motion, a sharp cut is made. His deed done, his eyes burn with hatred. Sanhai covered her eyes while Xiaowen collapsed in shock, witnessing the scene unfold. She staggered, then fell to her knees, as if all life had been drained from her. The girl touched her short hair and screamed, my hair, you bastard, you dare cut my hair! You bastard, I'll never forgive you. Xiaoyang released the strands of her hair, saying coldly, Long hair is just a burden to you. She looked up and shouted, What are you talking about? He turned to leave, adding, In a few days, that short hair will save your life. San, let's go, San exclaimed in surprise. Go? Go where? The 3 then got into the car, and she asked in a flustered voice, Huh? No more classes? Old Thang turned to explain. A great famine is coming. What's the point of studying? Keeping our lives is what matters right now, child. Sen wonders, What great famine? Grandpa, how many times have I told you? Don't trust those scam callers. Tell me, how much did they get you for this time? He insisted it wasn't a scam call. He said it was the truth, but she still didn't believe him. You always say it's real when you get scammed. Looking at them argue in the rearview mirror, Xiaoyang smiled to himself. San, I will definitely protect you in this life. He quickly diffused the situation. Her grandfather wasn't scammed this time. I was the one who told him about the famine. Hearing this, San was stunned and doubtful. You're the Xiaoyang who was driving and introducing himself? My name is Jiang Xiaoyang. You can just call me Brother Xiaoyang from now on. She responded politely. Brother Yang, thank you for teaching those guys a lesson for me. He replied politely. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. They probably won't live for more than a few days anyway. San asked curiously, What do you mean? Is there really going to be a famine? Xiaoyang denied it. The famine was just something I made up so your grandfather would understand. She sighed in relief. I knew it. There's no way there'd be a famine in this peaceful era. He continued, The truth is, the apocalypse is coming. A statement that shocked San. The apocalypse? Xiaoyang whispers. The time must be near. If you turn on your phone and watch short videos and news clips, you might notice some clues. She immediately complied. Real or fake? Images of 2 officers apprehending a zombie flash across the screen, accompanied by a news report. Swords ignite grudges in the martial world like moonlight shining down. The west wind blows falling leaves. This is the first time in my life I've seen a patient bite someone else. San muttered. Rabies. As she scrolled down, more videos were being uploaded. More fog? Maybe it's just me, but this fog smells really strange. Are you crazy? Why are you biting me? Are you a dog? I don't know why, but I can't hold back. My whole body feels uncomfortable. Please take me to the hospital. Xiaoyang leaned back and said that the signs of the apocalypse had indeed appeared. San sat up abruptly, worriedly asking, Is the apocalypse really here? As he drove, he explained, "Tomorrow marks the first day of the apocalypse. A toxic smog will engulf several provinces, including Province B. This mysterious smog will affect living organisms, and a significant number of people will gradually transform into zombies. And others won't be immune, turning into one of them upon death." "So young, what do you know about zombies?" San leaned over and replied, "I know, it's just so hard to believe." Looking at the cars ahead, he said, "Tomorrow, the next day, next week, all of this will really happen, and it won't seem strange anymore." Seeing the cars not moving, Xiaoyang leaned out the window, gritting his teeth, complaining about being stuck in traffic. "Sure enough, the emergency lane ahead is blocked too," old Sheng says in a panic. "Mr. Zhang, we're stuck in traffic. If those zombies you mentioned catch up to us," he reassured. "Don't worry, old man, it's not that critical yet." But a sense of unease crept into Xiaoyang's heart. Damn it, even if the zombies are completely out of control, it shouldn't happen for a few days. But what if a small-scale outbreak happens here first? Suddenly, a car sped up from behind. Seeing an opportunity, the driver swerved into a small gap in another lane. Xiaoyang's car shook from the impact, and he cursed through gritted teeth, cutting from the emergency lane into traffic without signaling. Xiaoyang quickly turned the wheel, surprised by the other driver's recklessness. His car lurched forward, nearly touching the white car, but the vehicle in the emergency lane still wouldn't give up. He glances over and scolds, "Still not stopping? You're really going to keep this up?" Dung continues to slowly advance, but the other car gets closer and closer. Realizing he can't win, the other driver rolls down his window and starts shouting. Old Sheng, frightened, spoke up from inside. "Mr. Zhang, it seems like they have money. Let's not make trouble." But Zhang confidently replied, "Don't worry. If he dares to get out of the car and cause trouble, I won't mind sending him on his way first." Soon after, Xiaoyang sped off, finally free after nearly an hour in traffic, when suddenly Shan shouted, "Xiaoyang, be careful, it's that car that tried to cut us off." As expected, the other car sped madly towards them. Xiaoyang glanced over and cursed, "Damn it, he's really persistent." The other car was getting more aggressive, trying to cut him off as Lao Sheng gripped the seat, urging him to stop before losing it. "Mr. Zhang, don't be like him." Xiaoyang refused to give in. "I would have endured this before. But tomorrow is doomsday, so I don't have to put up with this scum." With that, he swerved his car in front of the other vehicle, spun around, and drove straight ahead. The driver, after the collision, flung open his door and yelled, "You son of a bitch! Hello, get the traffic team to pull up the surveillance footage and find that license plate. I need to let him know there are some people you just don't mess with." As night fell, Xiaoyang finally drove back to his base. Everyone got out of the car, and even the old man was stunned by the sight before them. Sansan walked slowly, marveling, "This is so magnificent." Xiaoyang turned and reminded her, "Get some sleep. Starting tomorrow, things are going to get a lot tougher." Time passed and sunlight streamed through the window as he stood with a cup of coffee gazing outside. San stretched, enjoying the luxury of a long sleep and the absence of morning classes. Yang turned and smiled. "You're awake? Come on, let me show you around our fortress. The walls are reinforced concrete, and the remote-controlled gate is made of solid steel, 3 centimeters thick. Neither people nor zombies can break through without heavy weapons. Remember, no one but the 3 of us is allowed inside without my permission." San wondered, if there are survivors, are we just going to leave them to die? He lowered his head, replying mysteriously, "Follow me," little Yang lectured as they walked. "In this world, the human heart is the most difficult thing to fathom. The evil in people will be magnified many times over. That saintly compassion will only end up hurting us." As they stepped outside, San and the old man stopped dead in their tracks, eyes and mouths wide open. He looked down at the vast base, instructing them that if survivors came seeking help while he was away, this area could provide them with temporary shelter, but they were absolutely not to be allowed inside the fortress until he returned. "Do you understand?" She turned and said she understood. Xiaoyang continued onward, leading them to the food storage area where he would explain which provisions could be distributed. Then, the 3 entered a vast warehouse together. He turned around, hesitating, as Xiaoyang immediately used his eye ability, the mind's eye. He was quite surprised to see 2 green icons above their heads. "Oh, is this a sign of trust? It's the first time it's appeared." Xiaoyang then raised his ring and summoned several large crates. Because in this world, weapons are of utmost importance and must remain under one's control, never falling into the wrong hands. Laotian grips his gun tightly, certain of himself, when suddenly the system announces a meeting with Mungsan San, triggering the old partner quest line. A new quest, reunite with Von 1. Find and rescue your partner from a past life. Reward, 20 integration points. Xiaoyang's eyes sharpen. Perfect, he thinks. I was wondering how to find my old teammates. He rushed out, reminding them not to forget anything he'd said, and to not violate it under any circumstances. San asked, bewildered, "Where are you going, Yang?" Xiaoyang jumped in his car and shouted, "I'm going to recruit and expand our team." Cut to a technician's shop where a group of people are singing together as dusk settles. "Brothers, my brothers?" Jiangqi put his arm around a chubby friend, leading him outside, piquing everyone's curiosity. "What are you two doing?" the chubby guy replied. "Oh, we're going to the reincarnation of grains. They start teasing, wrap some up and bring it back for me." "Take your time eating. Don't make such a racket." Whispers echoed in the men's restroom, the sound of urine overflowing. "He's going to have kidney failure. Get away from me." Having relieved themselves, the two happily headed out, but Zhang Ji accidentally bumped into someone, causing them to cry out in discomfort. He quickly raised his hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." But then, Dukai kicked Zhang Ji. "You blind, you piece of trash." Before he could react, he was sent flying backward. His friend rushed over, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" "Zhang Zhi, what are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" Duke Kai threatened, cracking his knuckles. "Well, this is the first time anyone's talked back to me." He then grabs the friend by the collar, scaring him. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Zhi quickly stood up to dissuade him. "Big brother, we were wrong. Please don't hit us. Please don't." Meanwhile, an employee sneezes, and on the other side, Duke Kai is heard yelling, "I'm going to tear you apart today." Turning around, he cursed his bad luck. First a stomach ache, now a cold. Oh great, is someone starting a fight? Can't they sit still for even an hour? The staff rushes in to mediate. "Sir, please calm down." Duke Kai turned around in a rage, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Look at my face. Do you know who my father is? Even your boss wouldn't dare touch my clothes." The employee seized the opportunity to signal the others to leave, while he continued to shout, demanding their boss. "Hurry, I've lost face because of you. That technician is done for." He repeated his usual line, asking him to calm down. Calm down. While the two ran off in a panic, they soon arrived at room 3090, bursting through the door as if the devil himself were chasing them. Seeing them breathless, Chenrong asked what had them so spooked. The fatty explained with a glance that it wasn't a dog chasing them, but rather, Zhang Zhi accidentally bumped into a drunken gangster when leaving the restroom, who then tried to attack them. Luckily, a quick-thinking waiter intervened and hit Luo Xiang, otherwise we would have been in real trouble. Chenrong stood up, acting as if he were the one who saved the day. "What am I supposed to do? When did the three of us in the mechanical division ever have to put up with this? Let me call everyone here, we'll teach him a lesson." Zhang Zhi immediately stopped him. "All right, that's enough. I'm graduating in less than a year. Don't cause any trouble. Let's just sing and dance." Soon after, the door was kicked open, and Duke Kai entered with his swollen-faced employees and subordinates. Seeing this, Zhang Qi and the others looked over in shock. He immediately pushed him away, pointing out that they were the ones who caught Cao. His men quickly surrounded them, leaving Zhang Ji's group with no choice but to comply, while the staff knelt down, trembling and gasping for breath. Suddenly, Chen Chong, sitting next to Zhang Zhi, spoke up. "Dare to let me make a call?" Dakai immediately grabbed a bottle of wine from the table and cursed, "Did I let you speak?" Immediately after, he smashed the bottle over Transung's head, and as Truong Tri saw the blood, he cried out in alarm. At the same moment, Tiodong's car arrived outside the technician's shop. He stepped out of the car, looked up, and chuckled. College students are different indeed. Then, Xiaoyang slowly entered, greeted by the staff. Muttering to himself, he said, "The apocalypse is here, and they're still singing and dancing?" A man lay on the floor with a pool of blood around his head. Tran Trung Duk Kai speaks up. "So, are you less angry now?" Loa grimace, asking, "Forgive what? It's not like he bumped into you. You're just pointing at Zhang, right?" Enraged, Tran Trung grabs an ashtray from the table, but Duk Kai's men restrain him. That Dan kid dares to fight back? Duk Kai grits his teeth in anger. "Damn, I didn't expect you to have such nerve." He grabs a beer bottle and smashes it over Tran Trung's head. Zhang Zhi panics as he sees Chen Chong unconscious on the floor and angrily rushes over to curse. "You bastard!" Meng Kui trembled in the corner. "Damn it, are we really doing this? Fourth brother, whoever you catch, beat them to death." Meanwhile, the waiter coughs as he rises, while Zhang Zhi continues to fight fiercely with the thugs. The waiter's pupils suddenly turn bloodshot. "Third brother, you coward, hit him, open him up." Suddenly, the waiter unexpectedly rushed towards them. He sinks his teeth into the young man's shoulder, who screams out in agony. "Are you a mad dog? Let go." "Damn it, help me!" Mankoi was terrified by the scene unfolding before him. Let me handle these 2 dogs. Go help him. The other one is trying to choke the waiter and drag him away. How is this mutt so strong? He's even biting me now. This dog is truly rabid. He's still biting down hard, and this guy's insane. What immense strength. Suddenly, an incredibly strong arm grips the waiter's neck from behind. It's Xiaoyang. He lifted the man's neck into the air, then slammed his head against the table before turning to point at the others. Stop it, all of you. The man thought, how could that madman with his great strength be pinned down by this kid with one hand? Duke Kai glared at Tu Deng, annoyed. Who are you? Ignoring him, he turned to Zhang Zhi, asking if he'd been bitten. Zhang Zhi stammered. No, why? Xiaoyang said firmly. Come with me. But Dekai blocked his way. Hold on, we're not finished here. His subordinate grimaced. Boss, I cough, 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 I have a headache. Dekai asks, what's wrong, is it worse? Xiaoyang watched the young man intently. He was uncomfortable, having only had a runny nose earlier. Xiaoyang grabbed the waiter's collar. Did he bite your shoulder? His neck was gradually turning purple. Hey, what's going on? Xiaoyang realizes that, according to this guy, he was probably infected before. And now that he's been bitten near the head like that, he'll probably transform soon. He suddenly grabs the waiter by the collar, asking what he's doing. He was thrown into a private room before he could resist. The door slammed shut, and his expression turned grim. Good. For now, the zombies aren't smart enough to open doors. He dusted off his hands and looked at them. Zhangzhi, tell me, who do you want to take care of? Zhangzhi asked in surprise. Huh? Do I know you? Enraged, Duke Kai raises his fist. Dan, you've gone too far. Before he could react, Xiaoyang swiftly retaliated, striking Duke Kai in the face, sending him crashing onto the table amidst shattered glass. His underlings rush over, asking if Dan has a death wish. With a single blow, Xiaoyang stands victorious as his opponent convulses, foaming at the mouth. The young man rushed over, panicked. Hey, what's wrong? No way. One punch and he's already convulsing. Xiaoyang shouts, anyone else want to taste my fists? Come on, bring it on, Xiaoyang said. Zhang Zhi, take your friend outside and wait for me. He nodded in agreement. They all helped Chen Chong outside, and Duke Kai ordered his men as well. Let's go too. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's face darkened, blocking the door menacingly. What more do you want? He continued. A few drinks and you forget who you are? You almost got my brother killed here. Duke Kai grits his teeth. What did you just say? Get out of my way! He was pushed to the ground. You son of a bitch, you're dead. He turns and slams the door shut. Duke Kai pounded on the door. You little punk, you son of a bitch. Open this door. I'm going to tear you apart. Suddenly, his underling's eyes turned red as he lunged forward, his body beginning to transform. What the hell are you doing? Damn, have you turned into a dog too? Get him out of here. Boom, boom. Why is the bathroom door open? Help, help, the servant asked Xiaoyang. Sir, what's wrong? Do you need any help? He ordered the doors locked immediately, no one allowed in or out, and for the police and hospital to be notified that there was a patient with mad flu inside. The waiter stammered, looking panicked. The flu, mad flu. He said sternly, do it. The man nodded. Yes, yes. The door was securely locked, muffling the screams inside. Xiaoyang, lead the others. Let's go. The waiter shook his head. No, it's not that, is it? This screaming is a bit much. What's going on with the others running over? How is he okay? That customer said someone inside has mad cow disease. Mad cow disease? There really is a mad flu you didn't know? I've only heard of it. Let's check the surveillance footage. They watched the whole thing unfold in the surveillance room, their faces etched with horror as the video showed them devouring each other. Call the police. Call them now, Xiaoyang urged. We can't stay here long. The last car then drove off into the night. Zhangxi whispered, thank you for helping us. Xiaoyang continued, I'm Zhang Xiaoyang, hired to protect you. Don't ask who hired me. Mengqi then asked, Big brother, is this mad flu you speak of real? Didn't the internet debunk that rumor? The mad flu isn't real. Xiaoyang replied, so, everything that happened was just a hallucination? The other person asked, is there a cure for this mad flu? He explained that this disaster wouldn't end. It would only get worse. This world had already fallen into apocalypse. Suddenly, La That Than's voice came from the side of the road. People were being attacked. Help! Help! Hey, what are you doing? Mad flu is mad flu. Little Dung continued running, saying, the current situation is only a small outbreak. Most people are in the incubation phase, and it won't be long before it's out of control on a large scale, so if you want to live, listen to me from now on. Terrified, they stammered, yes, Mr. Dung. The system panel appears before him. The old friend quest is complete, accumulating 20 points, bringing the total to 20. He thinks, great, let's see what's new in the exchange area. Exchange system. Doomsday Farmer Supply Crate. Level 1, 2 points. Protein Oil Supply Box, LV1, 5 points. Armed Deterrent Supply Box, LV1, 5 points. Refresh costs 2 points. He notes gravely that the Apocalypse Farmer's chest is still there, so he'll have to buy it or refresh it. The other chests seem useful and not too expensive. He'll exchange them all when he gets home. He glances over at them. There's still one problem to solve. In his past life, Zhangji's friends all died because one of them betrayed them at the Zhong dormitory, leaving only Zhangji barely alive. Xiaoyang looks over at them, wondering who killed these people. He asks his darling Qijing, who lives in a quiet apartment complex, how she is. Ugh, this is annoying. When will the thing you mentioned arrive? It's too chaotic outside. I don't even dare go to the supermarket. The person on the phone spoke sweetly. Soon, darling, I'll send it to you as soon as I'm done. Suddenly, there's a knock on Thoi Tin's door. What's wrong, darling? She said hastily, standing close to the door. Someone's knocking. I have to hang up. Thoi Tin peeked fearfully through the crack in the door. She opened the door with a sigh of relief. Why were you knocking so hard? You scared me to death, Yuna replied. Master Liu on the first floor was taken away this morning, said Thoi Tin in surprise. Dragged away? Why would they drag him away? She replied, police cars and ambulances came to take him away. Qijing muttered, no wonder there was such a commotion downstairs this morning. Yunshi continued, looks like this mad flu isn't just a horror story. Has Duli Shuxiang arrived yet? She shakes her head. Not yet. Angrily, she says, Mom, I told you, men are all the same. All right, listen. I'll call him and let him know that Jiang Xiaoyang has a ton of supplies, enough to make him rich during this epidemic. Qijing wondered. Really? How do you know? She replied, the last time I went to Jiang Xiaoyang's house, he chased me away, so I told my lackey to follow him. He discovered that trucks occasionally delivered supplies to that abandoned factory. Qijing grimaced. Did that bastard know about the epidemic early on? Yuner says, whatever. Li Shuxiang knew about it too. He came as soon as I called. The sooner the better. When we make money, tell Li Shuxiang to give us a bigger cut. A car suddenly speeds through the night, its tires screeching as it brakes. Then, one by one, they stepped out of the vehicle. Seeing the scene before them, Zhangqi exclaimed in surprise, this place is so grand, it's like a fortress. He chuckled softly, amused that everyone's first reaction was different. Just then, old Thang emerged from the warehouse. Little Dung, you're finally back. San, following behind him, quickly asked, are you all right? Dung nodded to those behind him, saying, don't worry, Uncle Thang, San. Let me introduce you to the new members. This is Jiang Zhu and his classmates. From now on, these people will be our companions. These two are Uncle Thang and San. As he finished speaking, San smiled gently, welcoming the newcomers. If they were companions chosen by Yang, then they were most welcome. He then approached her grandfather, suggesting, Uncle Thang, please take some of the brothers to see the grounds and inform them of our information and rules. He immediately nodded in response. Leave it to me. Having observed the situation, Xiaojia muttered to herself, feeling like she was in northern Myanmar. Suddenly, someone in the back raised their hand to speak. That, Yiming asked, pointing to himself. Could you send us some weapons? We can help protect this place too. Xiaoyang's expression suddenly tightened as he frowned at him, and Xiaojia quickly turned to softly advise the person behind her. Yiming, don't rush to ask for weapons. We just got here. We need to earn their trust first. As he finished, Xiaoyang relaxed and assured them, don't worry. I'll issue weapons to you in a few days. Then, he looked at the person Xiaojia was helping and instructed, oh, right. His injuries are quite serious, so he should be taken to the medical room for examination first. After being assigned their tasks, Zhangzhu and the others took showers, and Xiaojia, refreshed after washing, exclaimed, that was so nice. At this moment, Yiming, looking displeased, questioned, Lao Si, why did you stop me earlier? He didn't understand the problem and asked naively, huh? Gritting his teeth, Yiming blames Xiaojia, saying that if she hadn't stopped him, they might have weapons by now. He gestures emphatically, arguing that they're either being protected or just under house arrest. Xiaojia frowned, retorting, how can you say that? He just saved us. Unwilling, Yiming turns to the person in front, asking about the man's background and why he saved them. Hearing the question, Zhang Qi turned to them and said, didn't he say someone hired him to protect us? Unconvinced, he retorted, someone hired him. He didn't say who hired him. Who knows if it's even true. Besides, look at how he treated Chong. Said he'd put him in the infirmary for observation. But you saw how secure those doors and windows were, like a prison. Min, imagining the scene of Chong being taken away, conjured up terrifying scenarios, saying that he might be dissected, so they had to strike first. Xiaojia tried to reason with him, but he remained firm, saying that blaming him would be repaying kindness with malice. Ningxiao would rather betray the world than be betrayed. If what Xiaoyang said is true, we'll take over this fortress and seize control. Besides us and that Xiaoyang, there's only an old man and a girl here. We just need to grab them while Xiaoyang's away. That girl's not bad looking. We could... He trailed off, sensing the sudden silence and the strange looks he was getting. All right, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Yiming said, waving his hands dismissively. Hearing this, Zhangzhu sighed wearily. Third brother, don't scare me. It's not the end of the world yet. What you're doing is lawless. Xiaojia agreed. That's right. If he really wanted to cut us open, he could have us imprisoned right now. After all, he has a gun. Watching them leave, Yiming sneered. Fools with no real courage. In this chaos, you have to be ruthless. Once I've made it, I'll make you my slaves for life. The scene shifts to another office, where Lao Sheng and San approach Xiaoyang. At this point, Lao Sheng spoke up. Xiaoyang, Zhangzhu, and the others have settled down. The child who was more seriously injured, Chen Chong, is currently in the infirmary. I followed your instructions and locked all the windows. After hearing that, he stood up and thanked him for his hard work. Uncle Thang, you and San should get some sleep. Trouble might come knocking tomorrow. He suddenly remembered something and stopped them. Oh, right. Hearing his next instructions, the two of them tensed up slightly. Besides Chen Chong, Zhangqi is surrounded by two other classmates, so you have to be extremely careful. I have a feeling that one of them might be planning to betray us. After they left, he slowly entered a dark, cluttered room that resembled a storage space. Xiaoyang opens his system panel to check his inventory, eyeing the crates in the store, and reaches out to touch one. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and the system interface displayed a notification. One Level 1 Doomsday Farmer Supply Box successfully exchanged. Deducting 2 points. Current score, 18 points. The Level 1 Oil and Protein Supply Box has been exchanged, deducting 5 points, leaving 13 points. Successfully exchanging for the Tier 1 Armed Might Supply Box costs 5 points, leaving him with 8 points. Next up are more supplies. The Tier 1 Doomsday Farmer Supply Box opens. Rewards include 50 corn seeds, a Level 1 Oil and Protein Supply Box, 200 kilograms of starch sausage, 100 kilograms of pickled pork, prepared vegetables, 50 boxes of pickled cabbage instant noodles, a Level 1 Weak Weapon Supply Box containing 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition, and a mountain of supplies appears before him. Oh, the rewards in this box are pretty good. While it can't compare to spending money like water, supplies will be extremely scarce when the apocalypse arrives. This reward is simply explosive. As time passed, on a beautiful morning the next day, cars sped down the quiet road. The cars sped toward a familiar fortress where voices could be heard. I found it. This is definitely the right address. Outside the fortress, a group armed to the teeth awaited the end of the phone call. Okay, let's grab a bite together when you get back. Ending the call, he immediately ordered his men. This is the place. Break it down. Following his orders, the men rushed to attack the iron gate. But one turned back exhausted, reporting, Boss, this door is 10 centimeters thick. We can't break through it with just a few of us. It was then that the so-called boss was revealed to be the driver who didn't signal on the highway, and he clenched his fist in anger, disbelievingly shouting, Damn it! Who would use such a thick door if they were good people? He then ordered them to bring out the goods. Opening the boxes, they found homemade explosives, which the henchmen quickly lit and threw forward. And just like that, the makeshift explosives rained down on the fortress, causing small explosions, until finally a raging fire engulfed the stronghold. The homemade explosives flew into the fortress as San and Zhangqi's group rushed out with buckets of water and fire extinguishers. It's on fire, put it out quickly. Gripping a bucket of water, she prepared to douse the flames, anxiously saying, Little Yang was right. Even before the disaster fully struck, extreme situations have already begun to occur. Just then, Xiaoyang and Laosheng emerged with guns, and Xiaoyang declared, Let me see who's come to die, before climbing the tower with Laosheng to survey the scene below. Laosheng replies, That guy looks familiar, and he's got a few cars with him. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes the man they argued with on the highway. Suddenly, one of the lackeys noticed movement on the watchtower and immediately reported to the driver who didn't use his signal. Boss, they've appeared. Hearing this, he looked up and angrily shouted, It's him, that annoying guy! Then, pointing towards the watchtower, he yelled, You, get out here, or I'll turn you into mincemeat. But Xiaoyang wasn't intimidated, retorting, You have 5 minutes to get your tails and get out of here. The lackeys immediately started questioning him. What did you just say, you punk? Don't you know who our boss is? Save your breath. All right, bring out the other 2 crates of Molotov cocktails. Just then, a system notification appeared before him, announcing a new mission. The old man anxiously asked him, "Little Yang, what should we do now? Should we fire a warning shot?" But he ignored him and accepted the mission. New mission, standard threat. The stronghold is under attack. Eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Bonus, 10 points. He quickly accepted the mission, cocked his gun, and coldly said, "A warning? These guys look like thugs, and before order has even completely collapsed, they dare to set fires, not caring who burns to death. Letting this scum survive until the end of the world will not only harm more innocent people, but also threaten our safety." With that, he immediately fired a bullet towards them, severing Kang Xinian's arm. He clutched his arm in agony, collapsing and screaming, "My arm saw my work." Xiaoyang wore a bored expression, laced with sarcasm. He missed? Has peace dulled my senses so much that even my sharpshooting has become rusty? Hearing him, the henchman below noticed the object in his hand and opened it. They have guns, and rifles at that. Immediately, the unsignaled man and his henchman turned and ran. "Hurry, cover me! That bastard will pay! What are you waiting for?" But Xiaoyang wasn't one for leniency. He raised his gun, aimed, and thought that today's business should be settled today. He hated waiting, and with that, he unleashed a barrage of bullets, eliminating them one by one. The survivors desperately dragged each other into the car, their leader frantically urging the driver. "Start the engine, hurry!" Old Sheng shouted, horrified by the scene. "They're trying to start the engine and escape." But Xiaoyang calmly reassured him. "Don't worry, that's why I have an automatic rifle." And then he unleashes a barrage of bullets on the escaping vehicle below. He expertly reloads and fires, leaving the old man stunned and sweating. His reloading and shooting skills are as polished as mine were when I first joined the army. Just who is this kid? After the shooting, only the sound of a plane flying overhead and a few screams remained under the blue sky. Before the fortress lay a row of corpses and the wreckage of a vehicle. Xiaoyang turned and headed downstairs, giving instructions. "Uncle Sheng, go get Zhang Qi and the others. Let's go out and sweep the area." But he suddenly paused, a thought occurring to him. It was still the early stages of the apocalypse. It would be better to let these guys turn into zombies and use them to train Zhang Qi and Shan. He changed his mind. "Never mind, Uncle Thang. Not so fast," he wondered. "What about those guys out there? Are we just going to leave them on the road?" Xiaoyang replied softly, "Just hold on to them. I'll use them for something else." A moment later, 2 cars sped down the same road. Shushong glanced out the window, asking if the person behind them had arrived yet. In the back seat, Wen Shuya sat with Kuijing, radiating an adorable and beautiful aura. Jiazian replied with a smile, "It's at the next intersection." Seeing her act like this, Kuijing cursed inwardly, thinking she only put on that face when Li Shushang was around. Does she think I don't know what she's up to? Their car drove for a while before stopping. Su Hyung told Choi Jing, "I'll park here and wait. Text me when you're inside, darling." As he finished speaking, she got out of the car and called to someone inside. "Xiaoya, let's go." Seeing her beckoned along, Suknyo reluctantly spoke up. "Huh? I have to go too?" Seeing her reluctance, Kuijing questioned her, annoyed. "If you don't come with me, how will I know which factory it is?" But she still insisted on finding a way out. "Just head straight, you can't miss it. Besides, these heels are killing me after 2 blocks. Kuijing wouldn't let her stay behind, grabbing her hand and pulling her along. "Why did you have to wear heels anyway? Stop with the excuses and come with me." Shuya tries to resist as she's dragged away. "Wait, my phone's still in the car. It's fine to leave it there. Thoitin isn't so easily fooled." "I have my phone in my bag." After some haggling, the 2 of them start moving forward. As the 2 women left, Shushong grabbed his phone and made a call. "Hello? Get everyone ready." As he carefully gave instructions, another car sped up from behind. "Once my car moves, you all charge forward." Inside the vehicle, his men received the order via walkie-talkie. While back with the 2 women, Thuk Na began to complain. "Jingjing, tell me, why do you always drag me into this? She loathes this pretense of yours. We're all just pretending here. You think you can fool me with your devious mind?" Shuya playfully retort, "You wound me. Dressed like this, I'm even more certain to lure Zhang Xiaoyang out, especially since he knows about you and Li Shushong." As they talked, their expressions suddenly changed. "What's going on up ahead?" Shuya, who was behind, hadn't seen the scene and replied, "Huh." Shuya gasped at the devastation before her. "What is going on? Did a shootout happen?" She stuttered fearfully, moving closer to her friend. Jing, these people are all dead. Maybe we should turn back. Judging by the blood, these people haven't been dead long. Could 2 groups have been fighting over Zhang Xiaoyang's supplies?" The 2 cautiously skirted the truck, whispering in fear. Could Jiang Xiaoyang still be alive? It wouldn't matter if that Jiang Xiaoyang died, but I wonder if he still has the supplies. As they spoke, his corpse began to stir. Xu Yue suggested, maybe we should just go back and let Li Shuxiang's group take a look. Kuijing hissed, reminding her, let's keep our voices down and check if the factory door is locked. Unbeknownst to them, the eyes of the unsignaling driver they killed earlier began to change as they approached Xiaoyang's fortress gate. Shuya knocked on the door and cursed, damn, this door is terrifying, you can't see anything inside. She continued, the big door is closed, so that means Jiang Xiaoyang is okay. Just then, a voice called out from above, drawing their attention. San stood on the watchtower, shouting, who are you two? How did you know about this place? Shuya quickly fabricated a story. We're friends of Jiang Xiaoyang. Kuijing followed, shamelessly adding, I'm his girlfriend. Upon hearing their response, San turns to report, Brother Xiaoyang, there are two girls outside, one of whom claims to be your girlfriend. Meanwhile below, Kuijing grits her teeth in anger, wondering why Xiaoyang suddenly changed his attitude. So he went to find a new girlfriend? Seeing her sudden jealousy, Shuya reminded her, Jing, don't show it so obviously. This is an emergency. Plus the woman up there has a crossbow. Can Li Su-wung handle that? She reluctantly nodded, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, he has a few pistols with him. Once we open the door, he can take Jiang Xiaoyang down. So, Kuijing and Wen Shuya, what are you doing here? With his mind's eye, Xiaoyang sees past their smiles to the anger within. Shuya tried hard to please him. Brother Xiaoyang, we're all friends. Can't we come visit? In these chaotic times, we're worried about you. Aren't you worried about them? He sneered. Worried? Ah, I knew I was right. That Li Su-hyun bastard must be nearby, right? How many men did he bring? What weapons do they have? The two below were immediately shocked, mouths agape as they wondered. How did he know? Before they could react, the man above opened fire. Seeing his ruthlessness, they angrily cursed, Jiang Xiaoyang, are you crazy? Why did you shoot at us? Shuya quickly reminded her. Hey Jing, he's got a gun, so watch what you say. Don't provoke him, she's so sure of herself. What's there to fear? He wouldn't dare shoot me dead. Seeing her confidence, he laughs. He wouldn't dare shoot her dead? How convenient for the two of you. As he finished speaking, moans and growls echoed from behind the two girls below. Startled, Kuijing turned and cried out, what is that? Are those people infected with the mad flu? Shuya was terrified and incredulous. The mad flu can bring the dead back to life? Looking at the zombies below, Xiaoyang's eyes filled with amusement and cruelty as he said, I want you to die in their mouths. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombies roared madly and rushed towards the two. Luckily, their small size allowed them to quickly evade the zombies, and they ran forward, shouting, Li Su-hyang, Li Su-hyang! Hearing someone call his name, he turned to see Shuya and Kuijing running from the zombies, begging for help. Li Shuxiang, save us! Witnessing this, he cried out in alarm. Mihyap, how could there be infected people here? He jumped back into the car, grabbed the radio, and shouted, there are infected people. Turn the cars around. Seeing him turn the car around and abandon her, Kuijing angrily cursed, Li Su-hyuk, you're a dead man, you bastard. As the zombies closed in, she raised her bag and cried out, I don't want to die like this. She then flung her bag at Shuyu, calling her a bitch, and the bag's strap wrapped around Shuyu's ankle. The purse strap tangled around her ankle, and Shuyu was sent sprawling, an action that allowed the zombies to catch up and swarm her. She cried out in fear, wait! But it was too late. Shuya was officially surrounded by the zombies. She was mercilessly torn apart, blood flowing like a river of resentment. Choi Jing, you bastard, you bitch. She was sacrificed to the zombie horde, consumed by their hatred and curses. You'll never rest in peace. Kuijing didn't care and tried to escape. You deserve this. You really do. She deserved it. Meanwhile, as San watched in horror, Xiaoyang remained calm amidst the system notifications. Ordinary threat mission complete. System points +10, current points are 18. New mission issued, clean up the streets. Requirement, clear infected people and monsters outside the base. -0% in reward is 10 points. San, who had been silent until now, asked, are these guys just turning into zombies because of the air? He calmly explained to her, we have officially entered the apocalypse. The air is saturated with a highly infectious otherworldly source, and the dead will soon turn into zombies upon exposure. Even the wounded and barely alive are at high risk of mutation. She seems to understand. So that's how it is? He turned to leave, ordering everyone to be gathered for a meeting. Soon, they gathered in a large room, and Xiaoyang spoke first. So, for the next 2 days, stay indoors with the doors and windows closed unless absolutely necessary, allowing your body to gradually adapt to the source of infection. Only then can you minimize the risk of mutation. After hearing his words, Zhangju was slightly worried. So, Brother Chong, at that time? Inside the infirmary, Chen Chong lay quietly on the hospital bed, his hand beginning to change color and bulge with veins. It's not just my hands, it's spreading to my face. Chen Chong gritted his teeth, his brow covered in sweat as he struggled. Meanwhile, in the city center, chaos was erupting everywhere, and Sheng Zhou, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "It's too chaotic out there." With that, he steeled himself, turning to his wife and child. He had to get to the warehouse tonight and bring back the remaining supplies. "Xiaoli, you and Shuai Shuai stay here and wait for me, and don't open the door for anyone but me, okay?" No sooner had Shengzhe spoken than a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. He looked at the door with concern as the forceful knocking continued. Without a second thought, Shengzhe gestured for his wife and child to stay quiet behind him. Cautiously, he grabbed a golf club and approached the door. Just then, a voice called out, "Brother, are you home?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Shengzhe breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that Yang Tao?" With that, he immediately turned the doorknob. As the door opened, a foot slammed into his stomach, and strangers rushed in to restrain him. He glanced at the person behind him and shouted, "Let me go." Filled with rage, he questioned the ingrate. "Yang Tao, you son of a bitch, what do you think you're doing? I treated you so well." Hearing this, he pointed at himself mockingly. "Say that again. Treated you well? In your eyes, I'm nothing but a dog." He ignores the insults. "Do you even have a conscience? If it weren't for me, would you have even been able to afford a down payment on a house?" His words struck a nerve with Yang Tao, who retorted, "Yes, I made a down payment, but how many houses have you bought? Stop the nonsense and give me the key and address to your warehouse." Thang bit his lip, refusing to give in. Seeing this, Yang Tao smirked, heading towards Shengzhe's wife and children, and coldly said, "Still stubborn, huh?" He grabbed Xiaoli's hair, pulling hard and causing her pain. "Come here, you bastard!" Seeing his mother in pain, the boy Shuai Shuai charged forward, yelling, "I'll beat you to death!" The boy bit down hard on Yang Tao's hand, causing him to scream. "You little bastard, you dare bite me?" Yang Tao shows no mercy, slapping the boy hard across the face, telling him to get lost. Seeing his family hurt, Shengzhe can no longer stay silent and shouts, "Bastard, why don't you try messing with me? Release my wife and child." Yang Tao turned to look at him, amused by his show of power. "Rest assured, if you cooperate, your wife and child will be safe. Now, take us to your warehouse." Soon after, the heavy iron door creaked open, and under duress, Thang Triech finally agreed to lead Duong Dao to the warehouse. Upon entering, he saw only a few scattered boxes and asked, "Is this all that's left?" He replied bluntly, "Didn't your big clients come looking? They've all been sold, even the expired goods are almost gone." Hearing this, Yang Tao stroked his chin and muttered a name, Zhang Xiaoyang. Then, stroking his chin, he grinned deviously, plotting, "If we could seize the supplies in Xiaoyang's factory, we could sit back and relax." Seeing this expression, Shengzhe sincerely advised him, "I advise you not to pay any attention to him. I saw him by chance while making deliveries. He's a tough one. That kid must have known about the disaster beforehand." "That's your problem to worry about," Duong Dao replied cryptically. Confused, he asks, "What do you mean?" Yang Tao slowly reveals his terms. Little Yang's supplies in exchange for his family's safety. Is this so-called deal fair? Hearing his threatening terms, Thang Triet grits his teeth in silent fury. Back at Xiaoyang's base, a piercing scream echoes. Deep within the infirmary, a crowd gathers around a bed, watching the restrained figure growl menacingly. Chen Song's limbs and neck were tightly bound, preventing him from biting and infecting anyone. Jiang Zhu and the others were overcome with emotion, silently watching their infected friend. Just then, Not Min broke the heavy silence, suggesting they kill him. Seeing the coldness in his words, Xiaoyang paused, assessing him with a glance. Zhang Shi, in disbelief, asked, "What did you say?" And Yiming immediately offered a convincing explanation. "He's dead already. We need to kill him as soon as possible. If he gets out, everyone else will be killed." Xiao Jia retorted, "He's our brother. Are you giving up on him without even trying?" Just then, Xiao Yang interrupted them. "He's right. Once it starts, there's almost no turning back." Xiaojia cried out in despair as Yang pulled out a small knife. Xiao Yang held the knife out to Yiming, ordering him to take it, but his action startled him. What is this?" Without another word, Yang ordered, "Finish him!" Despite his bravado, Not Min was clearly afraid of the knife before him. Seeing his fear, he moved closer, coldly questioning him. "Didn't you always want a weapon, Xiaoyang? Now take it and end his suffering." In the tense atmosphere, another hand reached out and grasped the knife's handle. With a grim face, Zhang Zhu took the knife, saying, "Brother Xiaoyang," he was trembling, but he still volunteered to take on this task. Let me do it. Zhang Zhu is a good person. He mustered all his courage to hold the knife, but couldn't hide the fear on his face. With the knife in his hand, Xiaoyang said, "Have you thought about it? What if everything I said before was a lie? Once this knife goes down, you'll be a murderer." Though terrified, Zhang Zhi looked Xiaoyang in the eye and said, "I trust you." Hearing that, Yang smiles with satisfaction at Zhang Zhu and gives the order. "Make your move." He approaches, a knife in hand, standing beside Chen Chong's bed, where a zombie thrashes, restrained. Zhang Zhu, heartbroken and tearful, steeled himself and thrust the knife forward. Just as Chen Chong screamed in agony, his face turning purple as the blade neared his neck. Zhang Zhi bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes, when suddenly, for some unknown reason, Xiaoyang stopped him. Surprised, Zhang Zhi turned to look at Xiaoyang, who stared blankly at the system screen, saying, "You guys go out. His condition is very special, and keeping him here will still be useful to me." The system displayed a notification. "Rare mutant detected." After everyone left, loud noises erupted from the medical room. Now, only Xiaoyang and Chen Chong remained in the room, and Chen Chong was still screaming, seemingly not fully mutated. Xiaoyang tries to call out to Chen Chong, getting close and whispering, "I have an important mission for you," as Chen Chong seems to understand and calms down. The city sky remains blue as ever, while a luxury car careens wildly down the street. Before smashing into a lamppost, the force of the impact crumpling the front end and sending black smoke billowing into the air. Emerging from the wreckage, Shengzhe clutches his head, lamenting his terrible luck. Thinking he was safe, he got up and muttered that he had to escape. Little did he know, a zombie was shambling behind him and suddenly lunged, roaring in Thang Thiet's face, startling him and causing him to curse. "Damn it!" Before he could react, the zombie bit his arm and Thang cried out in sudden pain. Reacting quickly, he shoved the zombie away and scrambled back to his damaged car, clutching his injured arm. In Thang Chiet's car, there's an iron rod. He grabs it and furiously strikes the zombie in the face, screaming, "Get the hell away from me, you bastard!" The zombie reeled from the blow, losing a tooth, and Sung Cheol unleashed a furious, relentless barrage of attacks, venting all his pent-up rage. After a long while, Thang Triet, covered in sweat, stared at the zombie he had beaten. He knew he couldn't stay here long. He decided to leave, clutching his bloodied arm, looking pathetic. Cut to Tiudung's base. The zombie staggered before the gate as he pushed it open, stepping out from a small side door, cautiously observing. Behind him, Xiaoyang led the group, each tense, armed with hammers, bats, and guns, moving forward inch by inch. Sansan, still getting used to the protective gear, grumbles, "Brother Xiaoyang, this stuff is so awkward and uncomfortable." Xiaoyang explained that zombies are mindless, making them more violent and dangerous than normal people. With your current combat experience, you're too vulnerable without protection. You can take it off when you're more experienced. Xiaoyang led the team, taking a few steps ahead, spotting a zombie and immediately signaled to the others, asking if they were ready, as they were now within the zombie's range. Everyone signaled that they were ready, and Xiaoyang asked again if they were prepared. Suddenly, the zombie caught their scent and charged forward with a grotesque look on its face. Yang shouted, "We're exposed! Let's fight!" He urgently added, "Remember what I told you all. Support each other and hold the line." The zombie lunged at Yang, but he deftly dodged out of the way. Despite the zombie being right next to him, Xiaoyang clearly instructed everyone to attack, saying that the moment the zombies leaped into the air was their chance. "Quick, aim for the temples and the back of the neck." Xiaojai fearlessly charged forward, gripping his sword tightly and bringing it down on the zombie's forehead. But when he struck, the zombie's head was too hard and the blade did nothing. Instead, he was the one who felt the pain, clutching his aching arm. Xiaoyang quickly reminded him from behind that the skull is the hardest part. You won't hurt it and your hands will just go numb. Xiao Jia's reaction is a typical one. Suddenly, the zombie lunges, grabbing his sword with both hands. The zombie's getting carried away, biting the sword, and he can't resist anymore, looking back for help. "Holy crap, help me. I'm gonna die." To help them get used to the zombies, Yang calmly says, "Not bad, that's the right defense. Zhangzhi, your teammates need your help." Soon after, Zhangzhi rushes in with his baseball bat and strikes the zombie in the back of the head. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang watched the three fight the zombies and gave instructions. "Not bad, that's right, but the attacks aren't strong enough. Everyone, keep going." Unbeknownst to him, a zombie was already standing behind Xiaoyang. After struggling for a while, Zhangzhi turned and proudly asked, "Little Yang, how did we do?" He smiled slightly, satisfied, and replied, "How did you do? Is that even a question?" Just then, The zombie that had been stalking Xiaoyang lunged, eyes wide and mouth agape, aiming for his shoulder, as Zhang Ji shouted a warning. But before the zombie could bite, Xiaoyang grabbed its head. He calmly held up the zombie's head with expertise, one hand gripping its head while lecturing his teammates. Have you already forgotten what I told you all? Never neglect observing your surroundings. As the team reels in shock, we cut to Shengji, who has reached the area near Xiaoyang's base. He's hiding behind those massive concrete barriers. Damn it, is this place already infested with the crazies? Could it be that this Jiang Xiaoyang is already dead? Suddenly, an empty car appears ahead, and Xiaoyang repeatedly reminds his teammates that his comrade behind him needs his support. His constant vigilance made him think the sound was right behind him, and then Shengji cautiously approached the car, thinking as he walked, "That's right, it's Jiang Xiaoyang." He stealthily hid behind the car, cautiously peeking out to survey the scene. Were Jiang Xiaoyang and the others hunting down those infected with the mad flu? He was busy spying on Xiaoyang's team, unaware of the zombie lurking under the car. Having just awakened, it smelled human flesh, its eyes shining like flashlights. It turns out this zombie is none other than Wen Shuya. With her face torn and ragged, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Shengji's pants leg, startling him. He panicked, rolling on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming. He froze in horror for a few seconds, his body numb. Suknya had lost all humanity, her eyes wide and fierce, her mouth gaping, ready to devour him. Out of nowhere, a zombie pinned Thang Triet to the ground, causing him to scream, "Damn it to hell!" Suddenly, a gunshot rings out and blood splatters as he screams. The shooter is none other than Tudong. After being saved, Thang pushes the corpse off of him, and Tudong asks Truong Thang Triet, "What are you doing here?" He moved toward him, saying, "Dungka, I finally lived long enough to see you." Just then, he noticed something on his hand. Xiaoyang immediately noticed a bite mark. He quickly pointed his gun at him and said, "You've been bitten." Seeing him about to fire, Shengji desperately pleaded, Brother Yang, don't shoot. Please spare me. I have something to tell you." But Yang didn't lower his gun. "Just say it. Don't come any closer." Shengji trembled as he spoke. "Brother Yang, I know I'm beyond saving. I might become a madman soon. But that bastard has kidnapped my wife and children. He used this to force me to trick you into giving up your resources. I know I'm no saint, but I don't think I've ever done anything truly evil. My wife and children are innocent." He pleaded with Yang, knowing those beasts would never let them go. "My wife and children will suffer far worse than I have. Dung, I beg you to take care of them as repayment for helping you stockpile supplies." As Shengji spoke, Yang began to think. Although his initial intention was just to make money, he had objectively helped him a lot. Suddenly, he turned around and considered the number of members in the fortress. The fortress has plenty of room, and the male-to-female ratio is unbalanced. Just then, the system chimed, and he thought with satisfaction, "A reward mission? This opportunity is even better." The system displays 2 information panels. A new quest: the desperate Zhang Shengji requests a rescue mission for his wife and children. With a 0% bonus deduction, 25 are currently cleaning the streets, requiring the elimination of infected and monsters outside the city, deducting 70% of the bonus points. 10. Seeing the reward, he agrees to help Zhang Shengji, assuring him, "I'll take care of your wife and children." His agreement stunned him. "Really?" Dung, he kowtows in gratitude. "Brother Yang, I, Zhang Shengji, will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. I vow to be your ox or horse in the next." Then Shengji softly said, "Brother Yang, do it." Hearing this, Xiaoyang asked, "Do what?" Shengji calmly said, "End me. I don't want to become a madman and threaten my wife and children." Hearing this, he remained silent. Suddenly, Yang turns to Shan and orders, "Shan, get a bicycle from the storage and give it to him." This order caused her to cry out in surprise, but he offered no explanation. Xiaoyang turns to Shengji, saying, "Leave and get as far away from here as possible." He wonders why he should go to a sparsely populated area. He turns back and replies, "There's no need to understand why. You don't have much time, so make the most of it." It seems Sung Cheol understood Yang's intentions, so he sighed and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Yang." Moments later, he desperately pedaled away on his bicycle. Thang Triet was gradually transforming into a zombie, but his heart was still with his family. Wife, son. Half of Shengji's face had turned into a zombie, while the other half shed tears of longing for his family. Back at the fortress, Xiaoyang and the others gathered the zombie corpses, doused them in gasoline, lit a match, and burned the pile. At the same time, a voice groaned. Exhausted from the day's work, Xiaoyang assesses everyone's abilities based on their current strength and experience. There's no problem with 2 or 3 people using common cold weapons to hunt solitary zombies without getting hurt. At the same time, the system displays a notification that the street cleaning mission is complete. System points increased by 10, now at 28. He suddenly looked at Lao Sheng and Meng Shan, then at Zhang Qi and the others, and thought, but facing a small group of zombies or a zombie tide would be impossible. Suddenly, he turned and left, but not without telling everyone to follow. Follow me. Xiaoyang led them to a warehouse. He suddenly calls out, Uncle Thang? Seeing him call out, he quickly responded, Yes? What is it, young dung? He hands over the key, offering a word of caution. There are weapons stored in this warehouse, and I'm heading into the city tonight. For the safety of the fortress, I'm entrusting it to you. As he took the key, he asked worriedly, The city is in chaos. Are you going alone? Zhang Qi and Xiaojia eagerly volunteered to go, but unlike them, Yiming remained silent, avoiding the task. Faced with their enthusiasm, Xiaoyang refused outright, saying they couldn't handle that kind of danger. If you came along, you'd only be a burden. Uncle Thang, I'm counting on you. Old Sheng was ready to help, but reminded him, Rest assured, Xiaoyang, be careful. Moments later, Yang was in the car, weapons in tow, when the system notified him that the store was empty and a manual refresh cost 2 points. Looking at the information before him, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The system's shop was updating its items far too slowly. As soon as he hit refresh, Xiaoyang decided the mission's difficulty was too high to ensure his safety, so he'd just refresh it manually. The system then displayed a panel indicating the successful refresh. 2 points deducted, current points at 26. Black Tech Supply Box Level 1, 20 points, Savior Supply Box Level 1, 5 points, Threatening Weapon Supply Box Level 1, 5 points, Manual Refresh, 4 points. Looking at the points he had to spend, Xiaoyang helplessly muttered to himself that manual refreshing had already changed the points from 2 to 4 after only 1 try. It seemed he needed to be more frugal. Without hesitation, he selects a supply box, thinking it's cool to spend points to refresh it. Luckily, he has just enough. Immediately, the system notified him that he had successfully exchanged 20 points for a Level 1 Black Technology supply box, leaving him with 6 points. Suddenly, a blinding light filled the car as the system announced that the Level 1 Black Technology supply box had been opened and the reward was a physique enhancement drug plus 5. Inside the car, Xiaoyang wasn't thrilled with the glowing effect. What was that all about? What kind of light bomb did I just eat? Suddenly, a tube appeared in his hand, causing him to exclaim in surprise. 5 points to Constitution, you say? Without hesitation, Xiaoyang injects himself, just to be sure. Immediately, he cried out in pain, and another blinding light appeared as the system displayed his stats. 13, 260% higher than average, mind's eye, and a spatial ring. Meanwhile, at Zhang Shengzhe's house, inside a room decorated with toys, Xiaoli hugged her son, reassuring him, Shuai Shuai, don't be afraid, Dad will be back. Just then, 2 of Yang Tao's men suddenly burst into the room, and upon seeing them, Xiaoli screamed in terror. What do you want? One of them restrains her, leering, What do we want? Why, to quench our thirst, of course. And so they began tearing Tula's clothes, causing her to cry out in fear. No, please don't. Xiaoli screamed and struggled, breaking free from Yang Tao's men. Let me go, please. Just then, someone walked into the room, interrupting everything. Li Go asked, annoyed, What is it? What's all the noise? Yang Tao's henchman greeted him as soon as he saw him. Hey, Li Ge, join us. But he refuses, saying, I'm not finished yet. Think about the job first. Let her go. His words cause his subordinate to retort in dissatisfaction. What's wrong? This isn't the first time we've done this. Enraged by the subordinate's defiance, he retorted, If you touch his family now and she dies, what then? If we push him too far, we'll all suffer. Understand? We'll deal with him, then we'll go together. She couldn't even get a day off, and Yang Tao's subordinate had no choice but to obey him. Damn it, listening to him is annoying. Before leaving, he even teased Xiaoli, Wait for me. The situation is dire, as she and her young son can only huddle together and cry. Meanwhile, on the zombie-infested streets, Xiaoyang drives and contemplates. 13 points in physique doubled his stats, noticeably increasing his reaction and control, making him a skilled driver who could smoothly avoid obstacles. This prompts him to exclaim, This feeling is amazing. The dark streets were now crawling with zombies. Xiaoyang parked the car and got out. He did this because going forward was the inner city, and driving would be too conspicuous. He had to walk. Just then, Xiaoyang heard a growl behind him. 2 reckless zombies were lunging at him. Without hesitation, Du Yang dodges, lands a swift hook on the zombie's shoulder, and effortlessly throws it to the ground, then hurls it into another zombie. Xiaoyang then summoned a blade, gripping it tightly as he eyed the two zombies. Xiaoyang rushed towards them, his blade flashing twice, decapitating the two overconfident zombies. After the fight, he mused that whether it was strength or reaction force, it was all crushing against the current zombies. Is this what it's like to have double the physique of a normal person? Moreover, his understanding has been greatly enhanced, just as a scream pierces the air. Damn it, we're surrounded. That scream made him guess, about 800 meters away, and at that moment, the system announced the activation of a random encounter mission. Meanwhile, at a zombie-infested convenience store, a terrified voice cried out, "Damn it, we're surrounded!" Li Hongli shouted, "Hurry, bring more heavy objects here." Zixuan, terrified and crying, asked, "Dad, are we going to die here?" Old Song offered a word of comfort, though it wasn't much of one. "It's okay, these bastards can't get in, and if they do, we'll just be reunited with your mother." Of course, instead of reassuring his son, this only made him cry harder. Seeing this, Hengli blamed him. "Damn it, Old Song, do you even know how to talk? You're just making things worse." Hearing that, he retorted, "Small talk? If I knew small talk, I'd be the apartment manager by now." At this point, Hung Li could only grit his teeth, wondering, "Damn it, am I really going to die here today?" As the zombies roared, a sudden noise outside startled everyone inside. What was that? Suddenly, a zombie slammed against the door, scaring Zixuan and Lao Song, who fell backward. Suddenly, the zombie slid, smearing blood across the glass door, and silence fell outside the store, leaving only blood on the glass. Breathing heavily, Huan Loi ordered, "Lao Song, you and Zixuan move the heavy objects out. Use the elevator and be quiet." Old Song immediately responded with a yes. Later, they cautiously opened the door, only to find a pile of dead zombies on the ground, leaving Lao Song bewildered. "Who did this?" Yang Zixuan suddenly shouted. "It was a mutant. It must have been a mutant." Hearing this, Old Tong asked, "A mutant? What's a mutant?" He fearfully explained, "They're far stronger and faster than normal zombies. That's how they're depicted in comics, novels, and games." Hearing this, he angrily scolded, "Comics, novels, games, you're always watching that stuff. No wonder your grades are always at the bottom." Seeing that he was scolding his son at a time like this, Hengli quickly reminded him, "Old Song, your EQ is really low. Is this really the time to say that? Quickly, follow me and carefully observe our surroundings, lest we be ambushed by some mutated creature." He led the group forward, reminding them to watch their directions as they slowly moved toward the gathering point. Reaching a fork in the road, he stopped and signaled for them to halt. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What is it?" It turns out that Heng Li saw Xiaoyang looking at the system panel. The encounter and rescue mission was complete. The system added 5 points and the current score was 11. As soon as Zixuan saw him, he thought the mutated creature must be a variant. But Hung Li thought differently. To me, he just looked like a survivor, and having heard Zixuan's words, Xiaoyang was in the mood to tease him. "Your imagination runs wild, kid. It's not quite time for mutants to fill the streets." Seeing him speak, Hung Li happily approached and said, "Indeed, a survivor." He then kindly offered, "Kid, it's too dangerous to wander around alone. We need to stick together to survive. Come with us." Seeing him pacing back and forth nervously, Xiaoyang asked, "Who are you people?" "Just a few people," he answered honestly. "We're out scavenging for supplies." He also mentioned that there were many civilians gathered at Rongxiang Garden, which prompted Xiaoyang to ask, "Rongxiang Garden? I remember there's a Jinyu mansion not far from there, right?" Old Song stepped forward to answer, "Not far, just across the street." Just like Heng Li, he kindly offered, "Young man, follow us. There are many of us, and Captain Li has a gun. We have experience dealing with those guys and can protect you." Faced with such enthusiasm, Xiaoyang had no choice but to nod in agreement. "All right then, thank you all." A group gathered in the street, looking around warily. Old Tong turned to Xiaoyang and asked, "Kid, are you asking about the Golden Jade Mansion because you're meeting someone important?" He responded, "Yes," as the old man pressed further, "Family or girlfriend?" Old Song Rujichi patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "This is the apocalypse. Whoever you're looking for is likely dead. You need to be prepared." Suddenly, Huang Li gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. Even if you aren't killed by lunatics, you might run into those beasts." Xiaoyang, hearing this, wondered, "Those beasts?" Wrathfully, Huang Li recounts a vile group occupying the eastern district's Beach-Thui mountain villa, who, for survival, mercilessly slaughter other survivors. "We crossed paths with them once, and many of our comrades died by their hands." With that, he turned and offered a word of caution, though it was all for naught. In short, be careful when encountering other survivors. Because he turned around, he didn't see the zombie in front of him. Startled, Zixuan shouted, "Uncle Li, watch out!" Instantly, Heng Li reacted and saw the zombie lunging toward him. 2 gunshots rang out, and the zombie staggered after taking 2 bullets, a mix of anger and relief on Heng Li's face. After the shooting, Heng Li gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" At that moment, the zombie spotted them, and Zixuan panicked, shouting a warning. "The gunshots have drawn those bastards here." Seeing the boy so panicked, Heng Li quickly looked around, trying to reassure himself. What to do? Stay calm. Spotting a bus in the middle of the road, an idea sparked in his mind. He had a plan. So Heng Li quickly mobilized everyone. Get on that bus. At this time, Xiaoyang was still secretly observing everything, then judged that running around was likely to alarm more zombies, and that bus was a closed bunker, just suitable for defense. The only weakness was that once trapped, there would be no escape. It seems Xiaoyang is quite satisfied with Heng Li, giving him a score of 70 for his judgment in this crisis. Seeing him running behind, Heng Li, already on the bus, urged him loudly, "Kid, get on the bus quickly." Just as he leaped onto the bus, the door slammed shut, and he was urgently told to check every seat for hidden lunatics, while Zhu Xian anxiously reported that the zombies were still closing in. Seeing the thousands of zombies closing in, Wang Li muttered in fear, "Damn, are we still running? These zombies are pounding on the bus, trying to climb aboard, while those inside desperately try to stop them, angrily shouting, 'Damn it!' As Heng Li struggled to hold the door, he cried out, I can't hold it anymore." Suddenly, a hand appeared to help, and with a little push from Xiaoyang, the bus door slammed shut. This scene astonished Wang Li, who thought to himself, "So strong." Without hesitation, Xiaoyang turned to him and said, "I'll watch the door. They won't get through." He told everyone to break the windows and fight back. He responded to him a few times and immediately went to help everyone deal with the zombies. Suddenly, the bus window shatters and zombies scramble to climb inside, only to be met with a bullet through the head. Old Song used his weapon to pierce the heads of the zombies, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Just die already!" Behind him, Zixuan and another person struggled to hold him back from falling out. Meanwhile, Heng Li worried about his ammo supply. With so many people going crazy, his few bullets wouldn't be enough. Just then, a voice called out, "Use this!" He saw the crossbow in Xiaoyang's hand and wondered where it came from. He vaguely answered the question and tossed the crossbow to Heng Li, saying he just grabbed it. Little did he know it would help him kill countless zombies. With Heng Li and Old Song working together, they fought and cursed, "Get out of here, you bastards, eat shit." After a fierce battle, they finally eliminated all the zombies and got off the bus. Xu Xuyen boldly declared, "Escaping danger twice isn't a coincidence. We are the darlings of the apocalypse." Just then, Tu Dung interjected, "Let's remain cautious and avoid repeating careless mistakes. He secretly worries about those at the fortress, hoping San is doing well." As they walk down the hall, Yiming suddenly volunteers, "I'll take the night watch tonight." Seeing this, Xiaojia teases him, "Why are you so eager today?" She only said a few words and he blew up at her rambling nonsense. "When am I ever not proactive? Worry about yourself." Seeing Yiming's behavior, she doesn't argue, but wonders, why the strong reaction? Lao Xing didn't object to Yiming's eagerness, but simply gave instructions. "Since Yiming volunteered, the rest of you should head back to your rooms and rest. Be careful, Yiming, wake us if anything happens." He replies, "Don't worry." Later that night at the guardhouse, Yiming looked out at the sky and muttered, "It's late. Everyone must be asleep." Hin quickly stood up, telling himself, "There's no time to delay. I have to finish this before Jiang Xiaoyang returns." In Lao Sheng's room, the old man slept soundly, the key to the vault Tu Dung had given him resting beside his pillow. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and creeping in was none other than Luke Not Min. Yiming crept toward Lao Sheng, reaching for the key beside him, but sensing danger, Lao Sheng opened his eyes and shot up, yelling, "What are you doing?" Unforeseen circumstances cause Not Min to panic, and he punches Old Thang, who cries out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the key and fled, leaving the old man inside, furious and yelling, "Lu Yiming, you little bastard, what do you want? Give me back the key." His shout alerted everyone, and they came out of their rooms to see what was happening. San even asked, "What's wrong?" Old Thang, nursing his bruised face, cried out, "Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming, he stole the armory key. Stop him." Hearing this, the other three immediately chased after Yiming. Standing at the door, Lao Sheng loudly demands, "Lu Yiming, what are you doing?" Jiang Qi gave chase, demanding that he stop, but as they pursued him, Yiming deliberately knocked things over to slow them down. The pile of objects stopped them from pursuing him, and Zhang Zhu angrily cursed, "Damn it, that little punk!" Just then, Ilman passed the infirmary, a sinister smile forming as he thought, "In for a penny, in for a pound." He entered the room and approached Chen Chong, who was tied to the bed. His hand slowly reached for the restraints, but suddenly Chen Chong broke free and tried to attack. Yiming quickly retreated, scolding him. Staring at the clawing Chen Chong, he wondered angrily, why is one of the restraints so loose? Did I not tie him tight enough before? A dark idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He wouldn't have to risk untying him. Later, when Zhang Ji's group arrived, he suddenly saw something that made him stop in shock. It turns out, Zhang Zhu saw Chen Chong standing motionless before him, and it was clear who was responsible. That bastard Lu Yiming actually released Chen Chong from the infirmary. Is he trying to drive us to our deaths? Old Sheng cursed in anger. Damn it, I never expected this kid to be such a beast. San asked worriedly, what do we do now? Our weapons are in the warehouse. He quickly instructed, no matter what, we have to work together to lock that kid back in the infirmary. Immediately, he ordered Zhang Zhi and Xiaojia to split up, use the method Xiaoyang taught us, and be careful not to get bitten. Then, the four of them cautiously advanced. Seeing their chance, the old man yelled, and the three youths pounced. Zhang Zhi held Chen Chong's head while Xiaojia and Shan held his arms, and Zhang Qi, seeing that they had caught him, said, "We've got him under control." Immediately, the old man urged them to carefully pin him down in the medical room, and they began to count. 3, 2, 1, go. After counting down, they pushed Chen Chong back into the infirmary. Immediately, Zhang Qi closed the room's door, and Lao Sheng watched Chen Chong pacing inside, panting heavily. Are the three young men saying it's just my imagination? It felt like subduing him didn't take much effort. I felt that too, Old Yang suddenly said angrily. Damn it, Chi Huan's been here so long, that bastard probably got his hands on some weapons. Speak of the devil. Yiming emerges from the corner, asking, "Oh, who are you calling a beast?" Seething, he cursed, "Damn it, I don't know where that bastard Zhang Xiaoyang hid the weapons. I only found one gun in the armory." Then, pointing the gun at everyone, he demanded, "But it's enough to deal with you guys. Once I'm done with you, I'll search little by little. Move it, all of you, to the back room." Zhang Ji questioned him, seeing his betrayal. "Lu Yiming, what are you doing? Brother Xiaoyang saved our lives?" With the heart of a wolf, he coldly said, "Gratitude is a heavy burden. Look at his arrogant attitude. He saved our lives, and now we'll be his slaves forever." As they scolded and pleaded, Yiming roared, "Enough talk, just do as I say." Unbeknownst to them, Chen Chong was staring out the door with bloodshot eyes. In his hand, he held something as he slowly walked towards the door, while Yiming shouted, "Move quickly." Meanwhile, at Rongxiang Court, Hong Li led Xiaoyang there, carefully instructing him that the Golden Jade Mansion was just one intersection ahead. The apartment complex is a maze, and there could be enemies lurking, so be careful. Once you find your people, meet us at Donghuang Manor. We're on the 8th floor, use the side entrance, not the main one. Got it? Xiaoyang replied, "I understand, thank you." Old Song watched him walk away and worriedly said, "Shouldn't we help him? He is, after all, our savior." Hong Li thinks we're unaware of the situation in the Kim Yu mansion, and we'll be close to death if we stumble into the zombies. This made Lao Song even more worried. So he's just walking to his death? Hearing this, he shook his head regretfully. I've warned him as much as I could. It's just a pity about his skills. Night falls on the Kim Duk Manor, now teeming with zombies, accompanied by the moans of the dead and the absence of electricity and phone signals. A subordinate of Yang Tao wonders, I wonder what that dead Zhang Sheng did with everything. Another man angrily insisted, I don't care. I have to vent tonight or I won't be able to sleep. The others agreed with him. That's right. Zhang Sheng is dead and gone. Probably died on the road. Just tie up his wife while you guys are at it. Make sure she doesn't have a chance to kill herself. Inside the room, Xiaoli trembled with fear as she heard those disgusting words. That's right. Who knows when we'll die? Let's enjoy ourselves first so we have no regrets. Li didn't stop them, but instead warned, all right, just be careful and don't let the mother and daughter die. The other thugs agreed, one even asking if he was in. Ignoring him, he suddenly saw something and cried out, while the other lackey kept nagging, if you don't say anything, you're last in line. He noticed a pile of dead zombies on the ground and wondered, why have all the zombies on this floor fallen? One of Yang Tao's men opened the door, peering down the dark stairwell, wondering if it was rescue. Just then, something appeared, startling him. Out of nowhere, a blade flashes, cleanly slicing through the thug's neck before he can react, his head hitting the ground. Inside the children's room, a group of men barges in, frightening Xiaoli, who cries out, "You people, get out!" Seeing her resistance, one of them smirks with amusement. All right, enough pretending. Suddenly, one of them grabs Shui Shui, pulling him away, causing Xiaoli to scream in shock. What do you want? Let him go. When Xiaoli dared to yell at him, one of them slapped her, then threw Shui Shui outside, saying, "Our target is you." Seeing his mother bullied, Shui Shui angrily shouts, "I'll fight you." But of course, with a child's strength, he's easily kicked outside by Yang Tao's men, who shut the door, leaving him to scream, "You bad guys, let my mom go. My dad won't forgive you." Just then, the door burst open, and a corpse fell to the ground with a thud, a sight that made Shui Shui's blood run cold. Suddenly, a voice called out to the boy from the doorway, startling Shui Shui, who shouted, "Who's there?" Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door, asking the boy, "Little Yang went into Zhang Sheng's house and died, right? Is he your father?" Sui Sui trembled as he answered, "Yes." At that moment, inside the room, Xiaoli helplessly hugged herself. Enraged, one of them slapped her and barked, "Scream, damn it!" "Afraid your son will hear? Scream, or I won't enjoy this." Another man with a sinister face approached and grabbed Xiaoli's hair, saying, "If you won't scream, I'll go first." Just then, the door burst open, prompting one of the thugs to exclaim, "That kid's got some strength." As he spoke, a blade flashed, severing his neck, and someone kicked the door open. One of Yang Tao's men urged his comrade to kick the body out. As soon as he said that, the man fell to the ground, his head separated from his body, leaving the others wondering what had just happened. But then a hand appeared from nowhere, grabbing his head. Xiaoyang threw him back without hesitation. The throw makes the guy cough up blood, and the last one asks in fear who he is. Ignoring him, Deng kicks the guy in the face, returns to the fortress, and Not Min threatens everyone with a gun. "I'll say it one last time, or I'll shoot." With things as they were, the old man quickly said to listen to him and go to the room he wanted. San tried to object, but before she could finish, the old man interrupted, "He has a gun. Just do as he says so I can think of a way out." With a sinister grin, Ilman figured there was no other way, and that he needed to be ruthless to establish dominance. He pointed his gun at the old man, ready to send him off. "You die first." Liu Man was about to kill him, and San screamed in terror, "Grandpa!" Startled, Zhang Zhu shouted, trying to stop him, "Stop, Lu Yiming!" But suddenly, a noise from the medical room made him pause. What was that? He stared at the doorknob, puzzled. What's going on? The infirmary was locked. Suddenly, the infirmary doorknob turned, startling Yiming, who asked, "Who's in there?" The infirmary door opened, and Chen Chong stood there. Everyone stared at the doorknob, whispering in confusion, "Chen Chong's key." He opened the door himself? Impossible. He's insane. He couldn't know how to use a key. Just then, Chen Chong's eyes locked onto the terrified Yiming, his gaze filled with rage, and Yiming regained his senses, pointing his gun at him. Damn it. A zombie that can use a key to open a door can't be allowed to live. He tried to pull the trigger, but it wouldn't budge, leaving him stunned and muttering. Taking the opportunity, Chen Chong pounces on Yiming, who cries out in fear. Damn it! How is this possible? He could only scream helplessly as Chen Chong devoured him. Help someone! After finishing him off, he stood up and Tranzong dragged Not Min's corpse into the infirmary. Old Sheng, witnessing this, asked in bewilderment, "What exactly is going on here?" Zhang Kai said in confusion, "He was so calm just now." Suddenly, Chenrong exhaled, stopping in his tracks. Without warning, he pulled the key from the lock and tossed it behind him. The key fell to the ground before them, and then Chenrong calmly slammed the door shut, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang watched the mother and child huddled together, then looked down and said, "Hey kid, come here." Shui Shui looked up, a little bewildered, as Xiaoli suspiciously held him tighter, asking with discomfort. "What do you want with him?" Xiaoyang said coldly. "Come here." The boy knew he wasn't a bad person, and stood up, leaving his mother's embrace, saying, "Mom, I'm okay." He then handed the knife to the boy, and So I stared blankly, his eyes wide. Shui Shui shockily takes the knife, and Xiaoyang points to Yang Tao's tied-up men, ordering him to kill them. They were startled, trembling, sweating, and screaming for mercy. Xiaoli panicked and said, "Brother, he's just a child." At that moment, Xiaoyang looked down at the boy holding the knife, a mix of thoughts swirling within him, and said, "Not anymore. Starting today." Then, Xiaoyang continued to reassure Shui Shui, "Kid, from now on, you'll be the only man who can protect your mother. Now muster all your courage and kill those beasts who harmed her." The boy gripped the weapon, the images of those who had harmed his family flashing through his mind, hardening his resolve, his eyes widening with a burning determination. In an instant, the boy gripped the weapon with both hands, tears streaming down his face, and charged toward Yang Tao and his men, screaming. A second later, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by their agonizing cries. So I stood before Duong Dao and his henchmen, who had fallen to the floor, and sighed in relief, while Tio Liu, seeing her son, was in a panic and could only cry out. Little Shuai, with a sorrowful gaze, looked at Xiaoyang and asked, "Uncle, were my father also killed by them?" Without hesitation, he confirmed, "That's right." Hearing this, the boy throws away the knife on the floor and runs to his mother, sobbing. Sobbing, she bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, heartbroken as well. He would complete his mission to protect Sungchul's family. As Xiaoyang turned to leave, she pleaded, "Please, sir, take my son. I'll give you anything." But the boy refused. "No, mother, I don't want to go with him. I want to protect you." Seeing their plight, Xiaoyang decided, "You can both come with me. I promised Zhangsheng I'd protect you with my life." And so, he led the mother and son, each armed for protection, through a field of zombie corpses. What force could be strong enough to knock these zombies out cold? He couldn't believe how many zombies he'd killed, and the boy looked at him with wide, admiring eyes. Xiaoyang coldly spoke, but he waved his hand to signal the mother and daughter. "Wait, the strange noise nearby has Xiaoyang focused." After listening for a moment, he turned and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you know the approximate location of the 8th floor of Dongxiang Manor?" Xiaoli gripped her sword and immediately replied, "Huh? The 8th floor of Dongxiang Manor is probably in the direction you're looking." Meanwhile, at Donghuang Manor's Building 8, armed men gathered, shouting, "Rest assured, we'll distribute your supplies fairly, and all women under 40 come with us." Meanwhile, in the dark 3rd floor, Liu Chao anxiously says, "What do we do? Should we just give up?" Captain Li frowned, turning to speak firmly. "No, those beasts won't keep their word. In the end, no one but you, Yueran, and Hefang will survive." Just then, voices from below shouted, "You have 10 minutes. If you don't cooperate, we won't let anyone survive." The woman, terrified, said with mournful eyes, "How about the two of us go out and beg them to spare you?" Hearing this, the young woman in the black suit cried out, I don't want to become their sex toy." Seeing his teammate losing her composure, Captain Li raised a finger to signal silence. "Don't worry, we absolutely won't compromise. Just guard this corridor, they can't touch us." A thug from Bichthui Mountain said to his boss with a grimace, "Even though our weapons are good, their leader has a real gun. These guys are turtling, so it won't be easy to get to them." The leader, holding a gun, sneered, "Heh, we don't need to get to them. Cut off the water supply to the 1st floor apartments. Let's see how long they can hold out." Meanwhile, near where Xiaoyang and the mother and child were hiding behind a wall across from the building, Shuai Shuai cautiously whispered, "Uncle Xiaoyang, are these people bad too?" He glared at the thugs and coldly replied, "Yes." As he spoke, Xiaoyang stepped out alone, targeting those who bullied his nephew and the mother, calling them trash. Meanwhile, Captain Li took the lead, instructing, "Secure the stairwell. Don't reveal your position. I'll go see what they're doing downstairs." From behind they whispered, "Be careful." He quietly crept to the window, and Captain Li cautiously peeked below. Damn, all 7 of them are armed and 3 of them are holding guns. Son of a bitch. Suddenly, an explosion of light blinds him, the blast making him flinch and cover his ears in shock, leaving his team in disarray. One of the Bichthui thugs suddenly takes a bullet to the head, throwing everyone into chaos. What's going on? The lackey fell to the ground, sending the others scattering. The boss shouted, "Who is it?" From the 3rd floor, Li Hongli spots a figure below and exclaims, Wait, it's that kid from the other night." While walking, Xiaoyang fired his gun, forcing Bichthui's thugs to scramble for cover. One of them, who hadn't even cocked his pistol, was shot right between the eyes, blood splattering everywhere. Another one hiding watched his comrades fall, breaking out in a cold sweat, only daring to peek around cautiously. Then both of them attacked at once, screaming like madmen. Yet these guys couldn't hit a single shot. Dung strolled along, skillfully dodging the bullets with ease. With a smirk, he says, "Amateurs." The leader, frustrated, pants as he hides behind the iron drum. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Who the hell is this psycho?" Immediately, Xiaoyang unleashed a barrage of bullets on the iron drum, causing him to panic and duck down, clutching his head in frustration. "Damn it!" he roared, giving orders to his men. "Damn it, what are you doing? Shoot him while he's suppressing me." Hearing the order, the lackey peeked out, trying to draw Xiaoyang's attention. Immediately, his sharp eyes turned to the man. With lightning speed, Yang turned his gun on the man who'd just appeared, 2 shots finding their mark in his forehead and right chest. The henchman didn't even have time to pull the trigger. His comrade fell, but the leader just laughed, smugly assuming, "Out of bullets are you, you bastard." He quickly rushed out, pointing his gun and gleefully shouting, "Die!" At that moment, Dung dropped his AK, staring him down as the gun was pointed at his face. The man opened fire on Dung, but he easily dodged the bullets as the man yelled, "Die!" Dung simply tilted his head to the side. He swiftly snatches the gun from the leader's hand, breaks his arm, and shoves the barrel under his chin, firing a shot that sends blood splattering everywhere. He, too, collapses to the floor, unconscious and bleeding profusely. After observing him, Du Yang approaches, kneeling down to search his pockets. A moment later, he stormed into the building where armed men were hiding behind walls, ready to strike, but he sensed their presence and cautiously glanced around. Suddenly, a man with an axe leaped out from the left. Meanwhile, 2 more rushed in, yelling, but Xiaoyang quickly took them down, leaving them sprawled on the floor. He shouts, "Come on out!" Everyone comes downstairs, and Soi says admiringly, "Uncle Tiudung, you were so cool just now." A system panel appears, revealing a new quest. Expand the family by recruiting and converting members of Dong Huang Uyen. The reward is 25 points per survivor, with a maximum of 5. Xiaoyang then looked down at the bodies and asked Lao Li, "Who are these people?" He frowned angrily and said, "These beasts from the villa area on Mount Bichtui, on the south side of the city." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Mount Bichtui?" Hong Li then called out to 2 men in yellow standing nearby, "Liu Chao, Chen Jie." Hearing this, the 2 ran over and replied loudly, "Yes, Brother Li, did you call us?" He ordered, "You 2, being from South City, tell Brother Yang about what happened at Bichtui Mountain." Immediately, the 2 men took turns recounting the story to Yang. Originally, they were a dark force with resources and weapons, occupying the Bichtui Mountain Villa area, and most of the survivors in Nam City were taken in by them. Tiudung closed his eyes for a moment to deduce the situation. Weren't Lai Thu Hung and Thoitin's gathering place in Nam City? Could it be them? He suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "So, the people of Bichtui Mountain are the only gathering place in South City?" Trenkit eagerly replied, "Not originally, but they have weapons, and the other small gatherings have no ability to resist their attacks." The mention of those beasts brought visible anger to the brothers' faces. Liu Chao continued, "Those animals kill half the people in every attack, then take the young, beautiful women and anyone willing to collude with them back to their base." Hearing this, he understood everything. So that's how it is. Hong Li, noticing the look on his face, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Xiaoyang didn't answer, but walked over to the 3 corpses and said, "Lao Li, these 3 have guns in their hands. Take them. Lu will probably find more ammunition later." Xiao Yang then handed his weapon to Hong Li, saying, "Keep this rifle too. I'll leave you with 5 magazines." Hong Li accepted the gun with both hands, stammering, "Is this real?" He turned back towards Jade Beast Mountain, his eyes filled with hatred. The Jade Beast Mountain gang wouldn't let this go. With these weapons, those dozen or so guys won't be able to do anything. "You all hold out here for a couple of days. I'm going back to settle things, then I'll kill them all." Hearing this, Liu Chao panicked. "Those people. The men at Jade Beast Mountain? No, that won't do. You're no match for them, brother. There are dozens of them. What's more, they may have even more people now, so much so that old Li is urging Xiaoyang to reconsider." "That's right, brother. It's not worth the risk for us. We can find another base. They can't search the whole city when we're miles apart." He calmly walked away, saying, "Don't worry about it. I have a score to settle with them. Besides, I'll drive a big rig to pick you all up and take you to East City in a few days." Hearing this, the man asked again in surprise, "East City?" Xiaoyang turned to explain, "The land near Laotra Diep City. I'm building a stronghold there, and we're short on people." Seeing its apparent safety, he hurried over, waving goodbye to Lao Li and the others. Following behind were Soi and his mother, reminding everyone to be extremely careful. "Take care, sister-in-law, Soi, let's go." From inside, old Li waved back, telling them to take care, cut to the South District, where a head is impaled on the iron fence in a gruesome display. Outside, armed guards kept watch, while inside a large room 4 figures sat around a table. Zhang Qingwen asks, taking a drag of his cigarette, "We still haven't secured the supplies from Kim Yu Entertainment City?" Xu Heng gestured outside, forcing a smile as he reported, "An Van has already sent people. They should be back soon." At that moment, Lin Guangkai joined their conversation. "Brother Wen, there are many high-class women living in Jinyu Mansion. We can't only focus on the Entertainment City's supplies, right?" Trying to keep his composure, Li Ni Su Xiong forces a smile and replies, Brother Kai, aren't we on the same page? I've already instructed my men to bring back anyone who's still alive. Kan Van took another puff, exhaling unhappily. It's not you I'm talking about, little Li. You've never succeeded at anything I've given you. He tried to calmly explain, but inside he was terrified. Van, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly for you no matter what. Seeing this, Kwang Kai smirked with satisfaction, then went outside, wiping the sweat from his brow and gasping for breath as his subordinate, already waiting outside, asked, Are you all right, Boss Li? Taking his anger out on his subordinate, he asked, Have those 7 returned? The subordinate tremblingly replied, Brother Lai, I sent someone to scout an hour ago and I have bad news. Hearing this, Kwang Kai roared, What is it? They were all shot dead. Aren't the people at Dongxiang Manor just ordinary citizens? How could 3 guns fail to capture them? He was now seething, issuing urgent orders. Tell Dao Tu to gather everyone who knows how to use a gun. This time I want no mistakes. Cut to Xiaoyang's base, as the car slowly enters. Hearing the car, San turns around, overjoyed, and says, It's the car! Xiaoyang, Laoxing, and Zhang Qi also looked out. The system announced that the mission to entrust his wife and children had been completed. The system awards 25 points, bringing the total to 36. Seeing this, everyone rushes out, waving a welcome. Sansa sees him and smiles brightly. Brother Xiaoyang, you're finally back. He looks at everyone and chuckles. It really is Lu Yiming. Startled, she asks if he's known all along. Xiaoyang suddenly pointed at Shuai Shuai and his mother, instructing Zhang Zhi to lead them into the room and then come find us at the infirmary. Zhang Zhi mumbled in agreement. Soon after, the 4 of them and Xiaoyang gathered in front of the infirmary. Laosheng asked curiously, So, little Yang knew Lu Yiming had ulterior motives all along? He picked up the gun and explained, Actually, I can't be sure it's him. But I am sure that among Zhang Zhi's friends... Zhang Zhi and Xiaojia both looked disappointed. But he remembers how Zhang Zhi cried inconsolably over that betraying friend, bitterly emphasizing that there was a beast who held a gun in his hand, and is surprised as if realizing something. Only then does Zhang Zhu begin to suspect. Rubber bullets. Laosheng glanced at the infirmary and asked about the child inside. Xiaoyang recalls Chen Chong's transformation, telling everyone, what was his name again? Ah, that's right, Chen Chong. He wasn't a normal zombie, but a rare mutation. He stepped inside, bringing his face close to Chen Chong's, and spoke. If you understand me, blink 3 times evenly. At first he was frozen like a rock, but after hearing those words he blinked and growled softly. Seeing this, Xiaoyang praised, Good, what's 2 times 3? Blink the answer to me. Receiving the answer, he exclaimed, Excellent! Then Xiaoyang recounted what he knew about zombies. After the apocalypse, those infected by the otherworldly contagion had a small chance of becoming rare mutants. They often possess greater intelligence and physical strength than ordinary zombies, and may even retain some memories from their former lives. Unsuspecting, Xiaoyang opens the door only to find Chen Chong standing there. Luckily, Chen Chong was one of the extremely rare ones, and he stepped on Lu Yiming's head, shocking everyone. He slowly turned his pale, blood-veined face, but then Chen Chong waved to everyone in a friendly manner. See, Xiaoyang ordered, All right, no more stomping, clean it up. Hearing and understanding, he grabbed Yiming Li Li's corpse and dragged it away, as Zhang Zhu was the first to step forward and ask, Oh, you really do remember. His steps faltered at the sound of his name. Chen Chong turns back, grinning with a terrifying expression. Seeing this, Zhang Zhu is stunned for a long moment, but inside he's happy for his close friend. Suddenly, Chen Chong reached for Zhang Zhu's vitals, but he reacted quickly and dodged, yelling, Oh my God! Trandong laughed gleefully, while Zhang Zhu, scared out of his wits, screamed, Damn! Looks like he still remembers. Even as a zombie, his hands are as restless as ever. Xiaoyang went back to his room to rest, reading the system panel in front of him. Hidden achievement, possessing a mutated teammate, completed. The system awards 10 points, bringing the total to 46. He exclaims, Oh, I didn't realize I'd triggered a hidden achievement. An unexpected harvest. Let's see if there's anything new in the mall. Just then, a new system window appeared. Level 1 Life-Saving Yang Elixir, 5 points. Level 1 Armed Threat, Young Elixir, NM points. Black Market Supply Level 2, 50 points. Refresh plus 4 points. Reading this, Xiaoyang excitedly sits up, overjoyed. A Level 2 supply? That's the first time I've seen one. Before he knew it, he was already stroking his chin in thought. But it's too expensive. 50 points each, open the other 2 first before they're taken. 2 boxes corresponding to the 2 system panels indicate the successful exchange of a Level 1 survival supply crate for 5 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 41. Successful exchange of a level 1 armed threat supply crate for 5 accumulation points. The current accumulation points are 36. Xiaoyang pointed at both, and immediately a dazzling light emanated from them, illuminating the entire room. At this moment, the system announces that opening the level 1 life-saving supply box yields a foreign world infection prevention drug. Effective in preventing infection from foreign world sources, but unable to reverse completed mutations. Opening the level 1 armed threat supply crate yields a Barrett M82 sniper rifle, along with 10 rounds of 50 BMG 12.7 ammunition. He sprawled out, excitedly exclaiming, "The weapons in supply level 1 are already this good, so will level 2 and 3 give me tanks? And there's preventative medicine too, meaning it can treat people who've been bitten before they turn into zombies?" Xiaoyang clicked on the information panel. Ongoing mission. Increase members. Mission requirement. Recruit at least 5 survivors from Dongjiang Manor. Reward. 25 points. He said with interest, "I can't wait to unlock Tier 2. I'll try to complete the mission tomorrow." As everyone slept, Chen Chong tossed Yiming's body outside the base the next morning. He gathered everyone and said, "From today on, everyone must spend at least an hour each day practicing shooting." 5 people lined up, aiming their guns at water bottles for practice. Xiaoyang approached Lao Sheng, patting his shoulder and instructing, "Uncle Sheng, call the chairman later. And clean up a few rooms and head to Donghuang Manor to pick up the survivors. I'll bring them back here today." He replied, "Okay, rest assured." Having said that, he turned to Chen Chong and said, "Chen Chong," who responded, "Okay," and he ordered, "Follow me." Hours later, on a major highway, a truck lay wrecked, surrounded by corpses. Nearby the truck, a zombie with a knife in its forehead rolled onto the ground, while the driver, already mutated, was trapped by his seatbelt, growling. Before long, Chen Chong dragged the zombie from the steering wheel and tossed it to the ground. Xiaoyang handed him a key, saying, "Here, Chen Chong, be careful with this key." Xiaoyang urged, "It's okay, open it up. You don't need to wear that stuff when it's just me." He immediately reached up to unlock it, and Xiaoyang added, "Think before you speak when we get to Dongxiang Manor. Don't scare people." Cut to the South City base, where Thu Hung's men gather behind him as his voice booms, "Why aren't there enough people yet?" A woman and a man arrive, and the others reply, "Enough, enough, let's go." Boss Lee, cigarette in hand, curses in anger. "Damn it, I refuse to believe we still can't take Donghuang Manor." He throws the cigarette to the ground as their cars speed out the gate. These thugs are shouting and hollering, surrounded by men in black who are closing in on a man slumped on the ground. Something was about to happen, and one of them stared in shock as a car suddenly rammed into them, sending them flying. The car swerves, causing chaos on the road, while inside a high-rise building, a group of people silently share a meal. The sound of car engines outside draws their attention, and someone says, "Brother Xiaoyang must be here to pick us up." Hunley signaled for silence. "Don't rush out. Let me take a look first." With that, he went to the window to assess the situation outside, when a voice called out, "Which building?" "Number 8, the one in the back." Shu Yong ordered, "Let's move out." Hongli was furious at the sight. "Damn it, it's not Xiaoyang, it's those beasts from Jade Peak Mountain." Hearing this, the man raised his gun. "Those animals dare to come. Haven't they learned their lesson? We all have guns now, let's take them out." Hong Li reassured everyone not to underestimate them. They were far more numerous this time and armed to the teeth. Stick to the ambush positions and he'd head to the roof. The group assesses the situation, deciding this distance is optimal, as any closer would allow their useless enemies to shoot accurately. Meanwhile, Su Hyung's men remain armed and ready to attack. From the rooftop, the two spot them and shout a warning, retreating as the windows shatter from gunfire. "Su Hung, give me the megaphone." Everyone else, aim at the windows, shoot anyone who dares to peek out. He grabbed the loudspeaker, cleared his throat, and began to speak. "Hello, hello." Suddenly, a bullet pierced the head of one of his nearby men, shocking the others. A rifle shot rings out and a second man screams as a bullet tears through his leg. "My leg! Find cover now!" Hong Lei was above them, firing the rifle, as the men below shouted, "Watch out for the rifle, the automatic rifle." Shu Xiong hid in a corner, furious. Hadn't the intel said they only had one gun? Even with the gun stolen from the 7 cent last time, there should only be 4 guns. Where did this automatic rifle come from? His subordinate, fear etched on his face, asked, "Boss Lee, what do we do now?" He replied, "What else can we do?" "Retreat!" Hearing that, they scattered and ran for their lives. The bear-like man was annoyed. "Wait for my signal, then we run together." Damn it, that guy suddenly got shot and fell. The bear-like man cursed, saying he deserved it. "Everyone, on my mark. 3, 2, 1, he shouts, and they retreat, a smirk creeping across the thug's face. His men were shot down one by one as they ran, and he shouted, "It's bullet hell!" Meanwhile, Hong Li was doing the same thing above, as they scrambled into their vehicles and sped away. One of his men, left behind, cries out, "Wait, I'm not in the car yet," before a bullet pierces his head. Bullets rain down on the car, and we cut to a blue vehicle speeding down the road, causing others to crash as they swerve to avoid it. Inside, Xiaoyang is surprised as screams erupt outside. "Who is it?" "You don't care and keep driving." "Never mind, let's complete the mission first. Accumulation points are important." A moment later, the car stops. Xiaoyang and Chen Chong step down at the scene of the battle. It seems the rifle they left behind came in handy. That car we saw must have belonged to the looters who were beaten and fled. Tranzheng stood beside him, trying to say something. Xiaoyang asks, "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" But he continued to devour them, and Yang smiled. "Fine. Better you eat it than have it become nourishment for other zombies." "Let's go." No sooner had Xiaoyang finished speaking than Chen Chong grinned savagely and rushed towards the corpses. Xiaoyang told him to wait for him at building number 8 after he was done eating. He turned and headed off while Chen Chong devoured the corpses. He devoured them ravenously, as if he hadn't eaten in years. Soon after, Xiaoyang muttered as he walked around, "Brother Li Hong Li is really something. Killing quite a few of them." Suddenly, someone popped their head out of a window exclaiming, "It's Brother Yang!" People waved and shouted, "Brother Yang!" as they rushed down to him. Hong Li's men spoke up. Xiaoyang asked them, "Did he take them all down?" He happily showed off his accomplishments. "Of course, thanks to Xiaoyang's rifle. Before I retired, I was a crack shot with a rifle." Suddenly, a noise from behind made everyone turn around on alert. What was that? The figure slowly approached them, revealed to be a person transformed into a zombie, and someone immediately took aim with a rifle. "Careful, there's a zombie." Xiaoyang stopped them. "Don't provoke our own people." He was stunned, repeating the words, "one of us," in confusion as Xiaoyang pointed to a person on the ground and gave an order. "Go over there and eat." The zombie hobbled in the direction he pointed. Still bewildered, he asked, "What's going on?" "Little Dung, can you talk to zombies?" Xiaoyang cryptically replies, "He's not a typical zombie. It's hard to explain right now. Let's get in the car. I'll explain on the way." He didn't forget to tell the zombie to hurry and eat, then come back to the car to find them. A moment later, it put its muzzle back on. This action unfolded before the eyes of many in the vehicle. Zixuan frowned, shocked into swearing. He even knew to wear a muzzle. Xiaoyang warned him about the muzzle, saying that if he heard him, he'd beat him up. Zixuan startled and replied, "How stupid! You can let him hear you say that." Dung slowly and deliberately raised his leg, and as he put his weight on one side, the car swayed. Did Hong Li's people sense something? Did the car tilt a little just now? Chen Chong awkwardly held up the key in front of Xiaoyang, speaking each word indistinctly. "The keys. Your turn to be surprised. You can talk?" Chen Chong haltingly replied, his words broken. Xiaoyang remained silent, lost in thought as he devoured 6 corpses in a row. Chenzhong is a zombie, and he must have begun to evolve further. I have to hurry back and convert my points into strength to become the strongest force in the camp. A voice reminds him, "Hold on tight, we're going home." Xiaoyang continues to ponder. It can't be a zombie. Cut to a classroom where Quang Kai is berating his subordinates. "Damn it, what did I say?" "You can't do anything right," the lackey retorts. Boss Lim, this isn't my fault. Those guys had automatic rifles." Kan Van didn't believe him. "What the hell are you talking about? A rookie cop? Automatic rifles? Do you think we're stupid?" With difficulty, Thu Hung tries to defend himself, saying it's the truth. "If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check it out." Enraged, Quang Kai kicks him to the floor. "Get out." Su Hyung turned back to look at them with a resentful gaze. As he left, Quang Kai muttered insults, saying he'd long been annoyed by the useless man. "You still have your eyes on his woman?" Quang Kai laughed. "Boss Shu, listen to you." He laughed, his voice echoing through the room. "Share her? Of course, we'll share her." "Don't rush, Akai. Let me find an opportunity," Qingwen advises. Hiding outside the door, listening to their conversation, Soo-hyung gritted his teeth, glaring at Lee Soo-hyung's mansion, throwing things to the ground in anger. Mangacap, Thu-hung's wife, asks worriedly, "What's wrong, honey?" She plans to use her beauty to comfort him as always, hoping to ease his anger. But this only fueled his rage. "Pack your things, we're leaving." Confused, she asks, "Go where? Where are we going?" He didn't specify, only answering vaguely. "But we can't stay here any longer. We must be careful." Qingzi. He appears immediately. "What orders do you have, Chief Li?" Shuzhong orders the remaining brothers. "Follow me early tomorrow morning." He spoke at length, making his wife, who was beside him, feel uneasy. Back in Duan Zhaoyong's vehicle, everyone had disembarked except for Zixuan, who exclaimed as soon as he stepped out, "This is truly a new age fortress." The system displayed that the task of increasing members had been completed and exceeded the target with 5 people. He receives 30 points, bringing his total to 65. Surprised, he wonders if there's an extra reward for exceeding the quota. He turned and said, "Chen Chong, come with me to South City tomorrow night?" He replied with something which could be taken as agreement. "Hong Lei's underlings are curious about South City. What for?" Xiaoyong replied, "I have some timeless feuds to settle with the people at the Emerald Mountain Villa." After that, he returned to bed and worked with the system. There's a Tier 2 Dark Technology Sacrifice option for 50 points, plus 4 manual refresh points. Xiaoyong taps the screen, selects the sacrifice icon to exchange, losing 50 points in exchange for hope. His first Tier 2 offering. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint. After opening the Tier 2 Dark Technology offering, Jiang Xiaoyong received 20 doses of Physique Enhancement Serum. He happily receives 20 doses of physical enhancement? Holy crap, this is what a Tier 2 Yang is all about. His room filled with screams. After taking the drug, Xiaoyong's spirit was greatly lifted. 33 points of physical fitness, 6 times higher than the average person. He could even hear the buzzing of mosquitoes around him. Jiang Xiaoyong caught it between his fingers, and facing his sharp gaze, the mosquito dared not buzz too loudly. A moment later, he released it, and the mosquito flew away as fast as it could. The evening sun painted the sky in beautiful shades of purple, red, and gold. Jiang Xiaoyong walked past the guards, and Yang Tao's men turned back to ask, "Brother Xiaoyong, are you going to South City?" Xiaoyong replied, "That's right, Brother Li." Understanding his intent, he said, "If you have any instructions, just say it. Your shooting skills are probably the best here. So train everyone for me." He smiled. "This is my specialty. Rest assured, it'll be done." Jiang Xiaoyong calls for his men to move out. "Chen Chong, let's go." The car sped away, and as night fell, the stars filled the sky. Then Li Su-young's voice echoed. "Qingzi, what's the situation over there?" Qingzi replies, "Rest assured, Boss Li, they should all be in position by now." Li Su-hyun ordered them to move out. 2 lackeys went ahead, followed by Li Su-hyun with a scowl on his face, when suddenly a car in front of them flashed its lights. Li Su-wung and his men had to shield their eyes from the blinding headlights, and standing before them was Dong Wook with Zhang Qingwen, Lin Guangqi, and Sui Jing inside the car. Li Su-hyung's men were annoyed, wondering what was going on, as Dong Shu, gun in hand, contemptuously asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Li Su-hyung recognized the man before him as Dong Wook and nervously chuckled, "Ah, Boss Dong Wook, we were just trying our luck at Dong Huang Uyen while it's still dark." Dongzhu laughs, but his smile seems devoid of joy. "Ha ha," Dongjiang Manor, as his men dragged Qingzi outside. He threw Qingzi in front of Li Shuxiong, and Li Shuxiong's subordinate, seeing the unclosed eyes of the corpse, cried out in alarm. "Qingzi!" Enraged, Li Su-hyung punches him square in the face, yelling, "Open your damn eyes! This isn't Qingzi!" He scratches his head, then grins smugly at Dong Shu. "Boss Shu, who is this? I don't know him." Dong Shu and his men pointed their guns at Li Su-hyung and opened fire. Gunshots rang out, followed by a scream of agony. Li Su-hyung trembled in fear, clutching his head, turning to see his men lying dead on the ground, shot. I really don't know him," he stammered. Boss Hook, what are you doing?" Dong Hyuk pointed towards the car behind him. "Ha ha, you old fool. Look closely. Who's in the car?" As the car lowered its headlights, Li Su-hyun recognized the occupant, his eyes widening in shock, then clenching his teeth in bitter resentment. He saw Kui Jing reluctantly smiling next to Lin Guangkai, with Boss Zhang behind them. They were smirking triumphantly as Li Shuxiong despairingly shouted, "Kui Jing!" Lin Guangxi said, "Don't deny it. Jingjing already told us about your betrayal plan." "Kui Jing, you dare betray me." Lin Guangxi glanced back, asking, "Director Zhang, what should we do with him?" Zhang Qingyun said nothing, only gesturing a death sentence. Immediately, a rope tightened around Li Shuxiong's neck. Dong Shu's men hoisted Li Shuxiong high, and as he struggled, his weight betrayed him. He gasped, choked, and as expected, Li Shuxiong was hanged to death right at his own front gate. Only then did Jiang Xiaoyong's convoy arrive, and he and Chen Chong cautiously approached Li Shuxiong's house. They saw him hanging high above, and Jiang Xiaoyong signaled for Chen Chong to stop, staring at Li Shuxiong struggling in the air. Serves him right, but I'm still a little disappointed I didn't get to do it myself." Zhang Xiaoyang flicked a stone, cutting the rope, and Li Shuxiang fell face first to the ground. He grabbed the man's purple head and lifeless eyes, saying, "You beast, considering your sorry state, I'll avenge you." Elsewhere, moans and lewd laughter echoed from a room. Cui Jing, scantily clad and flushed, was tied to the bed. "Do you hate it? I made such a big contribution, and this is how you treat me? Aren't you going to take it off from me? Does Zhang Xingwen hate being so close to her? Isn't this reward wonderful? He's here to do nothing but moan beneath him." Just as Lam Kuang Kai was unzipping his pants, ready to get down to business, he suddenly heard a strange noise outside the window. What was that? Seeing what was outside, Kuang Kai's face showed surprise and fear, for his accomplices had been eliminated in the courtyard below. Just then, a frantic pounding echoed from the door, and as he and Kan Van were distracted, a familiar figure leapt onto the windowsill and threw the door open. What's going on? Tu Dung's eyes are sharp, radiating a murderous aura as he stares at the person before him. Suddenly, he held a knife to Kuang Kai's neck, stunning him, and with one swift motion delivered the final blow. As he fell, Xiaoyang swiftly jumped inside, and seeing his friend fall, Qingwen cried out in alarm. "Ah, Kai, damn it! Who are you?" Thoi Tin watched in shock as Yang, without hesitation, hurled his knife forward. The knife flew, piercing the connection between Qingwen's head and body, and as he fell, Cui Jing screamed in terror. She then turned to watch him move, fearfully questioning, "Xiaoyang, why would you? What do you want?" He looked at her chained to the bed and chuckled with disdain. "Having a little too much fun, are we?" He approached the door, gently took hold of the handle, and asked sarcastically, "I wonder how that zombie brute will react when he sees you like this." Hearing that name, Cui Jing's eyes welled up with tears as she repeated it in fear. "The beast!" As she finished her sentence, he immediately opened the door, letting the zombie rush in. As his hand drew closer, she closed her eyes in despair, while Cui Jing, being torn apart by the zombie, begged for mercy. "Xiaoyang, I was wrong. Forgive me. Get out of here." But only silence answered her, leaving her alone with the alpha zombie. Xiaoyang gently closed the door, cutting off the piercing screams from the outside world. After finishing, he went to the courtyard and instructed Chen Chong to clean up. "Go eat these corpses." He nods slightly, mumbling, "Eat a person," mostly while they're enjoying a meal. Just then, he seems to sense something, and Yang immediately uses his enhanced hearing to listen. Not far away, inside a building, the windows are boarded up tightly from the inside, and a chef is heading up the stairs toward them. He's the head chef of the Aquavilla, and he's carrying a large knife as he surveys the room. Immediately, one of his accomplices dragged a girl over. Her skin is thin and her flesh is tender. What a find! But the chef rejected her, displeased. Not too skinny. He then pointed to a boy despite the mother's protests. "Choose him." As he said this, he grabbed the boy's hand and dragged him away, but the boy's mother quickly intervened. "Let him go, let him go." But the chef showed no mercy, shoving her to the ground as she cursed, and the chubby boy rushed to his mother's defense. "Mom," she cried, clutching his hand and begging, "please, spare my son." "Please, I'm begging you," she pleaded, reaching out to the terrified onlookers. "Please, spare my son," she begged. But a sudden loud noise stopped everyone in their tracks. They glanced at the large holes in the door and asked, "Who's there?" The chef gripped his knife tightly, wondering. "That's the sound of a shotgun. Who else has one?" His accomplices responded, "No way. Only the boss has one. The mother and daughter who were just released are crying in each other's arms. Mothers and children, it's all right." At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense with every slight opening of the door. The head chef immediately ordered the man who brought the little girl out earlier, "Go over there and see." Hearing his name, he panicked. "Me?" The leader quickly waved him off, telling him to stop talking nonsense and just go. After some hesitation, the accomplice reluctantly approached the door, and as soon as he did, a monstrous arm reached inside. Without hesitation, the hand dragged him outside as his comrades screamed, "It's a zombie! Fire, fire now!" They unleashed a hail of bullets at the wooden door, but no one was there. They paused only to see a figure dash past the window. They quickly unloaded their weapons, firing wildly. "Be careful over there." As soon as the gunfire ceases, Chen Chong bursts through the door. His target, the head chef of the Bitch Thui Villa. As the chef stood in shock, Chen Chong reached out with a swift aerial maneuver, snapping his neck, and as soon as he landed, he immediately rushed forward. In the dark of night, only screams echoed through the villa. "It's coming for me. Help me, help me." After the fighting, the onlookers wondered, why isn't this zombie killing us? Standing tall with bullet wounds but no blood, he was praised by Xiaoyang, who had just arrived. Not bad, rushing in without removing the chains and mask and still moving like that. Pleased with the praise, he proudly raises his hand, boasting, This is even cooler. The onlookers were in utter shock, exclaiming, "A talking zombie!" In the fearful eyes of the crowd, he was a true monster. A little girl in the Bichthui Villa district saw him and fearfully embraced her mother. Seeing their fear, Zhang Xiaoyang reassured them, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. He won't attack anyone." Tears welling, the girl fearfully replies, "It's a high-level monster that kills without blinking." A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Xiaoyang then sat down next to the girl and asked if they had seen someone like him before. The mother confirmed it. "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang followed up. "Where did you see them?" "In Decoration City, east of the city." The girl's mother replied, "And then you said, so soon? I thought it would take at least a month or two, and the Decoration City isn't far from Laochaye City. What is it?" "What?" Zhang Xiaoyang replied. "A mutant just like you." He continued, "Depending on the individual, you'll retain your sanity and memories to varying degrees, making you far more effective hunters than regular zombies. But because the mutation is unstable, most of you are volatile and extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Chen Chong suddenly looked worried and hesitantly asked, "What about me?" Xiaoyang reassured him, "Don't worry, you're lucky, and I'm here to keep you from losing your mind." Then, addressing everyone, he asked, "There must be other survivors in the Emerald Waters complex, right?" A resident replied that there were still people locked in the real estate sales office, and a woman added that there might be survivors in the basement. Wasting no time, Xiaoyang and the others quickly headed down to the basement, where he opened the door. The sight inside filled everyone with horror and shock, prompting Xiaoyang to ask. Inside were the corpses of unfortunate victims, slaughtered by inhuman creatures. Seeing this, he said, "Every day, they capture survivors from the surrounding area, then butcher them." "Is this why there are no other gathering places on the south side?" Xiaoyang asked. "But don't you think they're killing more people than they can eat?" Xiaoyang continued. "How can they possibly eat all these people?" The man behind him replied, "They periodically transfer the meat. We don't know how many of them there are." Looking at the bodies on the floor, Zhang Xiaoyang recalled what the man had said. "I know roughly how many of them there are. They definitely can't eat that much. Are they raising zombies?" He then turned to the man and said, "You mentioned a real estate office." "Tell me everything," he replied immediately. "The real estate office is on the south side, about a kilometer from here. People captured are held there first. Those who are useless or have been played with are sent here to be butchered." Hearing this, Xiaoyang looked surprised when suddenly the system issued a notification. Utopia System. On-in version activated. Mission. Expand the community. The mission requires her to maximize the community's evaluation score, which is currently 2. Reward. 20 accumulation points. Transferring to the real estate office. Outside the door, the shadows of 2 men flicker. One, holding a stick, says, "I thought I heard gunshots coming from the north gate." The other replies, "They're just using live targets for shooting practice." No sooner were the words spoken than a zombie appeared behind them, landing softly on the ground. Then screams echoed through the silent night, followed by the moans of zombies. In the end, the 2 men met a tragic fate. Inside, 3 or 4 girls remained alive, trapped within the Bichthui Villa, dressed scantily despite the cold winter weather. Suddenly, a knock on the door sent all 4 girls into a panic. "What's going on out there?" one of them asked. Then the girl replied, "No, let them do what they want. Just don't come in here. Don't come in here." The door finally opens, and the short-haired girl, now terrified, frantically shouts, "Don't come in here! Don't come in here! Don't come in here!" Luckily, it was Zhang Xiaoyang who entered. Seeing them inside, he said, "Everyone, get out." One by one, they lined up behind Xiaoyang, and the girl from before asked, "Are you really willing to provide us with shelter?" "That's right, answer him." But Zhang Xiaoyang continued, "However, everyone has to work." Hearing this, everyone around happily agreed, no problem, we're all able-bodied." That's right, me too." And with that, everyone left the real estate office. Zhang Xiaoyang said, "There's no time to waste, let's go now." And with that, the car carrying them sped off, arriving at their destination in the blink of an eye. Everyone got out of the car, and Zhangji and Mengshan called down from the balcony, "Xiaoyang is back, I'll open the door." But Zhangqi stopped her, saying, "Wait, Xiaoyang didn't drive straight in. Let's see what he's up to." As for Zhang Xiaoyang, he told everyone that place was their fortress, but he couldn't let them in just yet. One person spoke up, "We understand the dangers of the world." Then another person asked, "Where will we stay?" He replied, "There's temporary housing and iron fencing next to the fortress." "While not as safe as the fortress, it's better than most shelters," Zhang Xiaoyang continued. "The old Yipti district has plenty of open land and abandoned buildings, which will gradually renovate to improve conditions. Hearing this, everyone around him bowed their heads in gratitude, feeling indebted beyond measure. One person said, "Benefactor." The next morning, a large truck was traveling down the road. Inside the car, Li Qingrui pleaded, "Why isn't anyone answering? What kind of trick is Zhang Qingwen up to now?" But she immediately denied it, saying, "That's not right." Then Li Qingrui threw open the door, and the sight inside filled her with rage. Inside the room were countless ravenous zombies. Spotting a human, one roared, and they all lunged at her like she was a tasty treat. Unafraid and calm, she instantly obliterates the hulking zombie, then proceeds to finish off the rest with her knife. Having finished, she wiped the blood from her knife with a handkerchief. Her companion asked, "Sister, Zhang Qingwen is dead. What about the meat quota later?" She turned back and answered, "There's no other way. We'll have to do it ourselves, but before that, I want to kill the one who destroyed our rules." Zhang Qingrui spoke, holding a dagger as she surveyed the bodies strewn across the courtyard. The henchman emerged from the house to report, "Sister Nui, there are no survivors." She continued, "What about the meat?" The henchman looked at her and replied, "The meat is gone." Qingrui glanced at him and ordered, "Drive here and load the supplies onto the vehicle." Soon after, a truck drove into the yard. The henchman loaded the stolen goods onto the vehicle, while Qingrui stood afar, arms crossed, carefully observing. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she'd discovered something. A subordinate, seeing her staring at the ground, asked, "Boss, did you find something?" Rui knelt down, examining the tire tracks on the ground, and smirked. "Let's see who's capable enough to do this." Elsewhere, Xiaoyang sat in his chair, looking at the information panel before him. The mission objective: expand the community. Mission requirement: do your best to raise the community score. Current score: 2. After reading the information, he wonders how to increase community points. Is the population an important factor? Meanwhile, Xiaoyang sat atop the high tower, musing that there was enough land, thanks to that picky so-and-so from before. His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something: that rare species. The base's gate opens and Xiaoyang's group of 3 enters, greeted with cheers from the residents. "Our benefactor! Our benefactor! You've arrived!" A woman with short hair rushed to him and knelt. Xiaoyang stops her, saying, "There's no need for that." He turns to the girl's mother, asking about the super monster. "Where exactly did you see this monster?" She recounts, "In the Huan fat store on the other side of the city. We were looking for supplies when we encountered it." With tearful eyes, she recounted the monster's deadly rampage, recalling how they were separated in the chaos. "When my child and I were escaping, we ran into the residents of the Emerald Villa district. At first we thought we were saved, but they turned out to be a cruel bunch." Hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned deeply, then repeated the name he'd just heard: Hua Runfa. Meng Shan, standing nearby, anxiously spoke up. "Brother Xiaoyang, we still have plenty of supplies. There's no need to provoke that monster." Zhangzhu had a different idea, but ultimately even mountains can be eaten away if you do nothing, and of course, the more supplies, the better. Xiaoyang turned to look at the two of them and analyzed. "The most important thing is that Zhuangji City is less than 2 kilometers away from us, and we can't let that monster threaten our safety so close by." The woman dropped her laundry basket, anxiously trying to dissuade him. "Please, don't go. That monster kills without mercy." He looked at her and said, "Don't worry, we have a plan." Then Yang glanced back at the person behind him. "Zhang Zhi, gather the troops. We're going to meet that guy." At that moment, a group of people approached the entrance of a building. One of the men spoke up. "I told you, I remember a big supermarket around here." The man in the turtleneck warned, "Don't be too optimistic. The supplies inside might already be gone." "Don't be too pessimistic," Wan says, leading the way. "We've been to plenty of supermarkets, big and small, and there's always something left." Her words inspire confidence in the others. Wanyun is right. Few possess our courage and abilities to roam freely in this apocalypse. The group enters the building, met by a wall of darkness. Looking at the empty shelves and scattered goods on the floor, someone noted that while it had been looted, it wasn't completely empty. One of them then struck the building's fire alarm with a pot, setting it off. "Everyone, prepare for battle," Wan shouts. "Is anyone there?" She frowned, gripping her claw weapon and staring ahead. At a fork in the road, a few zombies appear, running towards them. Wan announces, "They're here, the crazed ones. Prepare for battle." The sounds of constant impact followed, and after a time the zombies lay defeated on the ground. Wuyan exhales, saying it was a piece of cake, as the man in the turtleneck speculates that there weren't many zombies, likely because the group before them had lured most of them away. The man behind him happily says, "We've hit the jackpot today." The turtleneck-wearing man stares ahead, reminding everyone, "Stay alert and let's keep moving deeper in Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurks in the shadows, watching their every move. A mutated zombie with glowing red eyes grins with anticipation. Fresh prey. The group finally found shelves still stocked with goods, and they began to cheer. Look, it's all here after the new year. Take it all. It's enough for us to eat and drink for years. Wan happily pointed in a direction, having discovered something as well. Look over there, she shouts excitedly. Beds? She didn't care anymore and rushed towards it, throwing herself onto the bed. I don't care. I want to stay here. The remaining survivors began to celebrate and discuss their options. How about we settle down here? That was also a good idea. A man in a suit said, I'm going to have a smoke. The man in the turtleneck smiled at him. Let's go, together. The lighter flicks open, igniting a golden flame as the man in the turtleneck watches the smoker beside him. What do you think? Are we really staying here? The man in the suit began to analyze the situation, stating that the mall had too many entrances and exits, making it difficult to defend, and its abundant supplies would easily attract unwanted attention. He then added that he had seen a good 2-story house on the other side when they arrived. As the man spoke, a sharp claw pierced through his back. The man in the turtleneck stared in horror at the sudden scene unfolding before him. The evolved zombie grinned grotesquely at him, thinking how delicious his tender flesh would be. He was immediately terrified, turning to run and shouting, "Help me, please!" The rest of the group was confused, turning to ask, "What's wrong?" before the man was impaled by countless sharp claws. The evolved zombie lifted him high with both hands, then ripped the man's body in two. What is that? Someone immediately realized the situation and yelled for everyone to get out of there. She moved her legs, using all her strength to run forward as fast as she could, while behind her, the evolved zombie gleefully gave chase. There's no escape. No one can escape. Another woman running behind her has become his next victim. The man behind Wan screamed as he ran, "Stop! I don't want to die!" In the end, he couldn't escape the zombie's clutches, leaving Wan to sprint towards the door ahead, desperately repeating, "The exit, it's here, almost here." Suddenly, a pained scream echoed as Wan fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth and looked up, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at the dark shadow looming over her. A piercing scream echoed through the air as tears streamed down Wan's trembling face. She saw the zombie-like figure appear before her, raised her hands to cover her face, and cried out, "I don't want to die!" But then, it rushed past her, ignoring her completely. Wanyan tilted her head in confusion, startled by a voice in her ear. "Don't be afraid." Wan looked up at Xiaoyang and Jiang Qi, who stood before her. "I'm a land buyer." He smiled, extending his hand to her. As Xiaoyang helped her up, he asked, "Oh, you're the real estate girl?" He scratched his cheek, searching his memory. Wasn't her name Ning Yuan? Suddenly, terrifying sounds echoed through the space, and she instinctively cowered in fear. There are monsters in the mall, run! Yang smiled at her. It's okay. The monster has been stopped. Wan anxiously turned around, her eyes widening at the sight before her. The evolved zombie's arm is blocked. He smirks at Zhengjia and asks, "Trying to hog it all for yourself?" From behind, Xiaoyang asks, "Zhengjia, can you handle this?" He stares ahead, replying, "Try me." He swung his hand, sending the evolved corpse flying. It licked its long tongue, eyeing him with interest, sensing a kindred spirit for the first time. Excellent. The evolved undead charges towards Zhengjia. He threw a powerful punch at where he was standing, but Zhengjia leaned back and dodged it. The evolved zombie grinned as he continued to attack, wondering if eating his own kind would speed up his evolution. While he was gloating, a fist appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow that slammed his head into the ground. The evolved corpse's face contorted with rage. Damn, didn't expect him to have that kind of ability. As he muttered to himself, Chungjiata's leg was raised high behind him. He slams his foot into the floor, sending debris flying everywhere, as Chunga scans for the evolved corpse. He looked up to see the zombie crawling across the ceiling, letting out a deafening roar, finally ready to unleash the power it had gained from hunting and hoarding. Shung stood below, staring at the sudden appearance before him, unaware of when the crazed zombie had lunged toward him. The two fought, chasing each other at breakneck speed through the building's hall. The cameraman, observing the situation, exclaimed, "Brother Yang, Shung is at a disadvantage. How is this monster so strong?" But Yang remained calm, staring ahead. This trip was worth it. If we'd let it hunt for much longer, it would have been difficult to deal with. He pulled out a gun, and Wan, standing behind him, gaped. "What's this?" A gun suddenly appears out of nowhere. Xiaoyang raised his gun, taking aim. "Chong, if you can hold him for 1 second, I won't nag you later." The evolved zombie's arms are seized, and it roars in fury. "Damn you, let go!" Xiaoyang fired, the bullet piercing the evolved zombie's forehead, sending it staggering backward as it tried to regain its balance. A deep hole appeared in his forehead as he looked up at him, laughing madly. "That hurts, you bastard. I didn't think you could actually wound me. I want to destroy you. I must tear you to shreds," Zhang Cheng exclaimed, eyes wide and voice faltering. "Even with a bullet in its brain, it won't die." Yang says nothing, just keeps firing at the corpse. Bullets tore through the evolved zombie, but it just kept laughing. Ha 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 ha. After an unknown amount of time, the evolved zombie lay on the ground, its body bruised, but still laughing. The program asks uncertainly, "Teo, are you done?" Xiaoyang looks to the person beside him and says, "Wrong. Why don't you try eating this monster?" He nods in agreement. A notification pops up, Utopia version Anin, Community Expansion Mission. Mission requirements. Do your best to increase community ratings and eliminate threats. Community rating increased by 1. Current rating is 3, reward of 10 points. Current points, 46. Looking at the information, Xiaoyang wonders if this even counts, then smiles. "Since we're here, let's not waste the trip and see if we can clear out the supermarket." Startled, Wanwan asked from behind, "Take everything?" With a wave of his hand, he magically transfers everything on the shelves into the ring on his finger, as Zhang Cheng looks on, puzzled. How magical. What kind of sorcery is this? Xiaoyang glances over again. Instead of leaving these corpses here to turn into zombies, is Dung still hungry? Outside the shelter, a vehicle travels along the road and a voice speaks out. "Wait, stop here," urging sat in the car, arms crossed, looking questioningly at his subordinate. "What is it?" Through his binoculars, he sees San standing on the high observation deck, then moves his gaze to the area below, where many people are moving about. The subordinate turned and said, "A large population, outdated weapons. Their only advantage is that the factory is quite fortified." The driver in the front seat leaned over and asked, "Then how did they deal with Zhang Xingwen and Ling Guangxi's group?" Xingrui smirks, suggesting a sneak attack, releasing the zombies. She'd warned them that the villa wasn't a safe base. She leaned back and chuckled. It seems heaven saw our struggles and gifted us both prey and a base." The subordinate chimed in smugly. "Indeed, it almost feels embarrassing." The driver glanced over and asked, "So, do we charge in now?" Xingrui simply replies, "No. Let's prepare and gather more men and weapons first." Then their car swerved around on the road. Tires screech, leaving a cloud of gray smoke, while elsewhere, Team Xiaoyang's blue car speeds ahead. Inside the car, Wanwan asked expectantly, "Really? The program sitting next to her looks at her?" "Of course it's true. There's not only a bed, but also hot water for bathing." She cried out in delight, but then Xiaoyang, who had been silently sitting to the side, suddenly looked up. He mentions the program so much and Wanwan is still talking. "Be careful. Someone up ahead is arming themselves." Immediately, Zhang Cheng drew his gun, taking a defensive stance as a white car sped up alongside them. Xiaoyang glanced at the person inside. Sitting in the white car, Tin Nui stares back at him as a new mission suddenly appears. A screen appears before Xiaoyang. New mission. Eliminate the invaders and receive 50 points. He noticed the words, "resist invasion," and frowned, recalling the image of Tin Nui he'd just seen. Is it those guys? The car with the students drove into the shelter. Meanwhile, at the high observation deck, all was quiet as Xiaoyang asked Shan, who was standing guard with a gun, "Did any strangers come around here earlier?" She turned and pointed into the distance. "There's a car coming from far away, but it's not headed this way. I thought it was you guys at first." Xiaoyang had a question. He turned to her and ordered her to have Uncle Thang and Lao Li gather everyone there. "I have important instructions." Meanwhile, at the southern suburban coal plant, the walkie-talkie crackled with static. After some static, a broken voice finally crackled through, telling any survivors to head to the coal plant in the southern suburbs. "We're establishing a base here, and we're short on people. They must be nearby." He turned and waved happily as he spotted a white car approaching. "Ah, survivors. This is great." The car slowly came to a stop in front of them. Jingrei steps out of the car and asks, "You heard the broadcast and came to join us, right?" The man in the yellow shirt replied, Yes. A group of men watched with shining eyes as she slowly approached, Jingrui's hot body drawing ever closer. She looks at them, saying, "You've come at the perfect time." "Follow me," the yellow-clad man stammered, completely mesmerized. Yeah. Thank you all so much." Ernu told them it wasn't far, and since the car wouldn't fit, they'd have to walk. The man in the yellow shirt and his friend exchanged glances and gave a perfunctory reply. Okay, then they all headed inside a warehouse. The yellow-clad man's group stared wide-eyed at the space within. It was vast, perfect. Finally, they had a place to rest. Suddenly, a look of embarrassment crossed his face. "Well, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Go outside and finish, then come in." Tin Ni stared at him. "No need, there's a bathroom in here. Follow me." The man immediately nodded, overjoyed. Yes, yes, a stream of yellow liquid shoots directly into the toilet bowl. The yellow-clad man tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced behind him. There, Tin Nungi stood with arms crossed, intently observing his lower region. As he pulled up his pants, he smirked at her. "I know what you want, sweetheart. Come on, don't be shy. I'm a strong man." Before he could finish his sentence, all that came out were gurgling, unintelligible sounds as Tin Nui emotionlessly plunged a dagger into his neck. The man's body fell to the ground, red liquid flowing from his neck, spreading across the white tiles. She glanced disdainfully at the corpse, thinking he was something special, but he was nothing. Outside, the driver saw Jing Rui approaching and reported, "It's all taken care of, boss." She looked at him and gave an order. "Drag the guy from the bathroom out here." She surveyed the bodies before her and continued, "And get 2 and 3 out here while you're at it." Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and the others gathered in a room, and Hung Li asked him with concern, "Is someone watching us? Who is it?" Yang looked at him and replied, "I have no information on the enemy. From now on, we may face invasions every day." He began to point and organize. "Later, follow me to clean up the abandoned building in the southeast so the refugees out there can move in temporarily. Otherwise, they'll all become cannon fodder when the enemy attacks." San volunteers. "Brother Xiaoyang, I'll go too." Little Jia, standing behind her, also spoke up. "Me too." Liu Chao and Chen Jie followed, saying in unison, "We'll go too." Swish. Swish raises a hand high. "Then I want to go too." Little Li looked down at the boy worriedly. What good would a kid be? Wan Wan glanced at the boy, then looked at Xiaoyang, hesitantly raising her hand. "This atmosphere, I think I want to go too." Xiaoyang made his decision. "It should be safe over there. Uncle Sheng and Lao Li can stay and protect everyone else. The rest of you can come." Armed to the teeth, the group followed him into the abandoned building to the southeast. Xiaoyang expertly snipes a zombie, leading the charge, while the others fight with their own weapons. After taking down a horde of zombies, he asked if anyone was hurt and told them to check. They answered him, panting, "No, we're okay." Xiaoyang approached the window and instructed, "In the next few days, we'll be attacked. For now, everyone stay here." A girl in the crowd looks at him urgently, saying, "We can fight." The man next to her agreed, "Yes, we can help too." He lowered his head, stroking his chin, lost in thought for a moment. "All right, fine." Finally, he instructed them to pack up, saying he'd bring guns and ammo later, and when the enemy attacked, they'd communicate by radio and follow his orders. The man immediately agreed. "Okay, no problem." On Jing Rui's side, the subordinates were taking turns moving things from the vehicles. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "What's wrong, boss?" The third master brought the evolved ones, but how could things still be going smoothly? The evolved one with him muttered incessantly, "People eating people." Tindnai looked at him unhappily. "Smoothly, my ass? Bitch Thui Mountain was wiped clean. We're on our own now." The Tam family member asked blankly, "Huh? Who did this?" The evolved human suddenly roared. "Human meat is not for humans to eat. What a waste." I frowned as I recounted the events. A large group of people in the eastern suburbs. Tomorrow, the second brother and I will lead an attack to eliminate them. The night sky is dark, but inside a brightly lit room, a voice echoes out. 46 points. Let's see if the system has anything new. The information panel in front displays the system's shopping center. Supply crate, awaken ability level 2, 25 points. Supply crate, Doomsday Watchman. Level 2 costs 15 points for supplies, oil, and protein. Level 1 costs 5 points. Manual refresh costs 2. Smiling, Yang points at the screen. Finally, something new. He looks at the information, moving his finger. Oh, 2 level 2 supplies, costing 40 points total. Let's see if there's anything good. Little Yang's body is steaming. The system announces Physique Overload. Level 1, attribute stat increased by 25%. After the effect ends, a weakened state will ensue. He smiles, assessing his power. Oh, a 25% boost. That brings my physical ability to 33. A 25% increase means exceeding 40 points, equivalent to unleashing 8 times the strength of an ordinary person. He clenches his fist, eager to test his newfound power. Cars sped down the road, leaving a trail of white smoke in their wake, a convoy of 3 cars and 3 motorcycles racing along. Inside the car, the henchman with the walkie-talkie looks at the person next to him. "Speak, Sister Nui." With arms crossed, Nui reiterated the attack plan to everyone. First, they would drive through and eliminate all the civilians outside. He listened intently as she gave instructions, and when the second-in-command began to break down the door, everyone would use the white vans for cover and suppress them with firepower. The evolved being beside him eagerly says, Okay, I'm hungry, I'll take care of it, I'll eat it. The convoy speeds straight into the forest ahead. Inside the factory base, everything seemed normal. Standing on the roof, Hengli looked down, assessing the area. It was indeed well hidden, but the visibility was worse than the outpost, with a huge blind spot at the base of the wall. Xiaoyong smiled and said to him, Don't worry, guarding this place isn't about the view. Hengli glanced at him, puzzled. Then what is it for? Instead of answering, Xiaoyong asked, I seem to recall you saying you were a sniper for a few years, right? That little skill of mine back then was just filling in to make numbers. Xiaoyong continued, So, are you accurate at 1-200 meters? Huan Loi confidently points to himself. Hey, you're underestimating me. As long as there's no strong wind, I can hit anything within 500 meters. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Brother Yong, the goods have arrived. The newcomer was panting and sighing. Good heavens, what is this? It's so heavy. Zhang Zhe bent over, panting. After setting the item down, Xiaoyong sat and opened the wooden box he'd brought. Hung Li looked at him curiously, but upon seeing what was inside, he exclaimed, A gun! Where did you get this? Oh my god, Tudong, this isn't something just anyone can have. Where did you get this? Tudong calmly glanced at him, reminding him, We only have 2 magazines, for a total of 10 shots. Use it sparingly. Huan Loi stares blankly at the gun in his hand, stammering, I understand. Oh my god. Xiaoyong turned to Zhang. Are the others in position? He looked at him and replied, In position. He began to direct the next course of action. Good. Tell everyone to be vigilant. The enemy could appear at any moment. At the observation deck, San raised his hand to touch the earpiece on his ear. Hello. An anomaly detected. A voice crackles through the earpiece. Roger that. Hengli on the railing takes aim. I've noticed it too. The enemy is ready to attack. Jinger's men are inside the vehicle. The subordinate lowered his binoculars, puzzled. Strange. The refugees outside the wall are all gone. Were they dissected and eaten too? The driver glanced at him, asking, Should we stop and observe for a moment? Sitting in the back, Tin Ni leaned forward to stop him. No, keep going. We're close enough. If they spot us, attacking won't be easy. The driver immediately obeyed, speeding their vehicle toward the city walls. She orders the remaining vehicles to attack the wall and find cover, as San immediately commands his team from the observation deck. The enemy is within firing range, and Little Yong's team opens fire from the ramparts. The enemy convoy was immediately met with a barrage of bullets, 2 of which pierced a windshield and struck a driver in the chest, causing his vehicle to swerve uncontrollably. A deafening explosion follows, obliterating the car. An announcement rings in Tin Nui's ear. We're made. We've been spotted. Gritting her teeth, she cursed, Damn it! How is this possible? The convoy swerved wildly to avoid the incoming bullets. One of his men asked, What do we do now? She ordered them to charge forward, to take cover beneath the walls. Finally, their 3 vehicles reached the wall beyond the sniper's range, and a large foot stomped onto the ground as someone emerged. The evolved human wields a massive saw, roaring, Take him down! Take him down! He swings the massive saw, hacking at the gate, as San watches from the observation deck. We're done for. There's a maniac breaking down the door. She immediately raised her gun, signaling the others. Fire! Fire! Stop him from breaking through. Jing Rui's men were also peeking out from behind their vehicles below. She orders her men to fire, suppressing them with firepower and covering their second-in-command. Xiaoji cries out in pain as a bullet hits his shoulder, and Zhang Zhu immediately turns to him, concerned. Xiaojiai helped the injured Xiaojiai back. They also have a lot of submachine guns. Their firepower is no less than ours. A man from the team turns and shouts encouragement. Don't be afraid. Hold the line. We have plenty of ammo. Below the doorway, Laosheng watched the sparks fly and shouted, They're cutting through the door! The young man behind him anxiously added, Once the doors open, we'll be at their mercy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong calmly spoke into his earpiece. Don't worry, I've accounted for everything. He's been inside the room this whole time, but now he's come out and is rushing forward at top speed. Outside, one of his men reports to Jing Rui. We've used up half of the ammunition we brought. I gritted my teeth, asking from the front, Second, are you done yet? The evolved one strained so hard that veins popped out on his face as he shouted. But then, a massive explosion rips the door apart, filling the air with smoke, as San descends to direct the others. The door's open. Reinforcements to the entrance. Don't let them in. Xing Yi smirks. Let these greenhorns taste the terror of the evolved. He turns back and signals to his comrades behind him. Everyone, follow me and take cover behind the second-in-command. Once inside, occupy the shelters. The Evolved One forces the base door open, and Xiaoyang tells Li Hengli to stand by and await his command. Meanwhile, Huan Loi was perched high above, rifle ready, his voice echoing in his ear, instructing him to target the largest brute. The sniper scope locked onto the evolved being's position. Hongli responds to the voice on the other end. Got him. The lead evolved being stormed into the base, roaring as Uncle Thang stared at him, frozen in shock. The man behind him, equally stunned, stammered, "Is that even human anymore?" The two men and another member quickly regained their senses, firing relentlessly at the figure. The Evolved One breathed heavily as bullets rained down, leaving his body unscathed. They pierced his skin momentarily before falling to the ground. Uncle Thang's eyes widened. That guy can heal himself? Behind the Evolved One, Tin Ni smirked confidently. You're blinking now, aren't you? These people are seeing an evolved being for the first time. Ha ha ha. A voice crackled in Heng Li's earpiece. That big oaf has regenerative abilities. Your guns won't work. Watch this. A powerful shot from the sniper rifle hurtles toward its target, striking the evolved human's head, which explodes on impact, sending his body crashing to the ground. The Blossom Society was stunned. What was going on? How could this be? Sweat poured down her face as she frowned at the corpse on the ground. They never expected such powerful weapons. How could this be? As they panicked, Xiaoyang appeared behind them, gun raised and aimed. He unexpectedly opens fire, sending them scattering in a panic. Enemies behind us, we're surrounded, Tin Ni cursed, realizing they'd miscalculated and underestimated their opponents. She turns and fires back, then orders a retreat to the vehicles while running for her life. He's the kid from that car. A team member running beside him is suddenly pulled aside. Qing Nui uses the man as a shield, and the bullets riddle his body. Xiaoyang frowned, wondering, she's fast. Is she an evolved human too? She then threw her teammate's body at him. He reacted quickly, dodging to the side. When he looked back, Tin Nui was already running towards their white car. Damn, she got away. Above, Heng Li squinted through the scope of his sniper rifle. Trying to escape? He aimed at Jing Rui's fleeing back, asking if his Barrett rifle agreed. She screamed, looking down to see one of her legs severed, sending her crashing to the ground in front of the car. From above, Huan Loi reloads, preparing for another shot. What? I missed? A henchman reached out from the car and pulled her inside, as Jing Rui urged him to drive. The car U-turns and speeds away, a hail of bullets raining down around them. Hongli watches the car disappear into the distance, worried. Damn it, she got away. Inside Xiaoyang's earpiece, someone asked, what if they come back later? He calmly replied, it's fine. The info panel says the Nemesis of Evil to Volume 1 mission is complete. Mission objective: resist invasion, reward 50 points. Mission details: expand the community, maximize community evaluation points, and resist invading forces. Member trust greatly increased, community evaluation points +2, current evaluation is 5, reward 20 points, current total 76 points. As he watched the car drive away, he said, I know where they are. Another information panel appeared. New mission: Nemesis of Evil, Volume 2. Mission objective: assault the enemy stronghold and punish the cannibals. Reward: 50 points. Uncle Sheng, San, Zhangzhu, and the rest of the base cheered and celebrated their victory. Xiaoyang asked them if there were any casualties, and Zhangzhi replied that there were none. Only a few injuries as he began to organize the next steps. Take the injured to the infirmary for immediate disinfection, and drag the enemy corpses to the cold storage for Chen Sung. He turned and went to call the refugees back from the abandoned building. They were safe for now. Xiaoyang smiled at the information board, now boasting 76 points. Time for some spending tonight. Elsewhere, a white car pulled up to the warehouse door and stopped. Two subordinates each supported the one-legged Tin Nungi as he got out of the car. The third master, holding an iron pipe, walked out of the warehouse and asked, what happened? She frowned, gritting her teeth as she said, damn it, we underestimated them. I didn't expect those people to have heavy weapons. Tin Ni angrily turned his head and shouted at him, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get me some human meat. The third master smirked, watching her stand motionless. She steps forward, pointing at him. What are you waiting for? Go get it. You're useless, not even worth one of second master's toes. The third master scoffs, pointing his finger. Oh, you wretched thing, fallen so low, and you still dare to speak to me like that? Are you trying to rebel? Still trying to give orders, I see. Men, seize him for me. But no one moved, and when she turned, she saw that no one reacted to her command. The third master, eyeing the iron pipe in his hand, declared, "You're injured. The second master is gone, and I'm the strongest here. Besides, the brothers have put up with you for far too long." He looked up, asking everyone if that wasn't the truth. Xingray glared at the men around her, still trying to intimidate, and shouted, "Damn you! Fall back! Have you all turned on me? Don't think for a second I can't handle you." She watched the crowd slowly close in around her, and fear began to set in. "No, no, please don't." The crime boss laughs maniacally, raising a gleaming iron bar, ready to strike, as his crazed men attack with all their might. Helpless, she could only curl up on the ground, bracing for the inevitable. Time passed, and she lay motionless. Tamjia chuckled, wiping his hands with a cloth as one of his men approached him. He immediately flew into a rage, turning around to ask, "What did you call me?" The terrified underling knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Boss, I'm sorry, I misspoke." He glanced at the man and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, spit it out." The subordinate looked up at him anxiously. "That girl is gone, second brother is dead, and we've lost so many men. Our forces are severely weakened. What if we run into him?" The image of a man flashed in Tamjia's mind as he scratched his cheek. That tentacled freak. Finally, he waved his hand and turned to walk forward. "It's all right, we can always join the Western Border Clan." A black car pulls up to a corner of the factory's forest. Zhang Chai followed behind, exclaiming, "You were right, Brother Yang, this really is a base of operations." Xiaoyong raised his hand to his mouth, signaling him to be quiet and move forward, without making a sound. A moment later, their hushed voices could be heard again. "Nothing's moving anymore. Did they leave? They must have been afraid we'd chase them, so they ran away." Pointing at the mangled corpse, Heng Li said, "That's the woman I shot. They'd even kill their own?" Xiaoyong glanced at the body and chuckled. Nothing surprises me anymore." Zhangzhi turned to him. "Brother Xiaoyong, the big guy we faced before was clearly different from Rooster Chong." Heng Li then turned his head and added, "That's right, Xiaoyong. I think I even heard them shout something about evolved humans. What are evolved humans, and how do you become one?" He crossed his arms, frowned, and stared at the ground before uttering 3 words. "Eat human flesh." That's right. If you want to evolve and gain powerful abilities like the zombies, the most direct way is to eat people. Zhangzhi asked hesitantly, looking at him. "So, Brother Xiaoyong," Heng Li asks, "if we want to survive the apocalypse, do we have to eat people?" Xiaoyong reaches into his pocket, saying, "Don't worry. While eating others is the most direct method, it's not the only one." He pulled out a red, stone-like object and presented it to them, leaving Zhangzhi and Heng Li staring in bewilderment. "What is this?" Xiaoyong began to explain. "After all, whether you're an evolved human or a zombie, you can be considered a variant, and variants need to absorb alien energy to evolve. The aberrant energy of ordinary people is scattered in their flesh and blood, meager but better than nothing, while evolved humans and rare mutants have abundant aberrant energy that condenses into a core. As the disaster worsens, even zombies have a chance to condense a core of aberrant energy. So we can just eat those zombies directly." Cough, cough. Zhangxi looked at him, staring in disbelief. "Oh my God, Uncle Li, you can eat them if you want, but I'm out." Xiaoyong added that normal people can't eat zombie meat as it's infectious. Only mutants like him can eat other zombies to become stronger. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Mission: Nemesis of Evil, Part 2, complete. Mission requirements: assault the enemy stronghold and eliminate the cannibal. Reward points 50, current total 126. He looked at the screen, marveling at how it was settled so quickly. It seems any stragglers are no longer a threat. Suddenly, a warning shout echoed in Xiaoyong's ear. He immediately leaned back, drawing a dagger and plunging it into the head of the zombie charging toward him. He waved his hand, looking at the zombie collapsing before him, surprised at how silently it moved. Getting close to our people. Xiaoyong cuts open the zombie's chest, revealing something glowing red inside. A core. He stares intently at the core he retrieved. There really was one. Looks like it's hunting time. He presented the 2 cores to the 2 people behind him. Zhangzhi waved his hand. "I don't need them. Give them all to Uncle Li." For a long moment, Heng Li stared down at the 2 core stones, his brow furrowed in thought, before finally deciding to throw both into his mouth at once. Consequences be damned. After swallowing, Heng Li's eyes widened as he let out a cry. He flexes his large, muscular arm with a grin, reveling in the sensation. Xiaoyong reminds him that even though he feels good, he's only just entered the ranks of the evolved, and his strength isn't enough to run wild in the apocalypse, so he shouldn't be reckless. Hung Lee's expression turns serious, and he nods, assuring him, I understand. You can rest assured. Turning back towards their vehicle, he said, All right, crisis averted. Let's head back. Meanwhile, at the Fengshi steel plant, a group of people were approaching the entrance. The gatekeeper eyed the approaching group, demanding, Halt! Who goes there? The third master smiled, introducing himself. It's me, the third master of the coal mine. The gatekeeper glanced at him, then turned away. Third master, wait here while I report to the leader. He led Tam's group into the factory, where two figures awaited them. Da Peng smirked. Ha ha, what brings you here, third master? Ling, standing beside him, added, Where are Sister Lin and second brother? Avoiding eye contact, Tamjia scratched his cheek and stammered, We were attacked. To protect us, sister-in-law and second brother couldn't escape. Da Peng didn't ask any more questions, but simply nodded and ordered his men to take Tam and his brothers from the mine into the safe room. They were led inside. Behind Daebung, Lin continued to laugh and chat happily. Ha 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 ha, I think so too. Deep inside the factory's residential area, a worried voice called out, Third brother. He turned to face the subordinate who had called his name. What did you just call me? The lackey quickly corrected himself. Ah, boss, I'm sorry, boss, but I have a bad feeling about this. Superstitious nonsense. What's this about a bad feeling? The lackey glanced at the window, assessing it. Boss, look at this safe room. Iron bars and iron doors. It's like a prison. Suddenly, the guard from before burst through the door, startling everyone in the room, and ordered, Get out! He then led them back to where they had entered the factory, where Da Peng and Sister Ling were waiting, now with about 10 more people behind them. Feigning ignorance, the terrified Tamjia chuckled, Boss, what's going on? What happened? Lin twirls a lock of her hair, asking, What do you think happens to someone who eliminates their own leader? Tamjia frantically waves his hands, watching as the group slowly surrounds him. What does this mean? To Peng Sister Ling, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Behind Lin, Li Cheng's face darkened with rage as she smirked and gestured. A misunderstanding? Let Li Cheng give him a clear death. He stepped forward, saying, I went to the coal mine and found Li Jingrui dead in the yard. Their second-in-command is missing, presumed dead, and there were no signs of a struggle at the mine. Li Jing pointed and exclaimed, The most logical explanation is that they had an internal conflict during the unfavorable operation and killed Li Jingrui. The third master, sweating bullets, frantically said, No, you have no proof. This is just speculation. Da Peng, standing next to Sister Ling, laughed and said, Proof? What kind of world do you live in talking about proof with us? To be honest, if we didn't value Li Jingri and your second-in-command's abilities, we would have finished you off long ago. He grinned menacingly. Kill them all. One man clasped his hands together, begging, Spare our lives, I have information. Hearing this, she indifferently asked, Oh, what kind of information? He quickly pointed behind him, continuing, There's a large gathering place in East City with plenty of supplies. Sister Nui and second brother fell at their hands. Don't kill me, I'll take you there. Ling glances at him, asking, How does their strength compare to this place? He replies that they're evenly matched, and she turns to Da Peng, saying, Indeed, a backup plan. With a grave look, he added, They don't know how to become evolvers. I haven't seen a single evolver in any of the settlements. Listening to their conversation, Li Cheng wondered about how to become an awakened one, still troubled by his father's skeptical question. If there aren't any evolved beings, then why did you fail? He recoils, saying, They have heavy weapons. Normal guns can't kill the second master, but they took him down with a single shot. Ling praises him, and he beams with pride. She says he did well, the information was useful. He points to himself, asking, What about us? Ling reveals a sinister smile, saying, Kill them. Her words trigger shock and fear among the crowd, sweat beating on their faces. In that factory district, heart-wrenching cries for help echoed, Wait, I gave you the intel, you can't do this. Spare me. A blood-stained shirt is all that remains after the desperate cry. Da Peng stood with his hands in his pockets as everyone looked down at Tamjia on the floor. He said, What now? This level of threat must be eliminated early. Lin added, They have heavy weapons. It's too risky to go now. Let's increase our evolution levels first. That's much better. From above, Da Peng's group looks down at Tamjia sprawled on the ground. Around him were mottled marks on the floor as he said, Send someone to scout ahead and make sure they don't know how to become evolved. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiaoyang was looking at the information on the bulletin board that Fen Yun mentioned, wondering, What can I buy with 16 points? The clearly organized data on the board made him happy. Current accumulation points, 126. Exchange Yang's Dotain supply line, Tier 1, minus 5 points. Exchange Yang's Black Tech, Tier 2, minus 50 points. Manual refresh, minus B points. Xiao Yang happily exclaimed, "Another Yang's Black Tech. Tier 2. Luckily, he reached out and pressed a button on the system panel. Following that operation, a series of notifications appeared. Exchanging Yang's Dotane supply line. Exchanging Yang's Black Tech. Tier 2. Successful. The system continued to display notifications. Received reward, 500 kilo of lotus root flour from BET, 200 kilos of margarine substitute, 150 liters of mixed cooking oil. Received reward, physical enhancement drug, Ciplos 20. Suddenly, the system glitched with a loud scream. At the door, a knock draws Xiao Yang's attention, and he calls out, "Come in!" San looked at him sitting in the chair and said, "Brother Tudung." Tudung asked sternly, "What is it?" She said, "We caught a suspicious person." He stood up, sighed, and said, "I'll go take a look." Cut to Aing in captivity, overseen by Zhang Cheng and Hing Li. He glances back and says, "I'm not the enemy. Bring out your leader." At that moment, Xiao Yang stepped forward and said, "Looking for me?" Seeing him approach, a Xing excitedly asked, "Are you the leader?" He replies, "Speak your business." A Xing asks, "What should I call you?" With a cold look on his face, Xiao Yang speaks, "Zhang Xiaoyang." A Xing laughs, "Brother Yang, allow me to introduce myself. I'm a Xing from the Shifeng Steel Factory." Old Song then joins the conversation. "People from Zhegang." He nodded quickly, saying, "Yes, yes." Hearing him ask that caught his attention, and he turned to ask, "What is it?" "Uncle Song, you know about it?" Old Song turned and said, "West Ridge is in the southwest, west of the outskirts. It's the largest steel factory in the area. It seems it's become a gathering place, just like the coal mine in the southern outskirts." Xiaoyang asks bluntly, "How far is it from us?" He said it was 3 kilometers further than the coal mine in the southern suburbs, and after hearing Lao Song's information, he moved closer to a Jing with a probing look and said, "Why did you come all the way here?" He remained calm, saying, "In these chaotic times, survivors like us must help each other, don't you think, Mr. Yang?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang indifferently says, "Yeah, go on." With a slightly tense expression, A Hung said, "Our leader sent us to search for survivors and gathering places, and bring them back if possible." Tiuji, hearing his vague words, glanced suspiciously and handed a piece of paper to Tiodung, saying, "Brother Tiodung, don't listen to his nonsense. He's been lurking around for a while and even drawing maps." She then tells him to carefully examine the paper. A blue virtual lens appeared over Xiao Yang's eye as he activated his mind's eye. Through the lens, he saw A Hung's hidden expression, revealing a face full of calculation and awkward discomfort, and Xiao Yang laughed, saying, "A Hung, your actions..." He decisively drew a pistol, pointing the barrel straight at his forehead. To A Hung's astonishment, with a murderous glint in his eyes, Yang says, "We're all living in the apocalypse. Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you right now." His threat makes the man swallow hard in fear. Sweating profusely, A Hung frantically says, "Dung, I swear, we did it to have a way out. We have to be wary of others." Hearing his sincerity, Tu Dung turns to the system and asks, does he know about the existence of Zhanggia? Hearing this, he leaned in close and whispered, "I don't know. The Chong family has never appeared before him." He turned and held out his hand, saying, "Let him go." Hearing this, Old Tong was surprised, and even A Hung stammered in disbelief. "Really?" Xiao Yang handed over the map, adding, "Give him this map, then let him go." A Qing was so grateful he kowtowed repeatedly, saying, thank you, Yang." Wasting no time, he grabbed the map and ran as fast as he could, while a sinister smile crept across Xiao Yang's face. He chuckled, "West Wind Steel, I wonder how many system points you're worth." Time passed, and 5 months went by. Outside the West Wind Steel Factory, 2 workers pushed carts full of scrap towards the concentration pit, one saying, "I heard people have been disappearing again lately." Hearing his colleague's words, Xiao Chen, filled with worry and fear, imagined a monster with long tentacles, saying, "Is that monster starting to stir again?" Suddenly, a noise from the waste pit caught their attention, startling them both. What was that? Driven by curiosity, Xiao Chen went to investigate, but his colleague, sensing danger, stammered, "Don't go over there. Let the guards check it out." Suddenly, a sharp metallic blade flew towards them with incredible speed. Suddenly, a strange object flies out with incredible speed, slicing his throat and causing him to spew out a crimson syrup. Elsewhere, Li Cheng leans against the wall, calmly smoking a cigarette. Just then, a cry for help caught his attention. "Help me!" The panicked worker rushed over, causing Li Cheng to raise his gun defensively, his face stern as he asked, "What is it?" The worker urgently cried, "A monster! A monster killed Xiao Chen!" Surprised by this news, he asked, "The monster is the tentacle monster?" The worker, drenched in sweat, replied, "It's the tentacle monster. It's definitely the tentacle monster." Li Chung pressed, "Where?" He replied, "Near the waste pit." Gritting his teeth, he said with resentment, Attacking without warning?" Turning to a group of people, Li Jung said, "Everyone, please evacuate. Those with evolutionary escape abilities, follow me." After the arrangements, he and a few others moved toward the large, concentrated pit. With intense focus, Li Chung and the others cautiously advanced, as he warned, "That's Tentacle. If we encounter him, don't engage. Run immediately." Frowning at the scrap-filled pit, Li Jung observed it for a moment before saying, "It's not here." "Okay." Approaching the pit of horns, Li Jung silently examined the footprints leading to it as his companion asked, "Did Tentacle go somewhere?" The worker wondered if it had left after claiming its prey, but they continued to argue, while Lai Ching remained focused on the mysterious footprints. Since the destruction of Green Beast Mountain and the southern suburban coal mine, the frequency of our people disappearing has clearly increased. It goes without saying that the 3 gathering places used to share the number of people being hunted, but now we're the only ones left. His face was frighteningly cold, his dark expression betraying his thoughts. It can't be that wretch. Meanwhile, the settlement exuded a serene and beautiful atmosphere. Here, standing atop the city walls, Xiaoyang looks down at the road leading into the city, saying, "We've survived longer than in my previous life. Rebuilding civilization isn't impossible." The system issues a notification. Utopia. Inversion mission content. Expand the community. Mission requirement, do your best to increase the community evaluation score. Current evaluation score, 38. His face grew serious as he said, "It's been months, and the West Wind Ironworks system quest hasn't been released yet." Just then, a voice cut him off. Below, San waves and calls out, "We're back, Brother Yang," then leaps up with incredible speed. With his technique and agility, Yang landed gracefully before San and Zhangzhi, asking, "Did our hunt go unnoticed?" Hearing that, he confidently gave a thumbs up, saying, "Don't worry, little Yang. With our current abilities, we'll notice anyone moving around nearby." He glanced down at Soy. "So, how did Soy do? Is he adapting well?" He smiled and replied, "Yes." Soy, full of confidence, threw a punch into the air, showing his power, and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Tiudong, I'm doing great." Standing beside him, Wan affectionately patted Shuai's head, saying, "That's right, Shuai took down a zombie all by himself today." Hearing of his achievement, Xiaoyang smiled in praise. "Good job. Get the mutated core into the vault." Just then, a new system notification appeared. A new mission. Nemesis of Evil. The system requests the elimination of threats in support of potential teammates, rewarding 80 points. Looking at the notification, he says, "Potential teammates. Does that mean the people at the West Steel Works?" We cut to a room where Xiaoyang and Hung Li are in serious conversation, and Hung Li says worriedly, "What? You're infiltrating the steel factory alone? That's too dangerous." Old Song and Zhang Qi, standing next to Hung Li, looked worried and thoughtful. He said, "That's right. Who knows what sinister plans they have if they send more people to scout around here. Xiaoyang, if you get hurt, we won't be able to coordinate." Hearing their advice, he reassured them, "Don't worry. With my current abilities, even rushing in won't hurt me, let alone them." Xiaoyang turned to Uncle Sheng and Lao Li, saying, "Uncle Sheng, Lao Li, everyone, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the fortress and Lin Town." Hearing that, he nodded and said, "All right, don't worry about things here, but you need to be careful. We can't afford to lose you at our base." The scene shifts to a factory shrouded in black smoke as a voice rings out, "Let me in, I have urgent news." 2 guards stood watch outside, and one in a suit held up a hand saying, "I told you, no one enters without the leader's permission." Suddenly, a look of alarm flashed across his face. His pupils dilated, and veins popped on his forehead. Seeing Li Chung rush forward and grab the guard's neck, the other guard panicked and shouted, "Li Cheng, have you lost your mind?" It was then that he regained his composure. Releasing his grip, Li Jung helps the guard in the vest, saying, "Sorry." The guard clutches his neck, exhausted and angry, retorting, "What the hell was that about? Don't think the boss's favor means we won't lay a hand on you." He was still riding high, wondering, what's wrong? Why am I losing control? His episodes had been increasing over the past few months, and from inside the room, a voice called out, "It's Li Cheng, let him in." Hearing the order, the blue-clad guard turned and replied, "Yes, sir." A voice echoes, "Enter." As the door opens, surprise washes over Li Cheng's face. Inside the room, Lin stood by the table, looking at him and asking, "What is it?" Li Cheng looked at her and said, "The matter of tentacles extends to our hunting grounds." "I have a different theory," Lin asked, intrigued. "Oh? "Huh, what are you thinking?" He says, "I thoroughly investigated the scene. Female footprints were found, but the victim was male," Lee Chung said, causing her to fall silent and stare intently at him. "So, you're saying the killer is someone else?" she finally asked. Hearing her words, Lee Chung responded, standing firm. Ling's eyes gleamed with a chilling, murderous intent as she coldly stated, "All right, I understand. This information is useful, but don't spread it around." Her words surprised him. "Why?" she says. "One tentacled monster has already caused panic. I don't want people afraid to go outside." Lee Chung-wan reluctantly spoke, but she cut him off, saying, "I assure you, things won't get any worse than before." Hearing Lin's assurance, Lee Chung could only fall silent as she suddenly approached him, causing his face to flush red. Ling asks, "What's wrong? Still want to do something else?" Hearing her words, Lee Chung quickly backed down, turned to wave, and said, "Ah, sorry, Miss Lin," before the door slammed shut. Outside, Lee Chung muttered as he left, "Damn it, look at my memory, I forgot to ask about that again." With a hint of anger, Lin Zhou warns, "Be careful. You can handle this from now on." Inside the room, a syrup-covered eagle is seen next to a large barrel. In his hand, he now holds another knife, his other hand moving rapidly as he says, "Fine, I'll go kill. Then you handle it." Inside a bin, a face covered in syrup is barely visible, then we cut outside to a fallen mutant sprawled on the ground. Nearby, a foot approaches. Outside the steel mill, Xiaoyang stands among the fallen mutants, blade in hand. His face turns cold as he says, "Almost there. Better tone it down a bit." A pair of scissors appears in his hand and he cuts off a lock of his hair. Not only that, Xiaoyang smears dirt on his face, transforming himself into a weak and pitiful scholar with round glasses. As he approached the factory, someone spotted him and stopped him. "Halt." The man from the West Wind Steel Factory eyed him warily, asking menacingly, "Who are you?" Xiaoyang calmly smiled and replied, "I saw signs of human activity around here, so I figured there must be survivors. What a relief." The man from the West Wind Steel plant's expression changed, and he asked, "You're a wandering survivor?" Pointing at him, he asks, "Kid, how have you managed to survive until now?" Xiaoyang, with his Oscar-worthy performance, lowers his head, filled with sorrow. "My group of 10 was attacked by zombies. Everyone died, and I barely escaped." The man from the West Wind Steel plant probed further. "So you're saying you have no real strength?" Hearing this, Little Feng the Deep Actor looked confused and said, "Strength? Then you reappear, clumsy and awkward, like a worm just trying to prove its worth." "Ah, I do have some strength. I've survived countless zombie attacks and learned a thing or two about fighting them. I'll do my best to be useful." But the man from the West Wind Steel mill scoffs, "Who asked you that?" "You misunderstand, but no matter." He points elsewhere, saying, "Follow me. Want to join?" His eyes turn cold as the man from the West Peak Steel plant turns away, saying he'll have to pass the test first. Lost in thought, he smirks to himself, realizing the West Wind Steel mill is no haven. Suddenly, a voice behind them makes both Xiaoyang and the steel mill worker turn around. "What's going on?" It was Li Cheng. With an air of authority, he asks, "Who is this stranger?" Hearing this, the man from the West Wind Steel plant stammers, "Ah, Brother Li, he's a wandering survivor. I was just taking him to a secluded spot for a search." "Search him?" he immediately retorted, hearing what the subordinate said. "A search that requires an isolated place? Searches are always done here." Listening to the conversation, Xiaoyang realized they wanted to lure him away to a secluded spot to get rid of him. Li Cheng turned to face him, saying, "Come over here and hand over all your weapons, and you can come inside." At this, Xiaoyang said sternly, "Hand over my weapons? How do I know you're not luring me in to kill me?" Hearing this, he earnestly replied, "In these end times, people are twisted, so your unease is understandable. If you won't hand over your weapon, we won't force you. You can leave." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang drew his knife and said, "All right, I'll hand over my weapon." After handing it over, he raised his hands for a search, and observing Li Cheng's actions and words, he thought, "This guy seems reasonable. Perhaps the Xifeng Steel plant is different from the people at the southern suburb coal mine and Green Beast Mountain." He picked up the knife, examining it, and asked, "You survived the apocalypse with just this? Kid, are you an evolved human?" Hearing Li Cheng's question, Xiaoyang clenched his fists, his excitement evident as he said, "An evolver? Yes, I do feel much stronger." He turned and gestured, saying, "Follow me. Here. Evolved individuals must register with the leader first." He was then moved to a sealed room with only 4 walls. As Li Cheng left, he told him, "Wait in the reception room for a moment." He smirked, observing the lifeless space within the cold, four-walled room. The reception room even has a reinforced door. This is clearly a prison. After a long while, Da Peng entered and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. May I have your name?" Under his scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Yang replied with his frail, scholarly persona, "Jiang Jiangye." Lai Cheng turns to him, scrutinizing him. "My men say you're an evolved being, is that correct?" Xiao Yang vaguely answers, "I suppose that's what you mean." Suddenly, an axe hurtled toward him in an instant. Xiao Yang was caught off guard, but luckily, he reacted quickly and narrowly avoided it. The axe buried itself in the wall behind him, and Xiao Yang glanced back at the weapon lodged firmly in the wall. He glanced at the axe, then back at Da Peng's sinister smile, thinking, "Straight to the attack, huh? No, he's testing me." With anger, Yang points to the embedded axe. "Hey, what are you doing? That was dangerous, you know." He laughs, delighted. "So it's true, you're an evolved one." Pointing at himself with frustration, Deng asks, "And if I wasn't an evolved human, you would have just killed me?" Hearing his reproach, Da Peng casually replies, "Then your death would be no great loss." He then tries to pry more information from Xiao Yang. "If we're both evolved, then you must know how to become an evolved being." He replies, "Yes, I do." Da Peng's face contorted into a terrifying sneer as he threatened, "If I find out too many people know, I will—" His words were cut short as he lunged at Xiao Yang like a javelin. Da Peng's hand reached for his neck as he said, "I'll kill you!" Xiao Yang thought to himself, "This is dangerous." A knife appears in his hand as he thinks, "Good thing he threatened me with his hand. If it had been a blade, I would have retaliated." Xiao Yang's slender neck was gripped in Da Peng's hand, and he wondered if killing him now would even get him the 80 system points. He releases Xiao Yang's knife-wielding hand, impressed, and says, "Oh, quick reflexes, you even drew your weapon?" Da Peng placed his hand on Xiao Yang's shoulder, saying, "You may have talent, but my abilities are beyond your imagination. Don't even dream of challenging me, understand?" Hearing his soft threat, Xiao Yang replied, "Understood." Hearing this, Da Peng added, "I won't pursue the matter of bringing weapons in here." Leaving the room, he instructed his two subordinates. Xiao Yang closed the door behind him as Da Peng instructed, "Have Zhang Ye wash up, change, and bring him to the conference room." The two subordinates respectfully acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." As soon as the knocking stopped, a voice from inside ordered, "Come in." The soldier led Xiao Yang to the factory leaders and reported, "Brother Peng, the person has arrived." Da Peng gestures towards him, saying, "Introduce yourself." He's the newest member of Zhang Ye. Then he turns to introduce the woman behind him. "Huang Ling is one of the leaders here like me, and the other two are the camp officers, Li Cheng and Huang Bin." As he finished speaking, she instructed the person next to her, "Huang Bin, can you have this new recruit work under you?" Without emotion, he agreed, "No problem." With that, she turned to talk to Xiao Yang. "Kid, you're lucky to have found the strongest stronghold in this area, so you don't have to worry about survival anymore. But if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself useful." Without hesitation, he nodded respectfully and replied, "I'll follow your orders." Immediately, Huang Bin patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Perfect timing. It's our patrol day, newbie. Follow me." The scene shifts to outside the West Wind base as he calls out to two others. "A Kwang, a Hung, let's go on patrol." "Okay." "Oh, it's you." Fa Qiang ran up to Huang Bin, who was keeping his distance from the two behind him, and inquired, "Hey, is this kid supposed to be working under you?" Annoyed, he reluctantly replied, "What can I do?" "He knows too much. He can only work within our group." At this moment, a Hung looked at Teodung thoughtfully from behind. Why does this guy look so familiar? Suddenly, Huang Bin turned and spoke to him. "Hey kid, Big Eagle hasn't told you the specifics of this gathering place, has he?" He answers frankly, "No, just warned me to keep the secret of becoming an evolved being." Receiving his answer, he was satisfied. "That's right. You know the secret of cannibalism in this camp. Besides Big Peng and my sister, only the four of us know. Ah Xing is Great Peng's cousin, and Fa Qiang is my and Huang Ling's grandson. We're all family, so this secret could only be leaked from your mouth. Do you understand your situation now?" Xiao Yang calmly replies that he certainly won't say anything, but at that moment he notices someone behind him and gasps. "Ah, Heng. Wasn't that the name of the guy the guild leader caught?" Without dwelling on it, he asks, realizing something, "What about the other executives?" Huang Bin quickly replied, "His name is Li Cheng. He's an outsider with great potential and power. Above all, don't let him learn the secret, understand?" He paused and his expression turned menacing as he threatened him. Neither of them will survive the day. He realized then that Li Zheng's potential was indeed immense, and he needed to be restrained with resources, or he would quickly surpass the two leaders. After a while, Huang Bin exclaimed, "All right, we're here." Hearing this, Xiao Yang repeated in confusion, "We're here? A small base in the forest came into view, and he explained, "There are 7 members at this gathering place. We've been observing them for the last 3 or 4 days, and none of them seem to be evolved." With a curious expression, he inquired, "What do we need to do? Hunt them down?" Huang Bin shook his finger. "Hunt them? Not as barbaric as you think. We need to keep them captive." Fat Kwang playfully draped his arm around him. "Kid, you're one of the evolved now, so you need to change your mindset quickly and not be as stubborn as Li Cheng. We're evolved, and frankly, no longer the same species as ordinary people. We are now the superior species in the food chain." Hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression turned cold as he asked a pointed question. "So, you want to take them back to the compound to raise them like livestock to eat later?" Huang Bin raised a hand to stop them, retorting, "No need to take them all. Just 5 or 6 people will do. The rest will be dealt with on the spot." Hearing this, he was even more confused. Eliminate them on the spot. How? Rarely having the chance to show off, he chuckled with amusement, saying, "Learn properly." On the other side, a hand skillfully applied a layer of cement to the wall. After applying the cement, the handsome young man, drenched in sweat and panting, thought he was finally nearing completion. This was truly exhausting. Suddenly, one of them noticed something and stammered, pointing towards a horde of bloodthirsty monsters rushing towards them, screaming, "Zombies! Zombies!" Panic sets in as they wonder how a zombie horde could attack without warning. Prepare for battle. But their resistance was futile as the zombies lunged at them one by one. Don't come any closer. But it was already too late. Those young men fell into utter despair. This isn't good. There are too many. In the end, only desperate screams remained as Xiaoyang coldly questioned the man beside him. "Luring zombies to attack. Is this your great idea?" Huang Bin throws up his hands, explaining, "Our settlement's resources are limited. We can't afford to keep feeding these mouths. Besides, letting 10 people in at once will create factions, making it difficult to manage." With that, he gave a sinister order. "All right, it's our turn to move." At the same moment, zombies were tearing into a young woman. She was grabbed by the head, screaming in terror, begging them to stop. But just as danger closed in, a sharp ray of light pierced through, severing the heads of her attackers. The girl stared in shock as a zombie's head landed beside her, then looked up at the figure extending a hand, whispering, "We're saved." As they dealt with the zombies, a scream suddenly rang out, "Who are you people?" Immediately following that, a crash shook the ground, and Huang Bin, the group's leader, pointed to himself, saying, "We are the developers from the West Wind Steel plant." 3 people with eyes shining like stars? What is ever? "We're saved, thank you." Yang frowned, observing the situation, and thought to himself, "Strength over 20. These 3 are on par with Zhang Ji's group." Suddenly, a strange sound reached Xiaoyang's ears, and he sensed something on the building behind him, immediately turning around. What was that? But upon closer inspection, there wasn't a single figure in the open window. Xiaoyang wondered if he was imagining things when he suddenly heard someone shout his name. "Hey, Jiangye, what are you doing standing there?" Huang Bin asked, gesturing to the bodies around him. "Come help me with these." He quickly approached him and replied, "Okay, I'm on it." Unbeknownst to him, in the building he had noticed earlier, a terrifying monster awaited them. The survivors rescued by Huang Bin's group quickly pointed out that there were more supplies in the warehouse, and he immediately gave orders to the man behind him. "Jiangye, stay here and gather all the supplies at the gate. I'll arrange for a truck to transport them later." He approached him, secretly whispering his orders. "Pile up the bodies of the living who were killed. We'll move them later too." With his orders given, Huang Bin called out to the remaining civilians, "The rest of you, come with us." And so the group departed, leaving a lone figure amidst the corpses. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyang smirks, summons his blade, and exclaims, "Perfect." In the direction of those who left with Huang Bin, a young boy expresses his gratitude. "Thanks to you, we managed to escape with our lives." As he finished speaking, a girl asked, "Will there be water where we're going?" "Can we bathe?" He immediately embraced her, replying lewdly, "Not only is there water, but there's hot water, shower gel, you can bathe until you're fragrant." The young girl in his arms hesitantly says, "Really? That's wonderful." Suddenly, Ahung senses something behind him and slowly turns his head, peering back with curiosity. Noticing his actions, Huang Bin asked, "What's wrong?" Xing replied with a hint of worry, "There's something here." Hearing this, Huang Bin exclaimed in alarm. Fa Qiang, still in good spirits, embraced the young girl beside him. "Stand behind me, I'll protect you." What Xing sensed was high above, watching them struggle to stay alert below. He couldn't sense what he was talking about. Hearing this, Fat Kwang scoffed, "Damn it, Hung, aren't you overreacting?" Hearing his taunts, he quickly turned and retorted seriously, "I'm not wrong. I'm sure of it." Before he could finish, something suddenly pierced his neck. A shing. Huang Bin watched in horror as something was pulled from a shing's neck and screamed, "The Tentacle Man!" They frantically searched for the monster. Had it vanished? It's too fast. Just as he searched for the monster, someone saw it and shouted a warning from behind. As Huang Bin turned around, the monster was already upon him, while on the other side, Xiaoyang was focused on tearing open a zombie. He happily cheers, having obtained 2 cores. Among these zombies were 2 ability cores. How fortunate. Suddenly, a piercing scream grabbed his attention. "Help me! Huang Bin's been grabbed by the tentacles," he cried, his voice trembling. "It's over for me." The tentacles mercilessly constricted him, and the townspeople screamed in terror as Huang Bin's blood splattered. It wasn't just them. Even Fakyang, witnessing this, could only bite his lip in fear, no longer the same as before. After killing Huang Bin, the monster turned its attention to him, and he panicked, instinctively backing away. "No, this can't be happening." Instantly, Fakyang grabbed a slender arm behind him. Without hesitation, he throws the beautiful girl he swore to protect toward the tentacles. The tentacled monster ensnares her, lifting her high into the air. The tentacles tightened around her, her eyes bloodshot and rolling back in her head. Just then, a chilling sound like something being cut rang out. The girl fell powerlessly to the ground, and a familiar figure appeared before them, like a savior. Seeing him, Fakyang exclaimed in surprise, while Zhang Ye calmly pointed to the monster behind him, questioning him. "Is this the tentacle monster you were talking about?" he stammered, adding, "Not that this is the tentacle monster's son," leaving him confused. His son, Fakyang, regained his composure and confirmed, "That's what we call them." He explained slowly, "The tentacle monster often mutters, 'Son, son,' and it can transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar characteristics, which we call the tentacle's sons." With that said, he paused for a moment, calculating in his mind. The tentacle's sons are powerful monsters that even Da Ping and the others can't face alone, so there's no way Zhang Ye can win. "No, I have to run." And with that thought, he did. Fakyang immediately turned and ran. "Zhang Ye, hold him off, I'm going for help." Not only him, but the people who were just rescued quickly followed suit. Xiaoyang watched the cowards flee with disgust, not noticing the monster behind him had regrown its tentacles. "So, you're selling me out to buy yourselves time to escape?" The tentacles immediately lash out and ensnare him. He calmly glances at his bound limbs, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he regards the monster. The son of the tentacle is quite interesting. And then he powerfully pulls, stretching the monster's tentacle taut. As he spoke, the monster was pulled forward by the force and momentum. "You've piqued my interest." The monster quickly dug its feet into the ground to stop itself, and the two were locked in a tug of war. With great excitement, Yang exclaimed, "I haven't had a chance to use my awakened ability yet, so I'll test it on you today." Then he stomped his foot on the ground, ready to fight. His eyes flashed with lightning as he roared, "Overload instinct!" He then pulled the monster's tentacles forward with all his might, causing it to scream. It then crashed to the ground and was dragged forward before he stomped on its head to stop it. From above, Yang looked down at the monster growling uncomfortably at his feet, while the girl he'd saved watched from a distance, a hint of panic in her eyes. What she saw was him tearing apart the monster's tentacles with his bare hands, until nothing remained. Covered in blood, Yang approaches the girl he saved, asking if she's all right. Seeing his terrifying appearance, she screamed in fear, and he quickly wiped the blood from his face to reassure her. Don't panic, I'm human, not a monster." Cut to the people who ran away earlier, now reaching the gate of the Jifeng factory. "They're here. They're finally here." The leaders, hearing the urgent cries, rushed out to see what was happening. Da Peng asked first, "What's going on?" Huang Ling followed. "Where are Xiaobin and Aixing?" Fa Qiang asked, his voice trembling with fear. Xiaobin and Aixing were killed by Su Chu's son. Li Cheng looked around and asked, "Where's Zhang Ye?" He stated with certainty that they were definitely dead, as the 3 of them were no match for the monster's son. Hearing this, Da Peng's face turned furious as he glared at those before him with hatred. His voice was chilling as he spoke, and without hesitation, he hurled his axe forward in a fit of rage. The young man instantly shattered his axe, and Huang Ling rushed forward to stop him from succumbing to his rage. "Calm down, Da Peng." Just then, a pile of monster tentacles was thrown in front of him. The sight of the item and the person who appeared stunned everyone around. Before them stood Xiaoyang, and the only girl from the group of residents. Li Cheng happily exclaimed, "Zhang Ye, you're not dead!" Huang Ling noticed the pile of tentacles below and gasped in surprise. He approached the pile and explained, "I killed the so-called son of Tentacle. I've avenged your loved ones." Da Peng and the woman fell into a thoughtful silence. Was this kid really that strong? Without missing a beat, Xiaoyang suggested, "All right, leaders, let's get some vehicles and people together and go collect the spoils of war." Moments later, the scene shifts to a conference room where Dapeng questions Fa Qiang, asking if he's sure Shu Chu's son is stronger than Li Cheng. He gritted his teeth, insisting that the man had almost killed him, and A Xing in an instant. Could Li Cheng have done that? I'm afraid even the two of you would have a hard time. Dapeng then turned to report the old matter to Wang Ling. When I threatened him before, he reacted and drew his weapon, but he didn't even get into a fighting stance. How could he be so strong? She seemed to realize something and presented an argument. The tentacle son achieved his goal by sneak attacks, so perhaps he's not as formidable as we think. Hearing this, he somewhat agreed, finding it reasonable, but no matter what, he couldn't keep this person around in case he joined forces with Li Zheng one day. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Huang Ling gestured for silence, then ordered, "Come in." Li Chen entered and spoke. "Leader." Dapeng looked at him inquisitively and asked, "What is it, Brother Li?" First, he offered them words of comfort. "Brother Dapeng, Sister Ling, please accept my condolences." Ignoring his concern, he urged him on. After the apocalypse, such scenes were commonplace. "Get to the point." Li Cheng listened and cut to the chase. "Jiang Ye's abilities are probably on par with mine. I think Qi Peng should give him a leadership position." Dapeng disagreed and wanted to refuse. No, his background. But unexpectedly, Huang Ling raised her hand, stopping him from continuing. She quickly agreed, adding that while Jiang Ye was qualified to be an officer, he still needed to prove himself to earn everyone's trust. Hearing this, Li Cheng rebutted vehemently. Killing a tentacle spawn isn't considered a contribution? He didn't expect her ambition to be so great, making such a difficult request. If he can kill the tentacle monster to prove himself, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? He reluctantly retorted, asking him to do what even the two of them couldn't. "Is that fair?" Huang Ling leaned back, crossing her legs with a scheming look. "Don't worry. We're not sending him to his death. We'll join the fight with all our forces to eliminate the tentacle threat for good." Just then, a familiar voice echoes. "Oh, so I'm the center of attention now?" They shifted their positions in front of Xiaoyang. After hearing their plan, he calmly asks for their opinion. "Is it okay for me to take such a big credit when I just arrived?" Huang Ling tilted her head, smiling as she earnestly tried to persuade him. "What's not to like? After all, your demonstrated abilities may even rival mine and Dapeng's," he quickly added, and she chimed in agreement. "If successful, the third seat in the gathering place will be yours," he said, glancing at Li Cheng with veiled mockery. "Brother Li, Kangya climbed over you with his own power. You don't mind, do you?" Ignoring him, Li Cheng replied calmly, "Not at all." With that, Dapeng raised two fingers and said, "Good. It's settled then. We'll move in 2 days." Little did they know, Xiaoyang had been watching them with his powers on all along, smirking to himself. What an honest suggestion. I'm a little touched. If not, he'd be looking at everyone's status and muttering, "Mind's eye." In a factory late at night, the broken sounds of machinery echoed as Xiaojia burst through the door, urgently reporting, "Brother Yang, it's Brother Yang's walkie-talkie." Li Hengli held the walkie-talkie, and amidst everyone's concern, asked, "Hello, Xiaoyang. How are things on your end?" The radio crackled, then a voice said, loud and clear. From atop a massive crane, Xiaoyang ordered, "Day after tomorrow, Southside Park. Gather the Chong family and our strongest fighters." Looking down from above, he commanded that it was time to decisively deal with the threat in South City. A crowd gathered around Hong Li, who looked to one side and said, "Uncle Sheng, you're getting old. Don't risk your life like this, especially since they still need you there." Uncle Thang quickly agreed, reminding him, "All right, but Lai's group must be careful. This operation is unlike anything before." Huan Loi nodded solemnly. "Understood." He looked at the group before him, calling out, "Zhang Ji, Xiao Kai, Shan Shan, Zi Xuan, Liu Chao, Chen Jie, and Chen Chong. The 7 of you will come with me." Those called out responded in unison. "Yes." At that moment, Shuai Shuai suddenly spoke up. "And me, I want to join this mission too." But Xiaoli quickly scolded him, trying to stop him. "War is for adults. What would a kid like you do?" Shuai Shuai retorted, "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a man." Old Song speaks up for him. "Don't worry, Soai Soai's mother. With Soai Soai's current abilities, he's not afraid of zombies, and he's not weak even in our core group." He secretly praises him, while Hoan Loi also reassures her. "Experiencing these things early isn't bad. I'll protect him." The scene shifts to 2 cars parked at a park entrance. Dapeng steps out of a car, saying, "This is the place." Once everyone is out, Xiaoyang asks him, "How do we lure it out?" Dapeng calmly replied, "No rush, Sai has a way." While waiting, he scanned their surroundings. A moment later, Xiaoyang noticed something. a faint, strange light emanating from the top of a building. Meanwhile, Huan Loi's group gathered, and he peered down below with binoculars. San approached and asked, "Uncle Lee, can you see clearly? Should we get closer?" Huan Loi calmly replied, "Xiaoyang specifically instructed us not to get too close to the outer park before acting. He gave serious instructions, arranging the ropes to be ready. When we move, we'll infiltrate from the side." Huangling commanded a skinny boy below. "Hey kid, come here." The boy approached, looking up at her. "Do you have any instructions for me, leader?" Huangling said with a sly smile. "Go into the park," the boy stammered fearfully. "Didn't we say we were here to carry the spoils?" Li Chung asked, puzzled. "Sister Lin, what's going on?" Huanglin replied with a sly smile. "All he ever talks about is sons. Sons. Then we'll give it a boy." She reassured him, "Don't worry, we'll catch the tentacle monster if it shows up. This kid will be fine." Terrified, the boy waved his hands, trembling in refusal. "Leader, I won't go. I don't want to be bait." Someone steps forward, and Da Peng grabs the boy by the collar, lifting him up and warning him loudly, "Stop whining, or I'll kill you myself." With that, he throws the boy into the park. The poor boy could only lie on the ground, groaning in pain, as Huan Loi, seeing the situation was dire, quickly announced that something was wrong and they needed to move. The group released ropes from the building's roof and began to descend as the boy clutched his arm, struggling to his feet and pleading, "Save me!" Screams suddenly echoed through the park. "Son, a monster jumped out from behind that poor boy." He screamed in terror, "I don't want to die." A terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. Seeing the target appear, Li Chung urgently commanded, "All right, the bait has been taken. Save him now." Just as he was about to act, an arm reached out to stop him. Huang Ling looked at Li Chung and said with a smile, "We agreed not to steal Ng Lao from Jiang Ye." Seeing this, Xiaoyang simply smiled and replied, "I know." He stomped his foot on the ground, shattering the stone beneath. With lightning speed, Yang dashes toward the boy, targeted by the tentacled monster, grabbing his collar as terrifying danger looms behind them. With one hand, Yang flung the boy away, who screamed in terror. Instantly, Li Chung appeared and caught him, both of them skidding back. Xiaoyang's glasses fall to the ground and shatter as the monster's tentacles wrap tightly around him. He angrily shouts at Xiaoyang, "Give me back my son!" But Xiaoyang, unfazed, simply looks up at the monster and asks, "Huh, you?" Outside, Li Chung was desperate to help, shouting, "Hang in there, Jiang Ye." But in the next moment, Da Peng and Huang Ling twisted Li Chung's arms behind his back, forcing him to kneel. He turned his head, frowning, and said, "Hey, what are you doing? If you don't act, Jiang Ye will surely die." She replied with a sinister smile, "He deserves to die." Huang Ling smugly watched as he was entangled by the monster, thinking he could fight the tentacle monster, but in the end, he was just a piece of merchandise to be abused and murdered. Hearing this, Li Chung angrily questioned them, realizing they never had good intentions from the start. "Why?" Xiaoyang's voice cuts him off. He says, "Let me tell you why." A statement that shocks all three of them into staring at him. In such a dangerous situation, Xiaoyang calmly uttered the most terrifying words. Glancing outside, he continued, "Because I know your secret of eating people." In disbelief, Li Chung stammered, "Cannibalism?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by gunfire, forcing the two to release Li Jung and dodge. Da Peng shouts that they're being ambushed, and Huang Ling cries out in alarm, "Who's there?" The Hung Li Gang continues to fire at their designated target, while another group breaks off to charge at the monster, clutching Xiaoyang. So Shuai Shuai, holding a burning glass bottle, shouts, "Uncle Xiaoyang, we're here to help." He threw the bottle without hesitation, but the monster casually shattered it with a tentacle, then stared blankly ahead as flames engulfed him. All the monster saw was, so I, and he cried out in anguish, "My son!" Shengzhe tightened his grip on Xiaoyang, then looked over and said, "Son." Shuai Shuai gritted his teeth. "Damn, I didn't think this beast was so strong." He roared in anger. "Don't curse!" Changzhi frowned, warning that this one isn't a normal zombie. Suddenly, Chen Chong rushed in, warning him to be careful as he swiftly dodged Shengzhe's threads. Qiang is surprised. What is that? Another mutant. Huang Ling is shocked. A mutant is fighting alongside a human? Chen Chong is focused on the battle, quickly breaking free from the constricting tendrils. Suddenly, the tendrils change direction and attack, but with incredible reflexes, Chen Chong blocks the blow. Xiaoyang laughs. "Uncle Chong, you've met your match." Da Peng grits his teeth. That brat Jiang Ye still has time to joke around. A Chiang stammers, It's torn apart." "Those are the tentacles of that tentacle monster." He looked at Xiaoyang in a panic and shouted, Wait! That kid seemed to call Jiang Ye Uncle Xiaoyang just now." Da Peng asked, What's wrong? A Chang's face was grim. A Xing mentioned that the leader of the Tea Leaf City stronghold was named Huang Ling. Zhang Xiaoyang, are you sure you're not mistaken? He nodded. That's right, it's Zhang Xiaoyang. Behind him, Da Peng cursed, Damn, that kid played us. Huang Ling frowned, realizing these people must be the main fighting force of that gathering place. Hong Li and his colleagues stood behind them, while Huang Ling sharply observed, along with the others. The strongest among them was about as powerful as Li Cheng, but their weapons were formidable. The cruelest one is Jiang Ye. No, it's Zhang Xiaoyang and his mutated form, whose power rivals that of the tentacle monster. Our odds aren't good. Even if we win, both sides will suffer heavy losses. What do we do then? A Kwang worried. Huang Ling's expression turned grim. I've got an idea. Da Peng, hold them off and cover me. Da Peng grits his teeth, wielding a burning iron hammer. He charges forward, swinging it with all his might. It fell upon the large branches where everyone stood, relentlessly attacking the trees where the others hid, gradually snapping the massive trunks in two. Hong Li gritted his teeth, frustrated. What are they trying to accomplish by causing such a ruckus? Huang Ling suddenly charged toward Shuai Shuai. Watch out! Xinwen quickly appeared, targeting us, but Huang Ling kicked him in the face. With a single kick, she sends Xinwan flying, an evolved human with sharp eyes and a sinister grin. She grabs Shuai Shuai by the collar, suspending him in the air as she snarls, Dan chose you! Shushu rushes to help. Sowai grits his teeth. You won't use me as a hostage. Huang Lin's voice drops. Oh my, you do have some ability, don't you? As soon as she finished speaking, she punched the young master in the face, and Thang, seeing the boy get hit. Son, Trandung quickly straddles his shoulders, choking him, his dark eyes panting behind the mask. Xiaoyang says, All right, step aside and let him go. Chen Chong stares blankly, confused. Hey, you're pointing at Shuai Shuai, who's being held hostage. He's about to risk it all. Getting in his way right now wouldn't be wise. Huang Ling shouts, Drop your weapons if you don't want to see this kid's head roll. Hong Li angrily retorts, Let him go, and take me as a hostage instead. She smirked. Seeing how anxious you are, I knew I grabbed the right person. Hong Li grimaced. Damn it, if anything happens to Shuai Shuai, how am I going to face his mother? Huang Ling tightens her grip on Shuai Shuai's neck, ordering everyone to drop their weapons and retreat 100 meters. Hong Li quickly commands, Do as she says. Huang Ling grimaces and continues, then orders the monster to join them. Suddenly, sharp black threads attack from out of nowhere. Lin, watch out! She quickly jumps away, releasing the commander, and the sharp black tendrils slice a Kwang in half. Da Peng watches from the sidelines, shouting in alarm, as a Chang and Huang Ling land safely, gritting their teeth. What's going on? Weren't they holding back the tentacle monster? She looks over at Xiaoyang, who is smiling calmly, with Chen Chong waving beside him. They're watching a show. Hong Li shouts, Shuai Shuai, get away from there. Xiaoyang calmly replies, It's okay, Shuai Shuai's not in danger. Hong Li's face widened in surprise. Not in danger? Shengzhe used his black rope to bind Shuai Shuai. He looks at the boy gently and asks, Soai's son? The boy stammers in fear. How about it? Xiaoyang continued. Zhang Shengzhe, I'm a man of my word. Your wife and children are living well. Zoai. Shuai was left hanging and asked, Yes, that's my dad. Xiaoyang replies, That's right, that's my dad. You guessed right. He has a similar constitution to a scapegoat. The boy hugs Shengzhe, sobbing. Da Peng's father angrily shouts, What kind of crazy plot is this? It failed. Retreat, retreat quickly. Shengzhe coldly stares at them as sharp black threads begin to lash out. Da Peng desperately tries to outrun the attack, but the binding is excruciating, and he cries out in agony. Cut the tentacles. He grits his teeth and turns back. Huang Ling, what are you waiting for? She didn't save me, she ran. You betrayed me, you bitch. Terrified, Huang Ling knew that even fighting side by side, they might not be a match for the tentacle monster, especially with the others around. Her only chance was to escape while Wang Da held it back. But suddenly, something stopped her in her tracks. A black tendril ensnares her leg, and she cries out as it yanks her to the ground. His glasses broken and nose bleeding. He's furious. Damn it. The black rope began dragging her body, causing immense pain, as Da Peng laughed. And she thought she could betray me? Now what? Li Cheng, it's just you and me now. He was terrified. Damn it, there's no choice. Suddenly, Xiaoyang put his hand on Li Cheng's shoulder from behind, and he asked blankly, When did you get behind me? He coldly continued, Don't interfere, and I guarantee your safety. The great eagle cursed, "Li Cheng, you bastard, are you betraying us too?" No sooner said than done. Shengzhe sent the rope soaring, lifting Dapeng high into the air. Without hesitation, Shengzhe slammed him into the ground, his face contorted and bloody, before the sharp, black tendrils rained down upon him. Huang Ling, bound and screaming, cries out, "Let me go!" But the restraints only tighten, showing no sign of stopping, as his face turns purple and blood pours from his eyes and nose. The brutal scene continued. Huang Ling was strangled by the tentacles until blood trickled from her eyes, and then she was wrapped even tighter, almost disappearing within them. Thang easily finished off Huang Lin without much effort. The system displayed a notification. The villain's nemesis quest was complete, requiring the elimination of the threat and assistance to a potential teammate. Earning 80 points, his total now stands at 151. Xiaoyang smiles with satisfaction at the screen. This potential teammate he speaks of, it's Hang Sheng, isn't it? He turned to Li Cheng and spoke coldly. "All right, anything you want to ask?" His eyes flashed with suspicion. He questioned suspiciously, "Are you from the Diepthan tea plantation in the East District?" Tiu Dung admitted it frankly. "That's right." Li Cheng then asked curiously, "What did you mean earlier when you mentioned eating people?" Hearing this, his eyes turned dangerous. "You think becoming an evolved human is all about luck?" Li Cheng hesitantly voiced his suspicions, suggesting that the reason they became evolved humans was... He suddenly recalled a conversation with a mother and daughter he'd overheard in the past. "Mommy, I want to eat meat too." The mother coaxed her child. "Be good, don't cause trouble, he needs to eat meat to protect us." Then the mother turned and smiled at him. "Sorry, Mr. Li, kids don't understand." Seeing this, Li Cheng offered his box of meat to the mother. "It's okay, let her have a bite," but she quickly refused. "No need, Mr. Li, no need." Back in reality, Li Cheng was drenched in sweat. He stammered, I... Li Cheng couldn't forget the horrifying escape. Frantic screams echo. The tentacle monster has returned, and several people are missing. Did any of you actually see the tentacle monster? No. If we saw it, would we even be alive to tell the tale? The frantic mother searching for her daughter was still etched in his mind. "Where is my daughter? Has anyone seen my daughter?" Thinking this, Li Cheng collapsed, vomiting uncontrollably, and began to berate himself, cursing repeatedly. Bruised and battered, Li Cheng cursed himself relentlessly, panting with exhaustion, helpless amidst the blood. He glared at them with resentment. "So you also rely on cannibalism to gain power?" Seeing Li Cheng's suspicion, Hong Li immediately retorted, "What do you take us for?" "We're not like that," Xiaoyang reassured him, tossing a jade stone toward Li Cheng. "Don't worry, we know more than you do, and we have other ways to gain power. This core, which can be extracted from zombies and evolved humans, is better than eating human flesh, and has no side effects." Li Cheng glanced at Xiaoyang, puzzled. "Side effects?" He looked at him and voiced his judgment. "I think you've already felt it. After evolving, your emotions are easily lost. Moreover, violence and slaughter will excite you." Li Cheng bluntly admits, "That's right." "As for me," Xiaoyang coldly stated the harsh, unchangeable truth. "But stopping the meat-eating now might at least keep your violence and perversion from progressing further." With that, he turned to Shengzhe, who was holding Shui Shui. "As for Zhang Shengzhe, can he speak fluently?" He raised his hand, trying to articulate his words. "Thank you for saving me, son," said Jiang. Hearing this, Xiaoyang angrily retorted, "Are you lecturing me on ethics now?" Is Zhang Shengzhe frantically denying everything? I mean, the CEO's son, Mr. Kuang's son, Mr. Kuang's son. Hearing this, he forced a smile and raised his hand. "Enough, enough, I understand." Like the Chung family, though the mutation affected his language center, his mind is still clear. But his current appearance is indeed a bit frightening. Taking him back to the gathering place seems a bit... He gives a friendly smile, refusing the offer. "No need. Me, used to this land, son worried gone." Tudong translates, he says he's used to it here, and he's relieved his son is safe. Seeing that he understood, he excitedly gave a thumbs up, saying, "Director Jiang, great wisdom, great wisdom." Xiaoyang corrects him, deflated. "That's called intelligence. Brother Li Cheng, the threat has been eliminated. The remaining members of the West Wind Steel Plant will have to be led by you." Li Cheng immediately objected to his assignment. "No, I'm a former cannibal. No one would be safe if I led the West Peak Steel Mill." Seeing his resolve, Xiaoyang pondered, resting his chin in thought, then turned to Hong Li. "How about this? Hong Li, I think you should lead the West Wind Steelworks. Li Cheng will come with me back to Tea Leaf City," and he agreed immediately. With the assignment settled, Xiaoyang placed a hand on Li Cheng's shoulder. He firmly promised him, "I will watch over the demons in your heart for you." In a neighboring city, the border of City S is shrouded in a hazy space as a group of people frantically flee. Blood-curdling screams fill the air. "Help me, please!" The remaining survivors quickly stopped others from going to help, saying he was beyond saving. Surrounded by the monster, the man desperately calls out to his friend, who turns away in tears, cursing under his breath. The man couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Help me! Help me!" The monsters turn to attack him, and in a moment of terror, smoke fills the air. The man's body was mangled beyond recognition, crushed into a boneless heap as the monsters howled in satisfaction and resumed their relentless chase. Exhausted, Xiaotong leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. "I can't run anymore." Xingkai urged her on. "We have to keep running, or we'll be torn to shreds." He glanced at Mo Tian, who raised a hand to stop everyone. "Wait." Confused, Xiangkai asked him what was wrong. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Listen closely, he could hear the wind whistling past his ears. He excitedly tells his companions, "It's the wind. I hear the wind." This proves we're about to reach the edge of the forest. His companion is equally excited. Indeed, it's the sound of the wind, but suddenly, footsteps echo behind them, sending shivers down their spines. Mactian frantically runs, urging everyone on. "They're catching up! We can't slow down!" "Run!" Shankai turned back to encourage Xiaodong. Victory was within reach. They couldn't die here. They hurried forward relentlessly, their eyes fixed on the distant light of hope. Light. There's light ahead. We're close to the edge of the forest. Xiaodong excitedly rushes forward, unaware of the approaching tentacle above. She succeeded. They succeeded. They were finally saved. Suddenly, a scream echoed from behind her. "Careful!" Just then, the tentacle lunged toward Xiaodong as well. The tentacle wrapped around her neck before she could react, and the monster hoisted her into the air as she screamed. It devoured her upper body in one swift bite, leaving her companions in stunned disbelief as her lower half fell to the ground. Xingkai cries out in fury, "Xiaotong, my Xiaotong!" Mo Tian quickly embraced him, saying, "Hey, get a grip." He heard another monster approaching, and Mo Tian cursed in frustration. The vegetation was catching up, so he slapped Xingkai hard across the face, causing him pain. Mo Tian shouts at him, "Xiaotong is dead. If you don't want to be buried with her, calm down now." I'm sorry. As the night deepened, the group frantically ran, desperate to escape the monster's pursuit. The monster's footsteps echoed through the night as they searched for prey. Their tentative footsteps in the darkness instilled fear in everyone. Their numbers were so great, they seemed to engulf the land. The group arrives at a deserted place, which MacDian recognizes as the outskirts of Mo City. We've reached Mo City. The remaining survivors warily scanned their surroundings. How strange. Where is everyone? That's right. It's as if everything has been abandoned. Mo Tian turns to explain to everyone that with such a major incident in City S, it's only logical that the neighboring City M would be evacuated. Suddenly, Shankai points and exclaims in surprise, "What's that?" Following his gaze, they saw Shengzhe lurking behind a distant pillar, unaware of his mutated state, and approached him. As survivors, it seems those who escaped earlier were successful. "Hey, buddy, where's the evacuation point?" Shengzhe turned to face them, his eyes filled with a terrifying animalistic rage, and the group could only scream in horror. A plant type. They all turned and ran at his appearance. Shengzhe silently watched them flee, not giving chase. They ran a short distance, then stopped. Gasping for breath, Modian asked, Are they coming after us?" Shankai mustered his courage and glanced back. "I don't think so." Modian couldn't believe what he was seeing. "What is going on? Why is there plant life outside the forest too?" The others murmured in confusion. "Has the outside of the forest also fallen? Then why hasn't the forest spread out? What are we going to do?" The sounds of more monsters echo around them, sending chills down their spines. They watch in fear as the monsters lumber closer, their screams echoing, "Plant life!" They looked around in confusion at the monsters blocking their path from all sides. "We're surrounded." Shankai slumped down in despair. "We shouldn't have run. We could have lived a few more months in the forest, and Xiaotong wouldn't have died." The savage monsters surged forward, and one of the group, tears welling, held a knife to his throat, crying, "I don't want to be torn apart by them. I don't want to die like this." Suddenly, a tentacle lashed past his head, striking forward, instantly killing the monsters blocking their path. Shengzhe calmly and resolutely walks toward them. The group, seeing his terrifying gaze, asks, "What's going on?" Elsewhere, the wind howled across a vast landscape as Xiaoyang gazed from his balcony, remarking, "The wind is strong today." Suddenly, the system's notification rang out. Mission: Utopia Society is in progress. Mission content: expand the community, advance the mission. Establish a branch, and the West Side steel plant has been completed. Reading with interest, Yang exclaims, "Oh, another 80 points? That's a lot to spend." Let's see what new goodies there are. As soon as he finishes, he taps a command on the screen. On screen, Armed Threat Supply Drop Level 2 costs 20 points, Awakened Ability Supply Drop Level 3 costs 100 points, Tech Light Supply Drop Level 2 costs 50 points. Then, an item appeared that shocked Xiaoyang. A Level 3 supply drop? Holy crap. Level 2 already unlocked Physical Potential Overload. Let's see what Level 3 has in store. He taps the screen again, opening the Level 1 Armed Threat Supply Drop, receiving an Armored Jeep. Opening the Level 3 Ability Awakening Supply Drop, he receives a Level 1 Enslavement Mark, imprinting enemies and turning them into servants. The maximum number of slaves, opening a Level 2 Black Technology Supply Drop, yields a reward of +130 Physical Enhancement Potion. Xiaoyang stares intently at the screen, lost in thought. Only one person can be enslaved. For now, Zhang Shengzhe and Li Sheng are considered stable. But a new mission appears before him. Mission: Utopia Project in progress. Objective: expand the community, advance the mission to protect the independent settlement from invasion. The Utopia Project continues, rewarding 10 evaluation points for the new mission. Weed Removal. A mission requirement is to eliminate the threat posed by weeds, rewarding 100 accumulation points. Xiaoyang is even more bewildered. Weed removal? Eliminate the threat posed by weeds? He laments, his voice echoing, "You want me to use support to pull weeds." Suddenly, his walkie-talkie crackles to life, startling him. "Xiaoyang, do you hear me? Boss is in trouble." He turns towards Shengzhe and the others fighting the monsters. The group looks at him, confused. "Is that a zombie? What's going on?" Could it be that Thang Chet's zombie is in league with Chief Huang? Thang Chet drags a monster toward them. He looked at the crowd surrounding him with curiosity when a sudden voice startled him. "Dad, it's old Zhang." He watched his wife and child run toward him with excitement. "Son and wedding?" Lao Sheng overheard him and asked, confused. "And his wedding." Little Yang, standing nearby, immediately explained, "He probably means his wife. The mutation is affecting his language center. He's like an aphasia patient now." Shengzhe held his wife and child, his eyes full of tenderness. A moment later, Xiaoyang bent down and plucked a branch from the monster they had defeated. "Is this it?" Upon hearing this, he tried to explain it to him. The main course: frontier stew, meat and vegetables together. He repeated his words, whispering to himself, as Mo Tian rushed forward to explain to Xiaoyang, "Big bro, let me explain. We come from City S, which is now covered in forests. Not only that, many people have mutated into plant-based beings like them." He heard this and stared at the branch in his hand. Plant mutants. Mo Tian wondered. "But boss, your Misty City doesn't seem very peaceful either." Xiaoyang glanced at him and asked, "You were brought all the way here, so you must have seen it. Most people have mutated into zombies." Mo Tian stammered in response, "Yes." With that, Xiaoyang turned to Lao Sheng and instructed, "Uncle Sheng, behind the ruined wall outside the 2 streets east of the base, there's an armored jeep. Bring someone to drive it back here later." "Understood." He then turned to the group and gave orders. "Follow me to the border between the 2 cities to assess the situation." A moment later, Yang led the group to the border. MacDean is startled by the ever-reaching branches, the vines growing taller than before. After assessing the situation, Xiaoyang quickly makes a decision. "We're going into the jungle." Hearing that, Mo Tian broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Huh?" The others were just as bewildered, and he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Boss, the forest is dangerous. Why else would we have risked our lives to escape?" Xiaoyang gave him a terrifying look, realizing that if they did nothing, it would only be a matter of time. "The West Wind steel plant will be enveloped, impacting both living and production. But before that, there's something more important we need to do." Zhang Qi looked at him, puzzled. "What is it?" He glanced at them before stating frankly that he would help them gain the ability to face danger alone. "Call old Li and the people from the Zhifeng steel factory. We're focusing on hunting for the next few days." Days later, as a zombie feasted on its spoils, it sensed danger and looked back in alarm, only to find nothing there, increasing its confusion. Suddenly, Xiaoyang ambushed it from behind, catching it completely off guard. The zombie was instantly killed with a single strike, and the others combined their efforts to eliminate the monsters with guns and armored vehicles. The monsters were quickly eliminated en masse, bullets raining down and clattering on the ground. Xiaoyang crouches down to the monster's corpse and searches for something, while elsewhere, voices of discontent echo. More zombies, always more zombies. Bingo angrily stomps on the undead. "Where do you live? Is there no one else alive?" A zombie roared and lunged at him with savage ferocity, but he swiftly dodged its attack. Bingwu looks at the zombie's corpse with disgust. I don't want to eat roasted zombie. I hope I can find some people. Suddenly he stopped and glanced to the side. Huh? Bingo catches a faint scent in the air and excitedly exclaims, "A living person," as one man warns another who is killing zombies. Hey, do you have a death wish? The leader specifically ordered, "Don't open the door and go out during this time." Seeing this, the man ran back. What's wrong? The zombies nearby have mostly been dealt with by the Zhanghui group. The rest have been taken care of. Stop the chatter and get in here. Seeing their exchange, Bing Wu grinned sinisterly. They were indeed humans, and ones who had never eaten their own kind. Pure humans. But these people have something I can't handle right now. I'll have to wait a few days. He wept in anger, tears filling his mouth. Annoying, annoying, annoying. As darkness fell, a constant notification echoed through a house. Refresh successful, exchange successful, refresh successful, exchange successful. Current points, 3. Xiaoyang calls into the walkie-talkie, asking Uncle Sheng to gather everyone in the meeting room. Lao Sheng immediately responds, yes. With everyone gathered, Xiaoyang gazed at the mutant cores on the table, marveling at how much they'd earned in just 3 short days of hunting together. Li Hongli, Zhang Zhi, divide these mutant cores equally between you. Hongli immediately objected, saying that didn't seem right. Zhang Zhi chimed in, saying that it was mostly due to Yang's efforts. That's right, and everyone's worked hard except for you two. But Xiaoyang waves them off, saying, don't refuse. We have plenty of weapons and ammo. It's more useful to have a few top-tier experts than a bunch of mediocre evolved people. Those behind him chuckled, comforting Hong Li. Old Li, if they tell you to eat, just eat. When has Yang ever been wrong? That's right. We trust Yang's decisions completely. Xiaoyang turned to San and suggested, also San, come with me. She asked back, bewildered. Okay. A moment later, San and Xiaoyang went into the room. She quickly closed the door, then turned back to him and asked, Brother Yang, what do you want to do? The others in the room stealthily approached Yang's room to eavesdrop. They crept closer, whispering to each other to be quiet as they overheard Yang comforting San. It might hurt a little. Just bear with it. As everyone eavesdropped, the door suddenly burst open, and Zhang Zhi awkwardly took in the scene, speechless. He saw Xiaoyang's serious face and stammered, Xiaoyang, is it that fast? Xiaoyang irritably grabbed his hand and dragged him in. The brat whined, easy, easy, Brother Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang decisively kicked him inside to see what he was doing, just as Zhang Chai looked in astonishment at San, who was clutching her injected arm. He scratched his head, awkwardly asking, San, did you just get a vaccine? Xiaoyang pointed at Zhang Zhi, calmly saying, you ate a lot of mutant cores earlier, so now you're considered a master among masters. Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, isn't it all thanks to you, Dung? Seeing this, Dung coldly decided to spar with San. Hearing that, Zhang Zhi breaks out in a cold sweat. Huh? I can't do that. I don't bully girls. Xiaoyang scoffed at his refusal. Bully girls, huh? San, let's give it our all and let Cheesy taste defeat. Don't worry, Cheesy can handle it. Seeing Zhang Zhi's arrogant boasting, he spoke up. Easy now. Now I'm absurdly strong. Give it your all. Before he could finish, San struck him, sending him flying out the door to everyone's surprise. Holy crap, San is stunned by his own power. Xiaoyang calmly explains that he gave San performance-enhancing drugs. Now, besides me and the Sung family, no one here can stand against San. Zhang Zhi covers his face, on the verge of tears. Thu Qiang, seeing his delusion, mocked him, saying, Little Yang isn't gay, why would he be closest to you? A moment later, Xiaoyang assigned tasks, suddenly pointing at Mo Tian and ordering, You too, come with me to S City. He was stunned. Me? He hastily waved his hands in refusal. No, I barely escaped. I don't want to go back. Lai Jing sternly questions him, saying they're helping him save his comrades and family, yet he's too cowardly to go. Mo Tian pleads desperately, saying he has no comrades or family, begging them not to make him go back, and that he'd rather be a coolie. Suddenly a voice rings out, startling Xiaoyang. It's me. Shankai bravely volunteers to go with them. Elsewhere, that same night, on the outskirts of Misty City, Bing Wu stumbles along, thinking he remembers it being nearby. But his mind is getting slower, and he doesn't know what the consequences will be if he can't get fresh human meat. Suddenly, seductive moans reached his ears, and he eagerly ran toward a house. He was right. It was nearby. Bin Ngo bursts into a house, interrupting an intimate scene. He clears his throat to get their attention. Seeing him appear, Black Wind coldly turned around. Moth, you dare show your face again? Bing Wu raised his hands, quickly retorting, Hey, don't get worked up. I'm not here to steal anything. I'm here to share some news. Li Qi looked at him with a mocking expression. Sharing information, you say? You're that generous? Anshmi glared at Bing Wu with murderous intent. We're all half monsters here. Don't try to deceive us with those words. Bingo patted his chest, protesting. It's true. There are many pure humans alive, but they have weapons, and I can't handle them alone, so I came to you all for cooperation. The group stared at him with probing eyes. Lu Ju slyly replied to Bing Wu, Okay, but if you ever try to deceive us, you'll be our next meal. He confidently responded, Of course I wouldn't. Of course I wouldn't lie. Li Qi approached invitingly. Then we're teammates, come join us and have some fun. Bingo licked his lips, hungrily approaching her, while elsewhere, on the border, Xiaoyang led the group into the forest. Shankai warns everyone, benefactors, be careful. Danger may be lurking behind every leaf and every tree. Xiaoyang turned to him and asked, By the way, what's your name? He answered honestly, My name is Zhou Shukai. Xiaoyang, seeing his expression, grinned. You're a real man. Your teammates were so scared, but you still dared to follow us. Shinkai's eyes burned with a thirst for revenge. My girlfriend was killed by the plant monster, and I want revenge. Besides, my parents are still in the forest. If there's a chance to save them, of course I have to try. Xiaoyang glanced behind him and assigned everyone their positions. I'll take the lead. Lai Cheng shields them, with he and Zhang Zhesheng flanking Xingkai on either side. He's our only guide. If he dies, this whole trip is a waste. Xingkai was touched to see them surrounding him. Thank you for helping me. Xiaoyang chuckled. Don't get the wrong idea. We're not helping you, but trying to stop the forest from spreading. Suddenly, a vine slithered down, approaching Xiaoyang, who looked at it with disgust. What is this stuff? It's all slimy. Startled by the terrifying vine, Hyungkai shouted a warning to Xiaoyang. No, get out of the way. Just then, the vine wrapped tightly around Xiaoyang's neck. It lifts him up, ready to devour him as Hyungkai cries out in despair. No one can survive its jaws. Suddenly, Xiaoyang grips the vine tightly, landing easily after the vine's attack. He held on tight, pulling back with all his might, launching another attack. Xingkai watched in admiration, impressed beyond words. Xiaoyang easily pulled a mass of the monster's organs to the ground, organs that still trembled with his pull. Seeing this, the monster quickly flees as Xiaoyang shouts, Trying to escape? I didn't expect it to still be able to move. Don't let it escape. Zhang Shengzhe, you can stand by and watch tentacles in front of me? As he said this, Shengzhe sent his tentacles hurtling towards the monster. The tentacles quickly wrapped around the monster, and Shengzhe controlled them to fly back towards him. He ruthlessly slammed the monster into the ground, and a strong scent suddenly emanated from its mouth. The scent reached Xiaoyang's nose, and he exclaimed how fragrant it was, before suddenly freezing, as if realizing something. He turned back, wary of everyone. The smoke from this thing smells strange. It might not be safe. Be careful. Suddenly, he found himself in a strange land, and Little Yong's teammates had all disappeared. Where is everyone? Even Xingkai has been driven mad by the bewitching scent. He shook his head, trying to compose himself. What's going on? This feels so strange. He looked around at the others, now controlled by the scent. Benefactors! Benefactors! What's wrong with you? Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes caught his attention, and Hong Kai glanced at the figure in the foliage. What? Suddenly, Xiaotong appeared and called out to him. Seeing this, Shankai was dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He hurriedly asked Xiaotong, Xiaotong, you're still alive? She beckons him closer. It's dangerous over there. Come quickly, everyone's here. Entranced by the voice, Shinkai heads into the depths of the forest, saying, Okay, I'm coming. Elsewhere, Bing Wu stopped before a factory, pointing and saying to those behind him, See that? That's the place. Black Wind eyed the factory, swallowing hard. Your flesh? Yes, your pure flesh. Black Wind's eyes turned bloodthirsty at the sight of the people, but his comrade held him back. Hey, calm down. He didn't hear a word, rushing off so fast that Bing Wu wanted to curse. Damn it, you bastard. Fueled by a dark desire, Black Wind lunges toward the survivors, eager to indulge his hunger. The guard is caught off guard by his sudden advance. Nearby, another man questioned him. Hey, who are you? Suddenly, he screamed in agony as the guard was instantly attacked by Black Wind, who bit down hard on his arm. The guard beside him exclaimed in a panic, Is that a zombie? Damn it. Fire! Open fire! The sounds of a struggle outside startled Hong Li inside. Sweat trickled down his face as he realized the gravity of the situation. The guard still trembled, gun trained on Black Wind. Damn it, he's dodging bullets like it's nothing. Without a word, he grunts and attacks. Hong Li immediately appeared, delivering a kick to Black Wind, sending him flying backwards. Black Wind skidded to a halt, retreating. Hong Li relentlessly fired his gun, and he dodged the incoming bullets while cursing furiously. Damn it! Seeing this, he quickly ordered his men to bring him back and take him to the medical room to stop the bleeding. A moment later, Black Wind, clutching his wound and panting, returned, collapsing onto the road, unable to endure any longer. Li Qi smiled mockingly at him. "What's the rush? Did you get hurt?" Black Wind retorted, annoyed. "Enough with the taunts. Just find me some meat. I need to replenish my strength." Black Wind's eyes turned bloodshot as he growled, "What time is it already? Why so chatty? Out of the way." Suddenly a foot stomps down on him without hesitation, and he cries out in pain, "What are you doing?" An Mi coldly replies, "One less mouth to feed is always a good thing." Seeing this, Heifeng curses in anger. "Bastard." Looking at the defeated Black Wind on the ground, Lu Ji wondered, "So, how do we break this stalemate?" The food is hiding in the factory, armed with weapons. Ying Mei calmly responds, "That's easy." Seeing this, Ye was confused. "What do you mean?" She bluntly retorted, "Are you all crazy? We're humans, not zombies." "Of course, she'll just waltz right in," Hung Kai wondered. "Ugh, why do I feel so lightheaded?" Xiao Tong urged. "Don't hesitate. Hurry over here. Hurry!" She glared impatiently. "Hurry, come here. Now. Suddenly, a sharp knife flew from Du Fei, and in an instant, Xiao Tong's head was separated from her body, her whole body collapsing to the ground before Xingkai's eyes. He witnessed this and, with tears streaming down his face, cried out in anguish, "Xiao Tong!" Xiaoyong frowned, rubbing his eyes as he appeared beside him. "Impressive, I was even fooled." Enraged, Xingkai turns back and shouts, "Why? Why did you kill my Xiao Tong?" He retorted, "Your little attendant? Look closely. What is that?" Xiaoyong shook his head in disbelief as the boy's body flickered and changed, revealing its true form, a blackened figure entwined with roots. Xiaoyong went to Chenchong and nudged him. "Hey, wake up, stop dreaming." After searching everywhere and waking everyone up, Chenchong and Li Cheng asked, confused, "What's going on?" It felt like years had passed. Sung Chiel rubbed his head, rambling about history and high-speed mechanical transport. The son was transported back to Earth. "I had a dream of driving to pick him up from school. He looks at the knife and predicts that the flower released a poisonous gas that caused us to hallucinate." Li Tung wondered why Xiaoyong was cutting up the corpse. What was he trying to do? He replies, wondering about the monster's internal structure and whether it can produce a mutant core. Xiaoyong continues as he cuts. "Looks like I was overthinking it. This guy seems to be just a puppet, not the real thing." He reaches for a nearby vine, noting they dig deep into the earth, implying the main body isn't close. Suddenly, he realizes something and yanks the vine from the ground to examine it. It's a large, purplish-black tuber with many small roots dangling down. He's puzzled. It looks like this thing stores nutrients like a potato or taro. The root in his hand vanishes, as if it were edible. Xiaoyong turns to Xingkai and asks, "Zhou Xingkai, what do you know about these plant entities?" He replied, "I only know they're dangerous, seeing all living things as food, but Elder Ha definitely knows something." He wondered, where is Elder Ha? Is he still alive? Xingkai replies, "Elder Ha is an expert from the Institute of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences. Before I escaped, he sheltered with us in the high-rise. I don't know if he's still alive." Hearing this, Xiaoyong decided, "Good, take me to find old Ha." Late at night, a crescent moon shone in the dark sky as Li Qi, wearing only a jacket, ran breathlessly, her ample chest exposed. Unfortunately, she tripped on a rock, sending her sprawling face first into the ground. Nearby, Long heard the noise and was shocked, shouting, "The survivor is the lucky one!" He rushed towards Li Qi as someone behind him called out, "Hold on." She dropped her coat, revealing her alluring curves and ample bosom. Bin frowned. "To be safe, we should report it first." Long retorted, "Report what? Can't you see she's in trouble? Let's get her back." Bin still felt uneasy, but Long snapped at him, saying not to be so indecisive or the zombies would devour her. Long, blushing, then asked after Li Qi. "Are you all right?" she asked, feigning distress. "Please, help me," he reassured her. "Don't worry, you're safe now." Then they carried her back to the base. Nearby, behind a car, 3 people were observing everything. Tisk, tisk. Seeing this, Bing Wu complimented her skill. But suddenly, a sharp, dark red stiletto heel shattered the car window next to him, causing him to blush. A seductive figure in a tight, dark red dress with a half-smirk of arrogance on her lips. "I'm even better than her." Li Qi, being carried, smirks sinisterly. Elsewhere, Xiaoyang and his group are scouting ahead. Li Cheng wonders, "Why is it so dark already?" He replied, "It's already dusk and the trees are so dense here that hardly any light gets through." Xiaoyang asked Xingkai, "How much further?" He pointed and said it was close. Suddenly a voice called out, startling them all. Auntie Yang waved from a nearby building as Xingkai asked her something. but then frowned, rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Xiaoyang glanced over, reassuring. Don't worry, we weren't hit with hallucinogenic powder this time. It's not an illusion, it's a living person. Behind Aunt Yang was a group of people armed and ready. Fulong shouts, I told you not to risk it. You're determined to kill us all. Are the others in the group just going to stand by and watch Zhou Xingkai be assimilated by those monsters? He repeats, he's beyond saving. After all those days, for him to show up here means he's definitely not himself anymore. Auntie Yang turns back and orders, enough talk. Prepare for battle. The auntie's group charges toward Xiaoyang, ready to fight their way out. But Xiaoyang stopped him, telling him to calm down and not attack. Arrows rained down upon them, but with a wave of his hand he shattered them all. Xiaoyang shouts, stay calm! Aunt Yang and her comrades halt in surprise. Xingkai rushes between them. Aunt Yang, calm down, they're not enemies. Aunt Yang ordered everyone to stop. Cease fire now. Xingkai explained, they're from outside the forest, our benefactors. She questioned, what about the others who were scouting with you? And Little Dong too. He replied that nearly half of their people were dead or wounded, and Little Dong was also dead. But he and the others had escaped. She then asked, what's the situation like outside? Xingkai replied, this isn't the place to talk. Let's head back and discuss it in detail. The group pales at the sight of Chen Chong and Shengzhe, their figures now ghastly with pale green skin and eerie purple eyes. Xiaoyang reassures them, don't worry, they're family. He turned to the two, asking them to say something to ease their fear, so they showed everyone their cuteness. Chen Chong chuckled, I may be ugly, but I'm gentle. And Shengzhe jumped up and down, flexing his muscular arms, showing off his smooth, bare body and asking them to admire how sexy he was. Seeing this, Xiaoyang coughed and asked what they were doing, while Xingkai tried to reassure him, don't worry, they're our saviors. We were rescued thanks to them. Auntie Yang, hearing this, lowered her guard. All right, come on over. Under the dark night, the stars twinkled and the wheels sped along the long road. Sane, on her motorcycle, drifted to a stop in front of the base and said into the radio, Uncle Lee, I'm at the steel factory gate. Open it up. Suddenly, San sensed something was off. They hid behind the car, trying to stay silent, but before they could investigate, Hong Li opened the door and called them in. Together, they entered the factory. Behind the car, Luji chuckled. That was close. Almost got caught. Did she notice? That girl is an evolved human, a pure evolved human. Their faces lit up as if they'd struck gold. Luji continued, how can there be a pure evolved human? How did she do that? Bing Wubi sneered. I don't know, but what I do know is that she must be delicious. Ami agrees. That's right. Moreover, eating her will give us a huge power boost. Medical tools were laid out on a tray. San, you've arrived? She replied, yes, Uncle Lee. Have you taken care of the injured person yet? Are they in the infirmary? In the medical bay, San approached the injured man lying on the bed, holding out 2 vials. Uncle Lee, this is an anti-infection medicine. Xiaoyang told me before we left that we should use this if anyone gets bitten by a zombie. He took the 2 vials, telling her they'd been bitten hours ago with no reaction. Meaning whatever bit them wasn't a zombie. San found it strange. Not zombies? What else bites people? Li Qi then speaks up. I know there are many mutants in the western suburbs of Outer City. They aren't zombies, they're not contagious, but they're very brutal and they bite people. Hong Li turns back and asks her, as she introduces herself, I'm a new member who came here from the west. Hearing this, he asked, oh, what do you know about these mutants? Li Qi began to recount her story, tears welling up in her eyes. They're worse than zombies. They eat people and are intelligent. Some of them chased me the whole way here. Luckily, I know how to ride a bike or I wouldn't have made it out alive. Hong Li shrewdly said, so, the ones who attacked them were led here by you? She feigned panic, making excuses. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to live. I'm sorry, Long said, trying to help. That's right, Brother Li. You can't blame her for this. He smiled. I didn't mean it that way. Don't misunderstand. Knowing their background will make things easier to handle. She continued. I also know they won't give up. They won't be able to hold back their attack for much longer. We must prepare, Hong Li said. This information is very useful. All right, everyone, get some rest. Li Gai turned and said coquettishly, Yes, sir, leader. He ordered us to bring some food to the injured to ensure their safety, and to keep watch for one more night, so please bear with it. The others replied, It's nothing, Brother Li. Meanwhile, San suspiciously glanced back at Li Qi as he left. She sensed something was off about her. He asked her, What is it? San replied, I have a strange feeling about that new woman. Hong Li wondered, Strange how? San was frank, unable to explain it clearly, saying it was probably just her overthinking. He looks at her, probably thinking she's too stressed, and Xiaoyang sympathizes, realizing such a difficult task weighs heavily on such a young girl. Elsewhere, Xiaoyang is led by Gei Yang to a skyscraper, wondering why they chose this place as their gathering point. Hearing this, Xiang Kai said, "Benefactor, you don't understand." He had just passed factories and warehouses with fewer doors and greater security, all of which seemed suitable as gathering places. "No, the disaster in City S is different from yours." She replies, "If we chose this place, we'd all be dead in less than a week." He explained, "See the fog. The lower you are, the denser it is. If you keep breathing it in, you'll be infected and become a vegetable in just a few days. Only above the M level is the fog thin enough to resist for a while." Aunt Yang pointed to the stairs. "Let's go upstairs and talk in detail." A moment later, they arrived at Elder He's room. Xing introduced him. "This is Elder He, our benefactor. Uncle Ha, this is our benefactor." And Little Dung said, "Hello, Uncle Ha, I'm here to tell you about the situation in Misty City next door." As Little Yang recounted the tale, Old Ha paled and held his head. It was a regrettable situation, and the forests outside weren't much better. He turned back and told Hang Sheng from the Chong family to come in. He had already explained their situation to everyone. The two entered the room, and the others warily stepped back as he asked, "What about City T? City B, or even overseas?" Xiaoyang replied, "At least until today, we haven't encountered any organized rescue efforts. Everyone is just trying to survive." He held up the root he had found earlier and asked, "That's right, Elder Ha. I heard you research plant-based organisms. Do you recognize this?" He pointed to it. "It's a plant tuber. The women outside are looking for this to eat." Xiaoyang happily looked at the tuber. "Indeed," Halao added. "We only recently learned about this. If it weren't for the food shortage, we wouldn't dare eat this. It tastes like taro and isn't low in calories, making it a decent food source in the apocalypse." Then, Fucklong rushes in to report that something's happening. He looks at him and asks, "What is it?" In a panic, Fulong pointed out the window. "Plant zombies! Plant zombies are surrounding us." Elder Ha was shocked. "A siege all the way here?" "Surrounding?" he asks. "There are so many plant bodies, and they're all gathering around our building, becoming more and more concentrated." Another observer cried out, "A flower carriage! A flower carriage!" Xiaoyong wondered, "A flower carriage? What is it? Is it that scary?" His face darkened. It wasn't just scary. It seemed they were all going to die here today. Elder Ha looked up resolutely, struggling to remain calm, and shouted his orders. "Everyone listen up. Women and the young head to the highest floor and find a locked room like a bathroom or storage closet to hide in. The rest of us older folks will stay here with me." Everyone stared blankly at him as Huang Kai said, "Ha! Speak up and act. Save who you can. It's better than dying together." And so everyone rushed out of the room. Xiaoyang stood beside Old Ha, who turned to him and said, "You don't look that old. Go upstairs with them. Don't stay here and become a sacrifice." Xiaoyang smiled, surprising Ha Lao. "It's all right, Ha Lao. I'm just a little curious." A blue circle of light opened in his hand. "Just how terrifying is this thing that it scares everyone so badly?" Ha Lao shakes his head in despair. "We'll be killed by these plant creatures before we even meet the main body of the flower vehicle." Xiaoyang, standing next to him, looks down and asks, "Does the flower vehicle have the ability to control plants?" Below, a horde of plant creatures is heading towards the building. Indeed, likely guided by something akin to pheromones. Such a large-scale, organized attack means the floral vehicle is nearby, and it's targeting us. He pulls open the window, and Old Ha cries out in surprise, "What are you doing?" With a smirk, Xiaoyang grips his gun, testing the enemy's strength, leaving the old man wondering where he got it. Bullets fly from his gun, piercing several plant creatures below, causing them to fall, but the holes quickly heal. They recovered as if nothing happened. These things are incredibly resilient. To test their regenerative limits, he unleashed another barrage, riddling the plant creatures with holes. This time, its regeneration wasn't as fast, and after a moment, it collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyang rubbed his head, 2 magazines to take down just one. No wonder people are so afraid of these things. But no matter, with a wave of his hand, a pile of items suddenly appears before him, shocking everyone in the room. "What's this?" Yang quickly opens a crate. Six Eyes couldn't believe it. No crowbar, just bare hands to pull apart a nailed wooden bed. He looked down to see what was inside. "These burning bottles will do nicely. Yang says that if any stray fish come in here later, everyone can use these to protect themselves." Old Ha wondered, a fish that slipped through the net? What does fish slipping through the net mean? Before he could understand, another surprise occurred. He just jumped out the window, leaving Ha Lao in stunned disbelief, followed by Xiaoyang, Chen Chong, and Sheng Jie, as Ha Lao screamed in terror. This is the 16th floor, yet the three of them land as gently as feathers before the plant monsters. Seeing this, two of the creatures lunge to attack. Yang swiftly grabs the monster's head, ripping it clean off before it can react, while Chen Chong charges into battle against the plant creatures. He swiftly pinned one down and tore it apart, while Thang and his tentacles quietly took out a few more. Up in the assembly hall, Old Ha watched in astonishment. Just what in the world were these three? Li Chung warms up, telling them, "Stop gawking and prepare for the stragglers." He adds, "Anyone confident in their agility, grab a Molotov and guard the hallway entrance." The others scrambled to clear flammable materials from the hallway entrance, grabbing Molotov cocktails with fervor. "Got it, we're on it." A moment later, the last plant monster fell to the ground, decapitated. Xiaoyang drops its head, finally done. All around are the corpses of the plant mutants. He ordered the other two to move out. "Shang Shengtai, you two search these guys for mutant cores." Xiaoyang put his hand on his chin. "I'm going to meet that flowery carriage." The charred things in the building are easier to deal with. The charred corpses are piled up on the stairs. Yes, but it was mostly thanks to Brother Li and the Zhang brothers. Halao happily says, "Call the others down, the danger's gone, the situation downstairs is over." Where are the Kuang brothers? Feet tread cautiously on the plant-covered ground as Xiaoyang frowns and says, "This twisted thing." He stands on a branch, looking down at a mass of writhing, dark purple lumps, its body wrapped in vines, topped with a thorny lotus flower supported by countless tiny, gaunt legs. Is that the floral carriage down there? The thorned lotus on its head keeps releasing a hazy mist. Is that its true form? Xiaoyang sensed something was wrong and narrowly dodged the whips, landing with a frown, too strong, almost on par with Zhang Shengzhe. The bridal sedan continues toward Xiaoyang, but he grabs its tendrils, smirking. "Lately, I've been fighting you tentacle types, so I've gained some experience." The captured tendrils can't retract, causing it to falter, and the lotus on its head spews more poison gas directly at Xiaoyang, who just smiles arrogantly. "It's no use anymore. I've seen the same trick from your kind before." Xiaoyang frowned and took a deep breath. As the smoke spewed out, he held his breath and yanked the two tentacles back. Pulled with great force, the flower carriage rumbled and a pair of its legs buckled. Xiaoyang suddenly releases the two tentacles and rushes towards the unbalanced flower carriage, a blue gate appearing in his hand. With the mark of subjugation, Yang leaps forward, surging with power as he hurtles toward the monster, unleashing a fierce blow. The mark of subjugation spreads, purple smoke revealing the monster's colossal form. Purple energy spread everywhere, radiating power. Ming Kui looked at Lao He in horror. It was the flower carriage's true form, and it hadn't left, but was heading towards them. Old Ha looks down at the monster, confirming it's the true form of the palanquin, a twisted visage he'll never forget, as Meng Kui asks, "Where's our brother, Xiaoyang?" "It can't be the flower carriage," a voice declared, stunning everyone in the room. "How are Jiang Sheng and Zhejiong doing?" Little Young entered with an excited voice. "Do the plant-based creatures below have mutant cores?" Sheng said, "The spider killers don't all have double spider legs." Chen Chong agreed. "Not all of them do, but quite a few do." Xiaoyang shook his head. "Some people can't speak fluently and others just ramble on. It's exhausting." Old Ha looked at Xiaoyang in a panic, but Xiaoyang calmly replied, "That thing down there is one of us now." Everyone was shocked. "One of ours?" Xiaoyang pointed at the monster and told everyone, "Don't worry, it won't hurt anyone." "Old." He cautiously reached out to touch the monster, swallowing nervously, a mix of anxiety and fear washing over him. He reached out to touch the monster, but it didn't react. He was astonished. It really was tamed. "How did you do it?" Xiaoyang looked at Old He. "Old He, you're a scholar of botany. What do you think of this?" Old He pondered. Even though it's mutated into a monster, it should still have the characteristics and instincts of a plant. He continued. "Just like big fish eat little fish in the animal kingdom, the competition between plants is extremely cruel. The struggle for sunlight is the plant's eternal theme. Trees didn't start out tall. They grew to compete for sunlight, while shorter plants weakened from the lack of it, becoming redundant in the dense forest." "Old?" He looked at the monster and said, "I guess this bridal car is so ferocious because it lost its growth advantage during the mutation, making it difficult to get sunlight, so it had to mutate into the ability to prey on animals." Suddenly, the tentacles on the monster's body reached out towards the group. Lai Cheng glared at the monster's tentacles, raised his knife, and shouted, "Careful, Xiaoyang," who looked at the monster with a puzzled expression. Xiaoyang stops Li Cheng, telling him to wait and see what it's going to do. Li Cheng hesitates, surprised by his friend's actions. The monster's tentacles wrapped around Gu Xiaoyang, tightly gripping his neck, leaving him shocked and in disbelief. He sighed in relief that the monster wasn't a threat to him. Li Cheng asked, "How is it?" Xiaoyang looks at old He, realizing his analysis was correct. City S has become an arena for mutated plants. The plants couldn't compete, so they took over animals for nutrients. He yelled at the monster, "Come here, you're my slave now, and I'll solve your survival problem." As if understanding him, the monster's bud suddenly cracked open, and a green mass leaped out, covered in long tentacles. They slowly latched onto Xiaoyang's hand as it floated towards him. It clings to his palm, gradually merging with his hand, and he gently makes a fist. Li Cheng wonders, "What is that?" Xiaoyang looks down at his hand, eyes full of excitement. "It's now in symbiosis with me." He smiled, extending his hand forward. Suddenly, 3 tentacles shot out from his palm, lashing out and tightly coiling around the tree in front of him. Xiaoyang uses his tentacles to snap a tree in half, shocking everyone. Shengzhe exclaims, "A light-year noodle, stronger than my tentacles." The achievement board appears, unlocking the gardener. Xiaoyang is pleased. An achievement unlocked, huh? This is a first for him. People dispersed, leaving behind the monster's shell. In the dead of night at a factory, a seductively dressed Li Qi smirks. "Looks like we have a bite." She's opening the door. "Who is it?" Long Hao eagerly replied. "Little sister, I brought you a late-night snack," he says. Li Qi replies, "Who told you to bring me food?" Long forces a smile, saying no one told him to. He just did it. Li Kai looks at Long with a sly glint in his eyes as she rubs her slender legs against him. "Well, thank you." Long grinned, his eyes glued to Li Qi's body. He lunged at Li Qi, who panicked. "What are you doing?" Realizing his mistake, he said, "Sorry, I thought you were someone else." Li Qi blushed. "There are too many people here and the soundproofing is bad. How about we go outside the factory for a dangerous and exciting game?" Long nodded eagerly. "Okay." And so, in the still of the night, sounds that would make anyone blush echoed from outside the factory. Long, panting and drenched in sweat, looked at Li Qi, embarrassed. "You're so beautiful." "What's your name?" His attention turned to the blue barrels not far away. Li Qi asked, "What's wrong?" He walks toward the barrel. "This sleeve looks like Zhao Chen's. Why was it thrown away?" He opens the lid, surprised by the black liquid inside. He was horrified, caught completely off guard when a hand suddenly reached out from behind. Li Qi gripped his neck, a sinister smile on his face, as darkness enveloped the desolate landscape where a lone car sat. As Bin Ning'o dozed in his car, a persistent knocking roused him, and he groggily questioned the irritated Luke Qi outside. "What are you doing?" he raged. "You slept well, didn't you?" Hearing this, he weakly retorted, "I'm on guard duty." Luji, enraged, grabbed him by the neck. "If I can sneak up on you like this, how could you possibly see her signal? How long have you been asleep?" Bin Ning'o immediately retorted, "I wasn't sleeping. I only dozed off for 10 minutes. Hearing that, Luke Ji grew even angrier. "You're useless. What good are you?" Gawain chuckled, stopping him with a wave. "All right, we've taken turns watching for her signal for a while now, and still nothing." He smirked, looking toward the factory. I think she wants to eat alone." Binango immediately heads down with the other 2, telling them to check around the factory for any signs of the creature. The 3 came upon a pot of mixed meat and bones, and Bing Wu suddenly realized the problem. "I told you I smelled human flesh here," Luke Chi angrily exclaimed. "Damn it, you're right. She was trying to freeload." Cowan smiled suggestively, saying it's fine for her to sell her looks to blend in, so why couldn't I? Without a word, Lu Ji lunges forward, grabbing Gaowen by the throat and accusing her of trying to sneak in and take all the credit. "Don't think I don't see your true colors." Bin Ngo, seeing his rage, tries to stop him. "Don't get worked up. If you kill her, we'll lose our chance." Hearing the warning, Lu Ji releases Gaowen, letting her fall and threatens her in a low voice. "If you dare imitate her, I'll storm in there, and even if it costs me my life, I'll kill you both." "I understand." Moments later, Gaowen approached the gate, screaming for help. "Help me, please," she cried, her voice filled with anguish as she stood near the factory door. The guard, gripping his gun, demanded to know who she was as panic grew on Gaowen's face. She recounted, "I was chased by zombies and barely managed to escape." The soldiers excitedly discussed amongst themselves. "Yeah, we're lucky. We just rescued one girl not long ago and now another one's here." "That's right, and this one's got a better figure than the other." Suddenly, Li Qi's voice rang out from behind them. "Wait, don't believe her. She's the mutant disguised as a human I told you about." Hearing her exposed, Gaowen was stunned. "Bitch, you're doing everything you can to protect those soldiers, Li Qi. Open fire, now!" Gunshots and screams erupt as Cao Wen, wounded, desperately tries to escape the barrage. Bullets flew, tearing through her body, leaving her no chance to react. She collapsed amidst the factory workers' jeers. "Hurry back and get the gasoline." But by the time they returned with the gasoline, Gao Wen was gone. They exclaimed in confusion. "Where did he go? To run after taking so many bullets, damn it? We should have left someone here to keep watch. Hurry and report this to Brother Li and San." Gao Wen, clutching his wound, struggled towards the two people waiting for him, his steps faltering until he collapsed before his comrades. Gao Wen grabbed Lu Ji's leg, begging for help. Don't kill me. Please save me. I promise I'll obey your orders from now on." He glanced at her with disdain. "Humph, we're all the same kind of scum. We all know what kind of character you people have." He then lifted a large rock, aiming it at Gao Wen, deciding he'd have to find another way to get food for the camp. She looked up in despair as the boulder hurtled towards her, crashing down in a shower of blood. At that moment, Bing Wu struck Luke Tree with a devastating blow, sending him tumbling to the ground, defeated. With a thunderous crash, Luke Tree's corpse fell between Cao Van and Bin Niu, and she gratefully looked at him, then spoke. "Thank you," she said. As Bing Wu licked the blood from his blade, he replied, "An arm and a leg are enough for you to recover. The rest is mine." Hearing this, Gao Wen quickly agreed. "Okay," she thought, sizing him up. "Humph, the bald guy was right. What kind of integrity do our own kind have? We know better than anyone. They'd tear me apart. He barely got a share in front of the bald guy, but he backstabbed him. Now he's in charge, and my share is up to him." Inside the factory, panicked voices echoed. "Has anyone seen Chen Zhuo?" "Chen Zhuo is missing too?" Hong Li asked the guard in surprise. "What's going on? We still haven't found Yang Hai, and now another person is missing." San, what are you doing?" San casually replied to him. "Nothing. I'm just checking around the factory for clues." With that, San went outside to scout around when a surprising scene suddenly caught her eye. Bloody clothes immediately caught her eye, and she quickly led everyone over. A man quickly confirmed it. These clothes belonged to Chen Zhuo. "I also recognize it. Yang Hai was the only one in our camp who wore this brand." Li Qi trembled, biting her nails and sweating profusely, thinking, "I've made a mistake. That Baldy and Gao Wen have dug up the remains I hid in the trash." San glanced at Li Qi and said, "Inside and around the gathering place, no one heard any noise, and there were no signs of a struggle." She stared directly at the still shaking Li Qi and questioned her. "What's that supposed to mean?" she snapped, seeing San's suspicious gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Without a word, San launched a swift and merciless attack, leaving Li Gai stunned as the blade hurtled toward her. Li Qi swiftly dodged San's attack, which obliterated the tree behind her. Her eyes flashed with malice as she glared at her enemy. San coldly watched her, ready to continue the fight. Li Gyul tensely eyed the remaining crowd, realizing her cover was completely blown. Suddenly, she spots someone, locking onto her target. With unwavering resolve, Li Gai rushes towards the bewildered man. She holds a knife to the man, ordering everyone to stay put, or she'll kill him. San coldly retorted, unfazed, "If you kill him, I won't let you leave here alive." Li Qi scoffed, A little girl who hasn't even grown up yet dares to make threats. If I'm not getting out of here alive, I'm taking a few of you with me. Hand over your gun now. Don't anyone move or I'll slice his throat open." Li Qi successfully steals the man's gun, kicks him to the ground, and fires a shot, causing him to cry out in pain. Taking advantage of the distraction, she quickly turned and fled. But San coldly raised her gun, taking aim even as she ran. She fires 2 more shots, hitting Li Qi, who grits her teeth and fights through the pain to escape. Seeing San turn to run, Hong Li hurriedly asked, San, what are you doing?" She quickly replied, "I'll chase after her on my motorcycle." But he stopped her. "Forget it, San. We don't know if she has any accomplices nearby, so let's lock down the defenses to be safe." "Yes, that's right. From now on, all new survivors must be locked in the safe room for quarantine. Uncle Lai, I'll leave that to you. My grandfather and Guildmaster Ji don't know what's happening yet, so I have to hurry to Tea Leaf City to sort things out." Hong Li, pleased, replied, "Okay, be careful on your way." He thought to himself, I never expected San to become so brave and capable. Meanwhile, on Xiaoyang's side, the plant-based monsters were still advancing madly, but they suddenly became disoriented by the sight before them. Shengzhi's tentacles lash out, delivering fatal blows as Xiaoyang and Shengzhi's work together to control the monster's power. The lithe tentacles effortlessly annihilated the monsters, while Chong and Li Cheng stood ready with gasoline as backup. The monsters fall in droves before their relentless assault as gasoline is poured and flames engulf the remaining creatures. Elder Ha stares at the flames, wondering if this is safety or oppression. Meanwhile, a system screen appears before Xiaoyang announcing the Utopia quest. Expanding the community, progressing the independent hub quest, and repelling an invader once are now complete. Evaluation points awarded plus 10. Current evaluation points 72. Accumulation points plus 40. Current accumulation points 193. Satisfaction washes over his face. Jiangzhu and San's group have lived up to his expectations. A moment later, Xiaoyang led everyone back to the factory to their cheers. "Xiaoyang is back!" "Little Yang, you're finally back." Yang urgently asked Lao Thang about the situation after he left. "Where's San?" he immediately reported. "There's trouble at the steel factory. San went to help." Hearing this, he asked, "Was there any chaos?" Lao Shen explained, No, just some members were bitten. San brought the suppressants." He then looked suspiciously at the group behind Xiaoyang, who introduced them as survivors from City S. "This one is Old He, a botany expert from the Institute of Agroforestry Science." Old Thang happily shook Ha's hand, welcoming him. Ha politely responded, "Thank you for taking us in. We're truly grateful." Xiaoyang turned to Mr. He, saying, "Mr. He, this is just a temporary arrangement. In a few days, I'll escort you all to the edge of City S's forest." Hearing this, Mr. He wondered, what's the point of going to the forest's edge? He smiled calmly and replied that they would establish a third gathering place, but the sound of a motorcycle braking cut him off. San returned and waved excitedly. "Little Dung, when did you get back?" She recounted the recent events, concluding that the new recruits were in disbelief. Hearing this, Lao He hesitantly looked at Xiaoyang. "What about us?" He smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, don't worry. I know your backgrounds. You're not exactly new members." With a hint of pride, he remarks, "That's good news." San asked Yang, confused. "How is that good news?" He calmly explained to her, "How could a reward we can earn not be good news?" Just then, a notification appeared. New quest, Nemesis, eliminate the threat. Reward, 120 points. A new quest appears. Nemesis of Evil, Chapter 4, requiring the elimination of threats in West City and its western outskirts. Accumulation points awarded, 120 points. Elsewhere, Li Xi lay gasping for breath, clinging to life as she tried to survive the chase. Suddenly, the sound of a blade dragging on the ground sent shivers down her spine, and she glanced at the figure approaching. Gawain covered his mouth, mocking her. "What's wrong? Abandoned by your new teammates?" Seeing them about to eliminate her, Li Xi immediately intervened. "No, wait, it's just a misunderstanding. I have a plan." "Don't," Gawain said, scornfully rebuking her. "Huh? You have a plan? Your plan almost killed me. Just kill her. Even though this didn't go as planned, at least we can eat the baldy in this woman, so it wasn't a complete waste." Suddenly, Cao Wen coughed up blood, utterly confused by what was happening. Cao Wen turned to see Bing Wu, holding the knife he'd just used to stab her in the back. That bastard would resort to such tricks. He laughs, defending himself. "What are you complaining about? You shouldn't have survived this long." Ah Ta then turned to recount everything to Li Qi. "Don't trust him. He used this same trick to ambush Baldy when I was injured last time. He's just trying to make sure he comes out on top. He will betray you without hesitation." Li Qi silently watched them, offering no response. Gawain angrily turned to Bing Wu. "I'm injured now, so you have the advantage. Don't kill me, kill her. Besides, we're in this situation because of her." Li Qi quickly retorted, "You're one to talk, you bitch. Aren't you the same?" Bing Wu chuckled mockingly. All right, we all understand each other here, no need to point fingers. But your suggestion isn't without merit." Gawain, seeing him waver, seized the opportunity to agree. "Right? We've been together so long we have a connection, don't we? Am I really worse than that bitch?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Qi was unwilling to accept this. "What do I lack compared to her? Anything she can do, I can do too." Bing Wu's gaze intensifies, but alas, I prefer redheads. With that, he ended Gao Wen with a single strike, then turned to Li Qi to divide the spoils. "Your wound, an arm and a leg are enough to restore it. The rest is mine," she quickly agreed. "Okay, let's head back to the factory." Xiaoyang listened with suspicion as everyone recounted the tale of the cannibal in the western suburbs. Li Cheng quickly recounts their tactics. One of them, a red-haired girl, said, "She disguised herself as a normal person and infiltrated us, even killing some of our people." Xiaoyang stared at him, puzzled. "Li Cheng, you must know a lot about cannibals." Hearing this, he recounted, "Know a lot? I'm practically one of them myself. While I'm not as far gone as they are, I can still guess at their nature. Flesh-eating gradually erodes our humanity, making us selfish, short-sighted, angry, indulgent, gluttonous, and bloodthirsty. After considering this, Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Yes, they do sound dangerous. I definitely have to go to the western suburbs, but I have more pressing matters to attend to first. Old Li, keep a close watch on the steel factory. If you can't handle something, report it immediately over the radio." Li Cheng replied seriously, "Understood." 2 months later, near a dense forest, a series of noises erupt as a group of people find themselves in dire straits. Surrounded by monsters, they huddle on a rooftop, discussing their options in a panic. What do we do? Should we evacuate? That eerie sound only appears at night and it's getting closer. Who knows what monster is making it? Think of something or we're all going to die here. Ah Liang quickly ordered everyone to pack their food and daily necessities. They were moving locations. A moment later, they moved downwards. One of Liang's teammates asked, "Does he have to go at night?" "What if that monster finds him?" Gasping for breath, he replied, "The vegetation is more rampant during the day. Do you want to be killed by it?" Suddenly, the monsters charged with terrifying force, and panic erupted. "Careful, plant monsters. The noise is drowning them out. We can't hear them coming." Suddenly, a monster grabbed someone as they fled. They were quickly surrounded and cried out in fear, "They're on that side too. What do we do?" With no escape, Luang realized their dire situation. "Damn it, I told you we couldn't come out at night." He then pointed in one direction. "There's still one way, towards the noise." Seeing this, everyone frantically objected. "Are you running headfirst into death? We're doomed anyway, so let's take a chance. Maybe it's not monsters, but the army come to save us." Gasping for breath, they reached the source of the noise. They were at their limit. Luang was stunned by the sight before him, confusing his companion, and then the tree before them suddenly fell, startling them. "Watch out!" The massive tree was quickly felled. Hiding behind another tree, they wondered what kind of monster could topple such a massive trunk, but then realized someone was chopping wood. It was A Liang. "Zhou Xingkai," his companion called out. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suspicious, Xingkai asks, "Liang. Liang, you're still alive?" He asked him in return, "What's your situation?" Hung Kai then recounts his story. "We were rescued and are now living in Misty City." Suddenly, the sound of monsters sends A Liang into a panic. "Run! Run! The plant creatures are catching up." Shankai smiled, waving his hand to reassure him. "It's just a bunch of plant creatures, right? No need to fear." He immediately radios it in. "Squad 2, we've encountered plant-based life forms. Repeat, Squad 2, we've encountered plant-based life forms." The other end immediately acknowledged. Luang's eyes widened in shock. "Huh? It's just plant life, right?" Shinkai said to Liang's group after reporting in. "Hurry over here and stay behind us. Hung Kai and the others are fully armed and ready to face the plant creatures." Luang couldn't believe the fierce momentum. Hung Kai and his team were mowing down the approaching plant creatures with their guns. They screamed in agony as the flames engulfed them. Li Cheng watched them fight, marveling. Now, dealing with these plant creatures basically doesn't require us to lift a finger. Witnessing this, Liang asked Shinkai how they'd managed to gather such a powerful force. "How did you do it?" He replied triumphantly, "All thanks to Little Yang and his group." Luang turns back, fearfully eyeing the death soldiers. "There are more over there." Kai patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't be tense. They're not monsters, but our protectors. We're short on people right now, so I'll take you to meet Chief Xiaoyang." Soon after, Kai led A Liang's group on a tour of his place. Luang stared in disbelief at the cultivated plants. This is absurd. You're farming in the plant-based forest?" To prove it, Shankai placed a strange object in his hand, and it squirmed, causing Liang to sweat. He screamed in terror and threw it away. Shankai quickly stopped him. "Don't panic." Both scared and curious, Luang asks, "What the heck is this?" Huang Kai patiently explains, "These things are still plant-based. They're actually the same type as the monsters we just burned." Hearing this, he asked in disbelief, "You've tamed the plant bodies?" Shankai excitedly praised that this thing not only had a high yield, but was also easy to harvest, making it an extremely excellent crop. Hearing this, Liang stammered, "Did you guys pay off God?" Hang Kai exclaimed, "It's all thanks to Chief Xiaoyang." Old Ha examined the plant and told Xiaoyang, "The plants can change their properties and states at any time according to our wishes, something I never dared to imagine." Xiaoyang smiled and suggested, "If you have any other requests, just tell the vehicle all at once." Old Ha waved his hand, laughing. No more. It's very convenient to harvest now." Hearing him say that, he nodded in satisfaction. "Good. The reclamation is going smoothly. If other plants invade, the council will be enough. It's time for me to head to the western suburbs and meet those man-eating beasts." In the outskirts of Misty City, Xiaoyang and Shungjia scouted the area when he suddenly announced that they were being followed. They're quite strong, a sentiment Tu Deng agreed with. Yes, I've noticed them. Their strength rivals that of the guild leader, Zheng says in a fluster. Oh, what to do? Seeing his hesitation, she smiled and replied, What else can we do? Adding to your plate. From the shadows, Li Qi rushes in. A perfect opportunity, but suddenly, Bingwu stops her. Wait, she asks him, confused. What are you waiting for? Someone else might snatch him first. His voice grew dangerous. Someone already has. A group of cannibals blocked Xiaoyang and the others, and Zhao Yun licked her blade, saying this was a rare delicacy. The cannibals surrounding Xiaoyang and Chongjia laughed and gossiped, marveling at the purebred evolved human, wondering how much they'd level up by eating him. Wait, what's that next to him? Could he control zombies? Excellent, I'll take that power for myself. If that's the case, then facing that guy in the northern suburbs will be a piece of cake. Bingwu casually replies, Let's just watch. Being robbed might be a good thing or a bad thing. Suddenly, something happens below, causing Li Qi to turn around in shock. Dengjia leaps into action, ending the cannibals in an instant, while Xiaoyang quickly cuts down those before him, their screams echoing. How could this be? The cannibals flee in terror. How can such a powerful monster exist? Run! Run away! Silently, Yang watches a ghoul try to escape over the wall, the same wall where Bingwu and Li Qi are hiding. Li Qi angrily cursed the fleeing man. You bastard, don't run this way! Are you trying to kill me? Get out of here. Picking up a metal bar from the ground, Xiaoyang rested it on his shoulder and aimed it forward. Without hesitation, he hurled it at the fleeing man, who was plastered against the wall. The man turned back in terror as the metal bar hurtled toward him. In an instant, the metal rod sends him flying. His pained screams echo out. Both Li Qi and Bingwu were injured, and they stared in horror at the metal bar trembling before Xiaoyang's power. Xiaoyang looked around and began to speak. These guys are strong. They must have a mutant core. After that attack, Bingwu became more cautious. Peeking below, he exclaims, Holy crap. Li Qi asks him curiously, Are they gone? Sweating, he replied, They're gone. Let's head down. As Bingo walked, he eyed the corpses around him. They only ate 3, so what about the rest? He licked his lips hungrily and muttered, They're all ours. A while later, as Xiaoyang led Chong away, he said, Your appetite isn't great. You've only eaten 3 people. Chong replied, My body is only so big. How much can I eat? Suddenly, a noise caught their attention. Xiaoyang glanced suspiciously toward the sound, weapon in hand, and slowly approached. Tianfuk brandishes his weapon and charges, retreating as he shouts, One more step and I'll shoot! Xiaoyang's eyes narrow as he studies the man before him. A normal person? He swallowed nervously when he didn't respond. Xiaoyang reached out, trying to defuse the situation. Don't get excited. But Tianfu wouldn't listen. He raised his crossbow towards him, yelling to back off, but the arrow only grazed Xiaoyang's cheek before he caught it. He actually caught my crossbow bolt with his bare hands, Tianfuk exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaoyang said to those behind him, Come on out, we're not cannibals. The people hiding behind emerged all at once. What? What are you people? After little Yang revealed his identity, the group welcomed him with open arms, asking if he'd found a way to fight zombies without resorting to cannibalism. That's great. Zhao Yang asks Shanfu about their purpose. Where are you headed? He paused for a moment, then answered. The South District has the West Wind Steel Plant, which used to broadcast messages to recruit survivors. We were going there, but they're just ordinary people who can't resist the ghouls. Xiaoyang feigned curiosity, asking if they knew of a safer place than the West Peak Steel Plant. Looking back at him, Tianfuk recounted that in the northern suburbs there was a human community hunting the flesh-eaters, and they intended to seek their help, to which he responded in surprise. Oh, I didn't know there was a community like that, he mused. We heard rumors, otherwise we wouldn't risk going there. Rumor has it their leader is a powerful master, able to take on 5 or 6 ghouls with ease, and their safety depends on him. Xiaoyang looked at him, puzzled. It all depends on him? There are at least 1,000 ghouls in the western suburbs. Can he really handle that? Tianfuk quickly shares information, stating that the ghouls act alone. They rarely gather in groups, Xiaoli retorted from behind him. That's not true. I saw cannibals gathering the other day, seemingly plotting something. He then turned around and scolded him. I've told you, you've been unstable lately, mistaking dreams for reality. Cannibals only gather to fight amongst themselves, otherwise I wouldn't be alive today. Don't listen to him. He wants to go to the Jifeng Steel Factory because his brother might be there. How many times have I told you? The chances of your brother being alive are next to none. If we go, we'll end up abandoning you there. Can the West Wind Factory stop the ghouls? Maybe they are the ghouls. With a sinister grin, Xiaoyang says, You're right. The original leaders of the Jifeng Steel Plant were indeed 2 flesh-eaters. Upon hearing this, Shanfu and Xiaoli exclaimed in unison. What? He continued. But I killed them. What was your brother's name? I might know him. Tu Luke, with tears in his eyes, recounts the story. My brother's name is Li Cheng. He was an auxiliary police officer. Have you ever heard of him? Is he still alive? With a triumphant laugh, Xiaoyang said, What a coincidence. I'm quite close to Li Cheng. Xiaoli asked excitedly, Really? He's at the West Wind Factory, helping me manage the land, he replied. Farmland has been restored to agricultural production. Great, I knew we should go to the West Peak workshop. Who are you? Thienfuck asked loudly. I don't believe in coincidences. Tell me, are you trying to lure us there so you can kill and eat us? Xiaoyang sighed. If I wanted you dead, would I need to trick you? Suddenly, a flash of light shot past like lightning. The bullet hurtles forward, catching him by surprise, as Thienfuck turns and shouts, What are you doing? Tianchen replies, I'm sorry, I wasn't careful, and the gun went off. Suddenly, a roar echoes. He was stunned, realizing the danger. The flesh-eaters had heard the gunshot. Fearing the worst, Thienfuch quickly ordered, Run! Get over here! Do you want to die? Even with your strength, you're no match for a whole pack of man-eaters, Little Dung chuckled smugly. Aren't cannibals supposed to fight amongst themselves when they gather? He worried, knowing they'd only fight over the reward after killing him. If you're not going to run, I don't care. Just get inside and lock all the doors. Tianchen shouts, There's a second floor. Shanfu urges, Go up. Hide as far back as you can. Hurry, there's no time. Soon, everyone had found a safe place to hide, but he still worried, muttering, I hope that guy doesn't sell us out. Soon, the area was swarmed by corpses, and one of them spoke, Why is there only one person? Xiao Yun immediately questions, Or did you guys sneak a bite? Hotian denies it, saying, I just got here. She smirks. But can't you tell? This one's no ordinary meal. Eating him is like eating a dozen regular survivors. Hearing the strange sounds, Xiaoli became curious. What's going on outside? Thienfuck replies, Nearly 10 have gathered, and more cannibals are coming. That kid's done for. There won't be any bones left. A corpse lunges at Xiaoyang, shouting, I can't wait any longer. The first bite is mine. He effortlessly dodges, sending his attacker face-planting into the ground as the others exclaim, So fast! Undeterred, Xiaoyang taunts them. Let's save some time and come at me all at once. The ghouls charged with thunderous roars. You dare underestimate us? Let's take him down together. Xiaoyang calmly replied, It's all yours. Burn off some energy so you can eat more later. Yunxiao swiftly replies, Okay, and seizing the opportunity, Jinqing attacks from behind. But Xiaoyang's senses were sharp, and he soared into the air, leaving Shanfu astonished. Damn, how high can he jump? What kind of monster is that kid? Hao Tian stopped dead in his tracks, shocked. This guy's physique, another added, is even higher than mine. Seeing this, the cannibals turned tail and ran. They screamed, This is a monster, not something we can face. Run! But it seemed too late. The first shot hit one of them in the head. Xiaoyang declares, I won't let any of you leave here alive, unless you point to Yun Xiao and declare that you can defeat him. Yun Xiao, caught off guard, mutters, This power is a bit much. Hearing this, they turned back to attack, threatening to destroy him. Yun Xiao frowned, focusing intently before dashing forward like lightning, unleashing a flurry of blows on each of them. One by one, they fell to the ground. The intense battle was underway, and it seemed quite one-sided. The ghouls fled, screaming in terror. Even he couldn't be defeated. As they fled, they were immediately gunned down by Xiaoyang. Astonished, Shanfu whispered, They wiped out an entire horde of cannibals with just the two of them? From above, Xiaoyang signals them to come forward. Tianfu and his companions slowly emerge, surrounded by the bloodied corpses of the flesh-eaters. He then said, We've thought it over. We want to join the West Wind. Will you accept us? Xiaoyang replied, Yes, but now I have to go to the gathering area in the northern suburbs you mentioned. Tianfu asked worriedly, Why are you going there? He replied calmly, To confirm if the people you mentioned are needed. With a cold look, Xiaoyang gravely asks, Annihilate them? Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts, the ghouls begin their attack, sending the settlement into a panic. Enemy attack! Kong Yu shouted from the city gate, terrified. 7 of them! 7 ghouls! What do we do? Heavy footsteps echoed in the distance as Zhao Feng appeared, his face cold and eyes fixed on the scene below, ignoring Jing Mo's call. Fong, even for you, this is too much, Xiao Ping said, her voice trembling. But Zhao Feng didn't answer, instead ordering the gates sealed, keeping enemies in and everyone else out. Kang Wu immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng leaps from the city wall and Xiao Ping shouts a warning. Be careful, Dad. He lands, creating streaks of light as his aura explodes. Ahead, the ravenous ghouls roared, "It's him! Kill him! Your flesh will be ours in this sector." Charge! Xiaofeng's eyes burned red as he gritted his teeth. His body began to transform, becoming a crimson monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth, and the man-eaters below trembled in astonishment at the sight of the massive beast. One of them, eyes wide with fear, exclaimed, "Is this his power?" The remaining ghouls gulped, their voices catching. "Look at him, even more twisted than us." But with burning eyes, they charged, one screaming, "Let's take him down together." They charged like cannonballs, unleashing a furious barrage, their faces twisted in savage fury, screaming incessantly. But in an instant, the monster swung its arm. A terrifying force sweeping through, blood spraying, limbs and bodies severed, each one sent hurtling into the air. The badly injured cannibals stared at the monster. Xiaofeng, now fully transformed, roared, shaking the very air. The sky, still dark, began to clear as the battle concluded. The cannibal corpses lie scattered as Xiaofeng in his monstrous form lies on the field, voices echoing around him. "We won. The cannibals are dead. But Anfang is dying too." Tin Mac, from behind the doorway, asked seriously, "Is it okay to just leave him like that?" Kang Wu frowned, resigned. "In this state, he can't control himself. By not letting us help, he's protecting us." Xiaoping's voice trembled. Yin Yu saw that and shouted, "He can't move. If we don't help him, he won't be able to devour those ghouls and he'll die." Those beside him echoed, "Open the gate. We're willing to risk it." Yin Yu added, "That's right, open the gate." Seeing this, Xiaoping turned around, tears falling, her voice sorrowful. Kang Yu and the others didn't hesitate, declaring that if everyone was willing to risk it, then so be it. The gate opens and everyone rushes toward Xiaofeng, who, in his monster form, turns and shouts, "What are you doing?" "Get back here now!" The monster roared around him. Behind him, Kang Yu grits his teeth as he carries the corpses of the ghouls. "We can't just let you die." Jing Mo is beside Dong Qing. "That's right. If you die, we won't last long either." He tossed the corpse away, reminding them, "Don't get too close. Just throw them over there." At that moment, the monster swallowed a cannibal's head whole, leaving Kang Yu stunned. "Ugh, this is too much." The monster continued to devour the corpses as the others warned each other from afar. "Hey, be careful. You trying to get yourself killed?" Voices echoed around him. "Just throw from here. Watch out for friendly fire." Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched and mocked by the scarred man behind them. "Huh? Why is this monster so scruffy?" The bald man next to him laughs. "Looks like it was in a fierce battle with its own kind not too long ago." Hearing this, he grinned maliciously. "Ha ha ha, they're clearing the path for us. How fortunate." Kang Wu turned back and gritted his teeth. "There are even cannibals?" Yin Yu asks fearfully, "What do we do?" A moment later, they all silently raised their weapons, their voices grave. Anfang hasn't fully recovered yet. He's likely no match for them. Kang Wu frowned, annoyed. "It's time we protected Anfang." Just then, a light flashed in the alleyway. Tiudung's group emerged, saying, "These people you speak of are no ordinary folk. There are clearly fewer flesh-eaters in the northern suburbs." As if realizing something, Tian Fuk replied, "I recognize this place. Our destination must be close." Just then, a light suddenly appeared, shooting into the sky, and everyone was surprised as Tian Fuk curiously asked, "Gunshots?" Xiaoyang said, turning serious. "They're less than a kilometer away. Looks like we're almost there." Meanwhile, on the other side, savage cannibals used brute force to hack and slash, creating a gruesome scene as, in the distance, Xiaoping fired her handgun, yelling, "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death!" Suddenly, a cannibal behind her leered, "Little girl, your flesh looks so tender," startling her. He approached her, knocking the gun away, causing her to cry out in surprise as Scarface grinned wickedly. "Let's see what you can do now." But suddenly, the monster lands a blow that makes him wince, then cleaves him in two. The monster's power sent her flying, along with the vase beside her. Its tentacles grazed her arm, leaving a painful wound. Ugh, seeing this, one of the cannibals frowned. "Damn it, this monster still has fight left," the blood-mouthed Baldy shouts. "Kill him now." And with that, they all charge in, throwing powerful punches. From afar, Xiaoping cries out, "Dad!" But Kang Yu grabs her hand, yelling, "We can't stay here, run with me." Xiaofeng's face was battered by the relentless blows of the cannibals when suddenly a massive rock fell from the sky, crushing them into a gory mess. The remaining ghouls, terrified, backed away, wondering, what the hell was that? Over yonder, Xiaoping's group stared in astonishment, while in the distance, Xiaoyang watched them with a serious expression. They stood in stunned silence until Kang Yu spoke. Another group of ghouls. Standing next to him, Yin Yu replied, "No, that monster is clearly not a ghoul." Kang Yu then asked, "How can you be so sure? That the cannibal might just end up looking like this monster." Hearing this, Chen Rong tried to hold back his laughter at Xiaoyang's sullen face. The bald man was confused. "One of us? That's not right." The man behind frowned. That person didn't smell like their kind. The bald one questioned, "Did you evolve into a pureblood? Is that even possible?" Not giving them time to wonder, Xiaoyang ordered, "Go, charge!" From behind, Chen Chong scoffs, "I always get stuck with the dirty work." Then, quick as lightning, he darts forward. The cannibals across from them charged forward, sneering, "I've killed countless zombies." Before he could finish, Tranjung kicked him, sending his face crashing into the dirt as Kang Vu watched from afar, wondering what kind of monster was so strong, stronger even than Fong. From behind, Thien Fook and the others approached, saying softly, "Don't worry. They're experts from the southern outskirts." He glanced over and said loudly, "The southern outskirts. We thought Fong was the strongest person in this chaotic world." On the other side, a ghoul seethed with hatred, wondering what kind of zombie this was. "How can it be this impossibly strong?" one of them exclaimed. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Let's charge together. We can definitely take it down." With that, they all stood still, no one stepping forward, an awkward silence filling the air as Chen Yong watched them pass the buck. "Go on, you go first, I'll be right behind you." "Yeah." Suddenly, two of them dashed forward, one with a sinister voice. "If we're already fighting amongst ourselves, I won't pretend anymore." The other one's eyes burned with rage. "That pure-blood evolved human will be mine. Ha ha." This enrages the others, who scream in fury, but Xiaoyang stands silently as the two rush toward him. He raised his hand, standing still, ready to strike. Suddenly, his hand pierced through the approaching cannibal, who coughed up blood, eyes wide, veins bulging. He coughs, then tears the man apart, leaving the other frozen in fear. The remaining ghouls fled in terror, their voices filled with fear. "Is this one even stronger? This is bad, I can't win, I need to run." But as Xiaoyang reached out, long black vines emerged, snaking through the air and piercing the flesh of the cannibals, causing them to scream in agony. The sky remained a star-speckled darkness above the corpses of the flesh-eaters, victims of his black vines. From afar, Kang Yu cried out in fear, "Demons! They're demons!" Thien Fuch comforted him, "Don't be afraid, they're on our side." In his monstrous form, Zhao Feng raised a fleshy tentacle, lashing out at Yaoyang, tearing across his arm and sending blood flying. He frowned, glaring at the monster. He looked at the wound on his hand and asked, "What kind of monster is this?" Then, Xiaoyang unleashed his black vines, lunging toward the monster. The vines wrapped tightly around the monster, ensnaring its wriggling red tentacle, prompting him to sneer, "Damn, this thing is disgusting." Before he could finish, he slammed the monster to the ground with all his might, shouting, "How's that for resistance?" A sight that sent Xiaoping into tears. "Dad, no!" Kang Yu tried to pull her back. Hearing her words, Xiaoyang pauses and looks back as Xiaoping kneels, sobbing and begging, "Please, spare him." But he tightens his grip on the monster, asking him to spare it. "Who? This strange pile of flesh?" Hearing this, she replied, "Yes, he's my father, and he attacked you because he's currently in a state of frenzy. Please, don't kill him." Understanding, Xiaoyang released his grip, his voice softening. "Oh, it's twisted beyond recognition. Can it even return to human form? Is this good enough?" he asks, tossing the monster aside. And Chen Sung looked at the monster on the ground with disdain. "Sk." Xiaoyang glanced at Chen Xing and mocked. "You weren't any better when you were eating." Kang Wu ran over, beaming. "Big brother, please come with us to the gathering place. We'll leave An Fong here." And so they all entered the encampment together, only to suddenly kneel on the ground in the courtyard. Everyone said in unison, "Our savior, if it weren't for you, An Fong and the rest of us wouldn't have survived today." Xiaoyang looked at them seriously and said, "It was nothing, just a small matter. How long has your settlement been established, and what exactly happened to Brother Feng out there?" She replied, "My father, he's a flesh-mimicking infected." He wondered, "What's a flesh-mimicking infected?" Xiaoyang was told a story by Xiaoping about a miraculous but dangerous organism, initially found in wild animals and thought to be a pathogenic bacteria. But through cultivation, we were shocked to discover that this thing could transform into any kind of tissue. This life form can mimic any cell it devours, and not only does it mimic its appearance, but it also has more prominent functions and properties than the cell it devoured. Despite the ethical implications, my teacher secretly began human trials, bypassing oversight, and within a week, the cancer cells were almost completely eradicated. At that moment, my teacher happily told me, We've discovered the God Cell, she continued, but disaster was already upon us. Cities M and S descended into chaos, and refugees poured in from the surrounding areas. At the time, we thought the God Cell was the key to solving this disaster. But little did we know the so-called key was the disaster itself. Yang then asked, "If I'm not mistaken, the originally stable tissues have begun to lose control, haven't they?" Her eyes drooped with a hint of sadness. That's right, the mimic flesh will continuously invade until all the cells and tissues of the infected person are replaced and they gradually lose their humanity. Replacement is the very nature of simulated flesh. Expanding, they begin to uncontrollably crave infecting more people. As time passes, the mimic flesh will gradually forget the host's structural information, eventually becoming an unshapable mass of flesh, losing its ability to maintain overall balance, meaning no mobility, ultimately withering away from exhaustion of nutrients. So, while they can still maintain human form, they gather together with all their might, a behavior that creates their final destination. They link together, forming a sea of flesh, now illuminated by the stark white of the streetlights. Xiaoyang stood frozen for a moment, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. He was now one of them. Startled, he glanced over with a puzzled look as Zhao Feng approached, asking, "That wound on you? I inflicted it, didn't I?" Those around him were surprised to see him. "It's An Feng's father." He looked at the wound on his arm. It was true. He frowned and sighed. "Well, you don't have much time left then. I had such high hopes." Deng chuckled. "I don't have to worry. I already purged that simulated flesh of yours." He was shocked. "How could that be?" He chuckled. "I have a constitution with an immune system dozens of times stronger than normal people, so of course it's much more powerful." Moreover, he held out his hand, and green vines wrapped around it as he stretched out his arms and enjoyed the sensation, saying, "I also have a more miraculous and deadly life form coexisting within me." Everyone around him was shocked. Surrounded by swirling energy, Yang asks curiously, "If this simulated flesh has such strong mimicking abilities, can it be molded in a specific direction? Come on, infection, give it to me. I want to try taming it." Zhao Feng, hearing this, said, "If you want to try," and without finishing his sentence, he took some of the imitation flesh from his body, threw it forward, grabbed it, and began to examine it, then placed it in his palm to let it parasitize. Zhao Feng asked, "How is it?" Xiaoyang looked at his hand and said, "No good. This thing can't be controlled. Once it merges, it immediately invades. I had no choice but to kill it all." "Then how do you control them?" Little Yang asked, to which Zhao Feng simply smiled. "I don't control them. I am them. Every cell and drop of blood in my body is now made of imitation flesh. From a biological standpoint, I ceased being human long ago." Little Yang asked in surprise. "Oh, so you can still maintain your human form?" He stated clearly, "I lost my humanity long ago. What's keeping me going now is a sense of responsibility based on reason. Perhaps the top-tier structure information in the neurons of my brain hasn't been completely lost, so I can still think as Zhou Zhaofeng and fight against the instincts of the mimic flesh. But I can feel the remaining reason fading away as well. Before long, I fear I won't even be able to maintain this human form. Please, protect Xiaoping and the other survivors for me. I'm willing to do anything you ask while I still have my sanity." Hearing this, Xiaoping burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Father." The mission system suddenly appears, revealing information about 2 types of disasters, unlocking the disaster collector quest chain, startling him. Oh, a new quest chain. The system displays the mission content, to do everything possible to understand the types of disasters. Mission progress: superphage virus, adaptable spores, mimetic protozoa. Reward: 300 points. Yang muses, the superphage virus is likely the zombie outbreak in City M, and the adaptable spores must be the plant life in City S. But what are mimetic protozoa? That must be the simulated meat they were talking about. He suddenly spoke up. "Perfect timing, I'll go with you." Zhao Feng, standing beside him, wondered, "Come with me?" "What for?" Xiaoyang replied. "Nothing, just curious." Zhao Feng paused for a moment. "What about the people here?" He confidently replied, "This is simple." Then he pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, "Hello, Zhangji. Who's got some free time these days?" Suddenly a noise erupts from the doorway and everyone asks in surprise. This is Thang Triet leading Shuai Shuai through the gate, sparking everyone's curiosity. What kind of monster is this now? The boy, eyes shining, then shouted, "Uncle Xiaoyang!" Seeing this, Xiaoyang asked Zhang Shengzhe, "Why did you bring your son here? Is his mother okay with this?" Shui Shui flexes his arm, saying, "Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyang, I'm not ordinary anymore. I'll show you what I can do." Xiaoyang looks on, confused. "Huh?" The boy turned and shouted, "Following us this whole way. If you don't come out now, we're going inside." Outside, the towering buildings stood silent as cannibals peeked from the rooftops, one wondering, "Huh? Have we been found out?" Soon after, a group of ghouls gradually emerged and walked toward them. The cannibal Ta Yang laughs. "This must be where all the big shots hang out. Let's see what kind of gaosho is worth our combined effort to defeat." He points at Seung Cheol, taunting him. "Hey, he's talking about you." Seung Chul stood there, confused, as the man pressed on. "Rumor has it, you're the one who can take on several of our new humans at once, right?" Seung Chul, pointing to his ear, replied, "Fresh off the boat. Don't speak the language. Not from around here. Just arrived, don't understand what you're saying." From behind, Kang Yu turned to Zhao Feng and asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Feng replied, "They mistook him for me." Outside, the cannibals salivated, shouting, "A fight's inevitable, so let's take him down while we have the numbers." Hearing that, So I became smug. "Dad, wait, let me handle this." Shengju turned to the boy, reminding him to debone the fish, eat the soft bones, and be careful not to choke. The cannibals charged forward, but the boy drew his gun, his eyes filled with determination. Bullets flew, leaving trails of golden light. Dodging the bullets, the evil being sneered, "Ignorant child, don't you know? We're too fast for the likes of you to react." He went to throw a punch, but a bullet suddenly hit his hand. The boy quickly reloaded, saying, "Who said I was normal?" The boy slides to the side, firing his gun at them relentlessly, but Ta Duong dodges the bullets and leaps into the air, ready to strike. The kid got cocky, but in that moment the boy leaped away, causing him to slam his fist into the ground. Shouai quickly leaps up, flying over him and pointing his gun at his head, shocking him. He fires, hitting Ta Duong in the head, sending him face first into the ground. Watching from behind, Kong Vu was shocked. "Who is that kid? How is he so strong?" As Zoai lands, another towering figure suddenly rushes towards him. He panics, realizing he's about to be hit. Just then, a long black tentacle pierced through the cannibal. Seung Chul had used his tentacles to take them down. Everyone watched in horror and disbelief. Are these people all monsters? Seung Cheol then used his tentacles to hurl the cannibal to the ground, shocking the others. What was going on? This guy is way stronger than the rumor said, but they charge forward nonetheless, their voices echoing. Let's see how many tentacles this guy really has. That's right, take him out and the rest are just snacks. The victor then raised a hand, manipulating his tentacles, which pierced through his opponents, sending blood flying. The others rushed out to find a scene of mass carnage, as a voice wondered how this could be. Shui happily shows off his achievements, asking, "Uncle Xiaoyong, how was my performance?" Xiaoyong then patted his head, confident that dealing with two cannibals wouldn't be a problem. It seems he's done a lot of training in this time. The boy is happy and confident thanks to the field that Uncle Xiaoyong created. Everyone who ate the crops from the field clearly got stronger. He said, "Oh," then thought to himself, the crops in the field are still essentially plant-based. Although not as good as the wild, wandering green plants caught in City S, they do contain evolutionary energy, which is still an unexpected gain. Shui pointed ahead and asked, "Uncle Xiaoyong, what's over there?" He glanced over, and in his heart, a rough idea of the future had formed based on the current disaster situation. Plant zombies in this thing, a life form they call mimic flesh. It seems each region has its own unique threats. Catastrophes with their own unique forms. What other enemies await us? Elsewhere, soldiers desperately try to gun down multi-legged insects. Yang Bing says helplessly, "We can't hold them back anymore. There are too many enemies." His teammate shouts, "Open the side door and run. Save whoever we can." The vehicles burst out of the gates, weaving through the swarming insects, while those left behind ran out, tears streaming down their faces, screaming, "No, don't leave me!" The insects swarmed, tearing them apart in a frenzy of pain and death. Meanwhile, under the dark sky of the camp, Xiaoyong said, "No problem. With them watching over this place, 20 or 30 ghouls won't pose a threat." Suddenly, he looked over and curiously pointed to the person tied up in the room, asking, "That guy's a flesh-eater, right?" Zhao Feng replied, "Ah, yes. He's the one I used to identify those infected with imitation flesh. I also discovered that flesh-eaters don't have the urge to devour those infected with imitation flesh. Not everyone can resist the essence of imitation flesh like I can. We're more dangerous than cannibals. We won't reveal ourselves, but secretly infect the healthy, so we need him to help us distinguish." Hearing that, Black Wind's face turned sinister. "Today, you don't need to use tricks. I'll tell you who's infected." Zhoufeng and Xiaoping were stunned, and he continued, "I'm curious. Now that you've lost your humanity, will you still suffer when you lose your daughter?" Xiaoping was dumbfounded. Zhoufeng confronts Black Wind, demanding, what did you say?" He laughs. The daughter you risked your life to protect is infected with the flesh rot. I don't need to tell you who infected her, do I? Xiaoping looks at her injured hand, remembering when the monster threw her away. Zhao Feng's expression darkens, but suddenly Xiaoyang puts a hand on his shoulder, calming him. He turned back, his voice somber. What fills me with despair is how incredibly calm I am. Xiaoping is infected, and my heart should be in turmoil, but it's not. I think, as Zhou Zhaofeng, I've probably reached my end. It's time to dive into the sea of flesh. Brother Xiaoyang, I may not understand your past, but everything has a beginning and an end. I beg you, if you can cleanse the simulated flesh from your body, could you do the same for Xiaoping? Xiaoyang patted Zhao Feng's chest. That's not realistic. After all, I can't use my own immune system to help others, Zhao Feng said sadly. Is that so? Never mind then. Kong Yu worries. Will Xiaoping also become like Zhao Feng? He Yu Bin frowned, whispering, It's nothing. The world's already like this. There's nothing left for me to miss. When I lose all control, I hope you'll act. Xiaoyang reassured her. Don't give up. I didn't say I'm out of options. He handed her a syringe filled with blue liquid, saying, Here, inject yourself with this. Kong Yu pointed at the syringe, asking what it was. Xiaoyang replied, It's an anti-infection drug, effective against the virus in Misty City. I'm guessing it might also work against the simulated flesh. Taking the syringe, Xiaoping injects it near Kong Yu's wound as Heifeng calls out from inside the room. Ha, do you really think your knowledge will help? Mimic flesh is nothing like a virus. Even a child could see that wouldn't work. But suddenly he was shocked, wondering, how is this possible? Seeing his expression, Xiaoyang smiled. Judging by his changing expression, it must be working. Kang Wu cheers with joy. That's great. Xiaoping looks at the syringe. What about my dad then? Can you inject this into my father? Will it restore him to being human? Xiaoyang then looked at Zhao Feng. I don't think that's possible. His situation is completely different. You were only recently infected, so there's still time. Zhao Feng then pointed at the imitation flesh. That's right. The human parts inside me have been completely devoured. Now I'm pure simulated flesh, barely holding on to a human form. You said you wanted to go to the meat sea before. Do you still want to go? I don't think I have much time left. He turned to Zhao Feng, his voice resolute. Let's go. Now. Under the clear sky with wisps of white clouds, Zhao Feng and Xiaoyang walked down the street in Katyufeng City. As they walked, he said, We're not far from the Sea of Meat, so it's bound to be dangerous. He simply replied, Yeah. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, startling them both. Behind them was a group of children, and one in a yellow shirt spoke up. Do you have any food? Can you spare us some? Little Yang asked warily. They're just kids, Zhao Feng reminded him. Be careful here. He frowned, and a large mass of simulated flesh appeared in his hand as he spoke loudly. There shouldn't be anyone around here. The kids behind him, manifesting their simulation flesh, continued, Please. Oh, we haven't eaten in days. The clear blue sky is dotted with white clouds. At the Soai camp, he uses a gun to take down a multi-legged insect, wondering, why are there so many of these bugs around here? They're fast, they're huge, and we've killed so many since last night. Xiaoping's voice echoed from behind. I've never seen them before either. They started appearing yesterday, and there seemed to be more and more of them. The boy scratched his head, asking, is it possible that Dad and I attracted them here? Suddenly, they heard the sound of wheels speeding towards them, and Xiaoping asked in a panic, What's going on? Shui Shui stood up, gun in hand, and shouted, Careful, we have unwanted guests. In the distance, cars with headlights on sped toward them, kicking up clouds of dust. The driver looked out and said, Those people are humans. The person next to him replied excitedly, That's great. Finally, they've found other humans. It seems this place is some kind of settlement. The group emerged, armed and ready, as the boy raised his gun and shouted, Get out of the car! Yang Bing stepped out of the vehicle, raising his hands. Don't shoot, kid. We're not enemies. The boy wondered, not cannibals, not evolved humans, just regular people? Yang Bing raised his hands in surrender, saying, Calm down, we mean no harm, don't be afraid. He then turned to his comrades and ordered, Put down your weapons, don't scare them. Shobing Lian warned the boy to be careful, but he reassured her, Don't worry, they're not man-eaters, and they don't seem like bad people. He stood before the boy and asked, What do you mean, kid? You're not the leader of this gathering place, are you? Soai replied, I'm not the leader. I'm just temporarily in charge of protecting them. The special ops bodyguard behind Yang Bing chuckled mockingly. Temporarily in charge of protection? Yeah, how could a little kid like that be? Soai sternly replied, Hey, show some respect. We're about to take you guys in. Yang Bing responded, Sorry, kid. Who are you people? Where did you come from? I'm Yangbin. We're from City B. We had a settlement, but it was overrun by insects. We had no choice but to flee south. 5 vehicles initially escaped, but we were separated along the way. The leader and another vehicle headed towards City C. The boy gently brushed the insect and asked, "Is it this kind of bug?" A voice echoed. "Oh, the insects here are only this big?" Everyone around them began to murmur. "That's great. The insect infestation in Misty City is much lighter than here. Don't celebrate too soon. The insects will invade here sooner or later. At least it shows the insects aren't as fast as we thought." "Don't get the wrong idea," Zoi Zoi warns. "We didn't have any pests here. These insects only started appearing yesterday, and we have our own problems." Du Yangbing wondered. Their own troubles meant those soulless corpses? The boy calmly replied, "You couldn't have missed them on your way here." He replied, "We thought they were puppets controlled by parasites and wondered why we didn't see any on their heads, but no matter. Look at our firepower." Yang Bing gestured, and gun barrels pointed out. He affirmed they could easily deal with the insects, and the zombies were a piece of cake. Xiaoping added, "Regardless, let's get to the gathering place quickly. It's dangerous out here, and if we're attacked by flesh-eaters, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect so many people." Yang Bing arrogantly retorted, "Now that we're here, protecting you is our responsibility." Another voice chimed in agreement. "That's right, rest assured. Compared to the insect tide we experienced, the intensity here is just elementary school level." He then burst into a very smug laugh. On a beautiful morning with blue skies, we see Xiaoyang calmly fighting monsters, their bloody remains splattered on the ground. Xiaofeng watched from behind, observing the bewildered expression, and thought to himself that this power was far too shocking before speaking. "Within a 1-kilometer radius, there are at least 20 of your kind." He added that they're all imitation flesh, having almost lost their ability to shapeshift. It's hard to imagine the gruesome fate that would befall an ordinary person who wandered in here. Xiaofeng then suggested, "Let's go. I can sense we're close. How clear the sky used to be." Meanwhile, Yang silently observed from above as the blood bodies spread throughout the city, and Xiaofeng spoke as they began to appear on his face. Finally, Xiaofeng descended from the heights, as if wanting to immerse himself in the blood bodies below. But Little Dung quickly pulls Xiaofeng back, who turns in surprise and asks, "What? Are you just giving up like that? Not even going to struggle a little?" Xiaofeng said helplessly, "It's useless. Sooner or later, my will be completely lost, and one day I won't be able to fight against my instincts." Hearing this, Xiaoyang raised his hand, causing Xiaofeng to stammer, "What are you doing?" Utterly surprised by his actions. Tendrils from Xiaoyang's hand pierced Xiaofeng's forehead, turning his eyes a fiery red, and suddenly, Xiaoyang's body radiated power. He nonchalantly says, "If you're lacking structure," then generously adds, "then I'll give you structure." With that, he closed his eyes, focusing all of his power. But the clouds remained undisturbed in the sky. Xiaofeng slumped to the ground, asking, "What did you just do?" Xiaoyang replied, "I implanted adaptive spores into your body to help maintain your brain's current structure and to learn more about the properties of mimetic protozoa like you." Mission: Calamity Collection in progress. Mission: Understand the types of calamity. Progress: Hyperphagic virus, adaptable spores, simulated protozoa. Reward: Accumulation points. 300. He still couldn't help but wonder. Simulated protozoa. You mean the simulated meat you said you forgot. The host's structural information isn't their nature, but a flaw. The sea of flesh is merely a desperate measure. To continue existing, it needs a constant stream of new life to dive in and provide sustenance. But as the sea grows, the surrounding life used to feed it will inevitably be exhausted. At that point, the sea of flesh will consume itself and might even collapse on a large scale due to the monotony of the species. Xiaofeng wondered, "So, can those spores you implanted in me help me regain my humanity?" He replied, "Not restore it, but maintain your current state. The adaptation spores will use your current structure to divide and replenish, while also devouring each other with the protozoa concentrated in your body, reaching a state of balance. As long as you maintain the supply of structural information, you can avoid being forgotten." He asked, "So I can live as Zhaofeng Zhou forever?" Xiaoyang replied softly, "If nothing unexpected happens, then yes." Xiaofeng was grateful and expressed his thanks, but even so, maintaining the status quo and fighting my instincts is still a challenge. I was truly afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on. Suddenly, Xiaoyang rushed to the wall and declared, "This is the second thing I want you to try." With cold eyes and unwavering resolve, he commanded, "Go down." Xiaofeng, confused by his intentions, asked what he meant. Xiaoyang calmly said, "Jump down, I'll go with you." Cut to the others at the gas station, where the leader took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, "Hurry up, we haven't identified the dangers around here." A guard approached and said, "Boss, we're refueling right now." The leader put away his cigarette, embarrassed, and replied, "Ah, I guess we're out of City B's range, huh? I wonder how the Yang soldiers are doing. Has the radio not been fixed yet?" The guard replied, "We've been out for a while now. This is City C. I'm afraid it can't be fixed. The radio was shot during the chaos and the internal components are shattered." The leader adjusted his cap and replied, "We should have prepared an extra one to begin with. It's all right. They'll probably slow down. We'll refuel and catch up. We're sure to overtake them." Just then, a woman's voice echoed from afar, interrupting their conversation and freezing them in place. "Are you humans?" They turned to see a short-haired woman leading a group of people toward them. She said, "Can you take us in? We have supplies." The guard approached and asked, "Are you survivors from around here?" The woman replied, "Yes, we have supplies." He continued, "There aren't any insect swarms around here?" Little did he know, this woman was actually a monster in disguise. The imposter replied, "A swarm of insects? No, we have supplies." The guard scratched his head, confused. "I know you have supplies." He turned to the leader and said, "Leader, how about we follow them and take their people and supplies?" The leader suddenly noticed the danger and shouted, "Watch out!" He turned back in horror to see the monster revealing its true form, its wide mouth full of sharp fangs lunging towards him. Before he could react, he was swallowed whole, his screams echoing. Back to Xiaoyang. Below, the monster's tentacles writhe with sharp teeth. Xiaofeng asks, "Are you serious?" He casually replies, "You were going to jump anyway. Trust me." He stared down with a fearful look. Without hesitation, they decide to jump together, but the monster senses them and reaches up with its tentacles awaiting its prey. Xiaoyang looked down and saw it too. They both landed on the monster at the same time, as it opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp, terrifying fangs. It completely engulfed them, and they slowly sank into the soft flesh. A few seconds later, an eerie silence and stillness returned. But a second later, green energy erupted from the pile of flesh, growing wildly and spreading everywhere. From below, Xiaoyang manipulates the plant's energy to pull himself out, slowly peeling it off before landing next to Zhaofeng. He hesitated. "Explain this." "All right, don't be so surprised. Now it's his turn, and he's still surprised." "Me." Zhaofeng could feel Xiaoyang transmitting symbiotic plant energy, his body sensing the new power and crying out as plant life began to sprout. Xiaoyang's plants drew closer to those on Zhaofeng's body. The two plant bodies intertwined, exchanging information, and soon Zhaofeng's body sprouted like trees gone wild. Moments later, an ancient tree sprouts from the simulated flesh, merging Zhaofeng's body with its own. Xiaoyang asks how it feels to have his instincts satisfied. Seeing the entities moving freely on his body, he exclaims, This is... Then, in the distance, from under the simulated flesh, a tree trunk slowly rises, shooting up from the ground. Zhaofeng says, "I can control them. Am I becoming a sea of flesh?" Xiaoyang explains, "Not so fast. You only control about 1/15 of it. It'll take half a month to control the whole sea of flesh." Then, in the distance, another tree emerged, breaking through the earth and rapidly growing branches and leaves. Zhaofeng asks, "What's going on?" Another tree has appeared. Xiaoyang replied, "Those are tree trunks, and each one represents your range of control over the meat sea. It's grown larger again. When the entire meat sea is full of tree trunks, you will be the true meat sea. But let me be clear, I still control the spores, no matter what." He warns, pointing, "Don't even think about plotting against me or the people of City M. This power I can give and I can take away at any time." "Got it?" Zhaofeng understood and responded. "Of course I'm grateful. Why would I plot against you?" Hearing this, he was satisfied. "Very good." Just then, the two heard something. Zhaofeng turned to look and said, "Something's happening." It turns out the leader and a guard were running for their lives, pursued by a grotesque flesh monster. The guard exclaimed, "I'd rather die in a swarm of insects than in the mouth of that thing." Suddenly, one of the fleeing figures stops. "Why are you stopping?" "Run!" The two of them stood dumbfounded, unable to speak. Two small figures stood gazing up at an ancient tree, taller than any building, basking in the sunlight. And they hesitated. What is that?" The monster that chased them earlier roared from behind, and they were too afraid to turn around completely as it continued to close in. The leader panicked. What should they do? Keep running? "The imitation flesh is closing in. One of them is from the Chen clan. Can't you see that? A rotting mass of flesh, just like the monsters before us." A tentacle reaches for them, and Jingwei asks, "What do we do?" "We'll be caught if we don't hurry. What else can we do but run?" Suddenly, the space around them darkened, and Jingwei looked up to see a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. They were both terrified, but their target wasn't them. It was the mass of imitation flesh ahead. It directly attacked a large leader, causing the rotting flesh to scatter into small pieces. Sensing it wasn't one of their own, it jumped away and ran as fast as it could. Xiaofeng controlled these flesh masses, spreading rapidly and pursuing the simulated flesh. It moved quickly, rising up, and in an instant it caught up, transforming into giant mouths filled with sharp teeth. It devoured the monsters, slowly absorbing and assimilating them into its own body, before Xiaofeng steered it back to safety. The leader and the guard were now less afraid, and the guard said, "We're saved!" But the leader is still suspicious. "Shh, don't make a sound. Maybe it hasn't noticed us yet." A voice from the tree startled them. "Don't be foolish, I see your every move." They look around. "Where are you?" "Who's speaking?" From beneath the pile of flesh, half of Xiaofeng's body emerges, and the two tremble in fear. The leader stammers, "What? What are you?" "He is this entire sea of flesh," Xiaoyang says from behind. They turn and ask, "And who are you?" "When did you get here?" he asks. "Why don't you tell me where you came from first?" Cut to another location, a swarm of insects. Yes, a swarm, ferocious insects on the ground, swift insects in the air. These large insects can spray corrosive poison from dozens of meters away, and brain bugs can turn humans into slaves. They fight together, even more harmoniously than humans. Xiaoping rubbed her chin thoughtfully, then said, "Sounds like a truly eusocial species." Someone hearing this asked, "Eusocial?" She continued, "Ants, bees, and termites all share these traits. Their individual desires are minimal, they are completely devoted to the benefit of their species. These kinds of creatures are terrifying, their coordination is beyond human comprehension." Yang Bing shook his head. "Can you imagine how terrifying the enemy we face is?" Just then, another commotion caused everyone to panic. "What's going on?" "Man-eaters are appearing on the rooftops of the high-rise buildings." One of them saw it and shouted, "It's a ghoul!" he said in a panic. "Ghouls? Do they really eat people?" Suishui replies, "Indeed, now you can witness firsthand the enemy we face." At this moment, the cannibals run rampant, confident in their leader's absence. Shuya says, "Some of us saw your leader heading towards the city of Kaya." The trend adds, "Aheh, who's going to protect you now?" Shuya raises her hand, commanding, "Listen up, resist, and I'll kill you all now. But that would be wasteful and benefit no one. Let us protect you, and you just need to sacrifice one of you every few days as tribute." "How's that?" Shuihui laughs. "Ha ha, so you want to keep us as livestock?" She continued, "I'll give you half an hour to think it over, or we'll kill you all right now." Yang Bing shook his head. "Ha, these guys have no idea." Then everyone pulls out their firearms, and he says, "Hey, you cannibalistic scum, recognize this?" Shuya scratched her face, confused. "Huh, wielding a broken gun like that? This kid must not be from around here." Then the four ghouls began leaping from above. The soldiers gaped, exclaiming, "Holy crap! They're jumping from the building?" In mere seconds, they hit the ground unscathed, leaving everyone in awe as they jumped from several stories up. They're unharmed? These guys aren't normal. They raised their guns, shouting, "Fire! Fire!" But these figures charged forward, ignoring the bullets tearing through their bodies. Yang Bing exclaimed, "Are these guys bulletproof?" They opened fire, but it had no effect. "What do we do?" they cried. Yang Bing ordered them to hold the line and retreat in formation, but a ghoul got too close. Damn it. Suddenly, a tentacle shot out of nowhere, piercing the monster, splattering Yang Bing's face with blood. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Even the ghouls fighting each other stopped to stare. What is going on? Just then, Shengzhe, massive in size, approached with the corpse of a ghoul dangling in the air. One person muttered, "What kind of monster is that?" The cannibals began questioning each other, and the guard, Shuya, asked, "What's going on? Weren't we told he went to Ka City?" Shurnya, annoyed, added, "Damn it, you tricked us." The muscular man pointed ahead, explaining, "Look closely. This monster isn't him." Then, they all fled. She yells, "Run!" The big guy says, "Screw this! I'm out!" Suddenly, Chen Chong leaps up from behind the group. The Special Forces bodyguard is stunned, saying, "There's another expert?" Before long, Chen Chong rushed forward, blocking the cannibal's path. They screeched to a halt, and Shuya asked, "What's this now?" Without a word, he charged, roaring, his claws tearing through the flesh-eaters. Soon, the group approached the bodies of the three ghouls. Everyone was astonished, as Zhuan said, "What do you think? Wasps are tough, but humans are still scarier, right?" Yang Bing didn't say anything, just nodded repeatedly. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Back to Xiaoyang, the big tree is still lush. Xiaoyang understands it's an insect swarm. So, does that mean the disasters in City B are different? He also received a notification. The mission objective: to do everything possible to find the various types of disasters. Mission progress: superphage virus, adaptable spores, mimic protozoa, and 8 times the reward points for star nucleus bodies. 400. A new quest: exterminate insects, requiring the elimination of insect-borne threats with a reward of 300 points. He notes that this is indeed a new type of disaster, and with each added type, the reward is greater. He turned to the leader and asked if he had said his teammates went southwest. He replied, "Yes, our initial plan was to bypass M City and take the main road straight south." Zhao Feng says, "That's the direction of our gathering place." The leader continues, "You guys have a gathering place. Do you need anything?" Xiaoyang replies, "There are still a few things on my mind." You look at Zhao Feng, "Do you think it's right?" He replies, "I'm one with the sea of flesh now, there's no going back. Little Yang, please take care of Xiaoping for me." You say, "No need, the purpose of my trip is to bring her to your settlement." "They've all moved here," he protested. "How can that be? I'm too dangerous for them." Xiaoyang suggests, "Haven't you noticed a subtle change in your nature?" Zhao Feng is stunned, saying, "Indeed, I seem far less interested in infecting and killing now." "What's going on?" Xiaoyang explained. "Because of the existence of the mutant spores, the meat sea is supplied with cheap and highly effective energy. The desire to hunt will naturally diminish, and with your will, suppressing it shouldn't be difficult." He raised his hand, signaling, "Let's go see if we can reunite with my friend." The leader understood. And so they returned to the city where everyone was. And Zoai ran up to him, boasting, "Uncle Xiaoyang, you're finally back. We just fought off a strong group of enemies." Yang Bing, seeing the leader, happily said, Leader, and patted his shoulder. Yang Bing, little Yang was right. You guys really are here." He then asked where the others were. He replied, "We encountered monsters, and the others are all dead." They were saddened by this news, feeling a sense of loss and deep sorrow for their comrades. Regaining his composure, he said, "Chief, it's okay now. You have to see the people in this gathering place. They're absurdly strong." The leader replied, "I think you should broaden your understanding of what we've witnessed. That's true absurdity." Xiaoping walked over, sounding sad, and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, did my father ultimately become a part of the sea of flesh?" He replied, "That's right, and I'm not sad either. My father retained his will." She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Xiaoyang reassured her, "I found a way for him to subdue the power of the meat sea. The meat sea is now the safest place." He then told everyone, "Pack your things, everyone. We're moving. Chief Chu Zhaofeng and I have found a better place." And so, guided by Xiaoyang, they moved together to the new safe haven, reminded as they saw the mutated flesh seas. "Careful. We've entered the hunting grounds of the mimic flesh monsters." As they moved, a voice echoed from a small alley, asking if they were fellow survivors. But everyone remained wary. Yang Bing argued that they didn't look like the cannibals they'd encountered before, just ordinary people. So why was everyone so tense? The leader, however, seemed to recognize them, insisting it was the same group. Yang Bing tried to stop him, saying, "Chief, what are you doing? They're just civilians like us." The leader shouts, "Take a closer look. Are these people really civilians?" They look just as shocked and horrified. "These monsters can't be taken down by bullets? What is going on?" "How disgusting," the squad leader said, pointing in another direction. On all sides, monster-turned humans are closing in. They're being surrounded by imposters. They panicked, seeing them on the other side too. "We're surrounded." The leader, flustered, told Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, quickly lead everyone to the meat sea overlord. Our firepower is strong. We'll cover you." "Hurry up," Yang Bing interrupted. "Leader, don't panic. The Young Martial Society has some strong fighters." He turned back and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. These guys aren't easy to deal with. Hurry, gather the brothers and block them. Keep up the fire. Don't let them get close." The Special Forces bodyguard said, "Listen to the leader. These guys are different from the ghouls. It's time for our firepower to show its advantage." Xiaoyang patted the leader's shoulder. "All right, brother. I can see that when things get tough, you guys really step up. You're reliable." The leader was stunned. "Ah." He pulls out a gun, telling the others to fall back and group together to avoid friendly fire. Everyone listened and backed away as he pointed the gun skyward, firing the first shot, a signal flare that soared high, painting the sky red. Zoai looked up. "Uncle Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Is it Sanji's group?" He twirls the gun in his hand. "It's not another group of experts," the boy asks. "Another group of experts?" Xiaoyang turned to Sheng Tai and said, "Let's move, but don't overexert ourselves. Just keep them from killing our people. Someone will be here to clean up the mess later." He obeyed. Yes. At that moment, the monsters revealed their true forms and charged forward. Thang Triet, Trandung, and Soi Soi charge forward, and a chaotic battle ensues. The leader is surprised by their extraordinary abilities. Are these guys monsters too? Yang Bing is confident, saying, I wasn't wrong, was I? The leader's eyes have been opened, haven't they? But at this moment, there are still many other monsters roaring. Panic sets in as they realize even more monsters are approaching, turning to see the massive, leafy creatures closing in. Sure enough, there were even more mimic monsters. Everyone rushed to inform Xiao Yang. Leader Xiao Yang, we've got them over here too. Turn back. Yes, the soldiers here are surrounded. Damn it, they're helpless too. Team leader Xiao Yang is tied up. They won't make it in time to save us. A nearby soldier shouts, arm yourselves and prepare to defend yourselves. The monsters close in and the soldiers scream. One of them said, damn it, hold the line. They came in close and passed right by everyone. Their target is the horde of simulated flesh monsters, and they attack with bared fangs. Everyone is surprised. Weren't these monsters after us? They're slaughtering each other. The leader finally understands, saying, I get it now. They're another group of experts that Brother Xiao Yang said are the big boss's subordinates. Yang Bing, confused, asks him to explain. The leader says, you'll see soon enough. And with that, the chaotic battle finally came to an end. The defeated monsters lay in pieces on the ground, but now root-like tentacles were approaching. Everyone warily watched as they passed by without attacking, carefully avoiding them. They continued towards the monster corpses, exclaiming, what the hell is that? They surged toward the monster corpses, plunging into them and absorbing the remains. Xiao Yong reassured everyone, saying they would arrive soon if they continued along the tendrils of flesh. A moment later, when they arrived, those who were there for the first time were a little surprised. Yang Bing stammered, What is that? A tree growing in a sea of flesh? The group stood beneath the massive tree, while Xiaoping worried, still not seeing her father. Her dad? Little Yang Un needed comfort. Don't worry, your dad's up ahead. Then he called out, come out here, your daughter's here. From the sea of flesh, a slimy mass slowly emerged. The leader excitedly tells everyone to look closely and discover true greatness. Zhao Feng appeared, and as Xiaoping called out, Dad, she tried to run towards him, but Xiaoyang stopped her. Her eyes welled up with tears. What's wrong? Zhao Feng explained, the meat sea is too large and not yet under control, so don't come over here to avoid accidental injury. Xiaoyang also analyzed to help her understand. That's right. Everyone will set up camp here from now on and try not to touch the sea of flesh. As long as you keep your distance, Zhao Feng should be able to suppress its instinct to attack and infect. Have you found a place to gather? Zhao Feng replied. About 1 kilometer southwest, where City Kie meets City Kwai, there's a factory. I've taken care of the imitation meat inside. Head there, relocate, and dump all the plant life into a pit. Jiangxi said to Li Cheng, hasn't the vegetation encroachment been a little dense lately? Lao He speculated, this situation proves that there are wandering flower cars approaching us again. Xin Wen wonders, didn't Xiaoyang tame the flower chariot? He's still certain that there's more than one in this forest. Back with Xiaoyang, they quickly reached the safe place Zhao Feng had found to set up camp, and everyone worked together to clean it up so they could settle down and thrive. Just then, little Yang's walkie-talkie buzzed. After a brief exchange, he said, oh, I understand. He turned to Zhao Feng and said, something's happening in the southern suburbs of Mo City. I have to go back. Zhao Feng replied, I've got things covered here. You can go without worry. Then he called out to Little Commander, who was carrying a huge mace. Uncle Yang, what's up? He explained that something had happened at the flower cart field, and that he and Uncle Chong were heading back, while he and his father would stay here for now. The boy cheerfully raised his hand in agreement. Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyang. The base is surrounded by cliffs and mountains as a voice echoes, Xiaoyang and Chongjia are back. Inside, everyone gathers to discuss their plans. Changsha continued, San Xiaokai and the rest of us are enough to handle it, especially with Brother Cheng here. What's there to fear? Hong Li said. Elder Ha is right. We shouldn't underestimate them. With Xiaoyang here, we can ensure there are no slip-ups. Xiaoyang looks at Zhang Zhu and says, Chi, you've bulked up a lot. Zhang Zhu grinned, flexing his muscles with a confident smile. Of course I'm bigger now. Lately I've been eating food from the supply truck. Even the town's survivors have gotten stronger. After all, I'm one of the top masters of our time. So it seems. Seeing this, Xiaoyang resolutely said, Then tomorrow, follow me deep into the city forest, and let's test your current level. The monsters fell to the ground one after another, and seeing this, Xiaoyang happily exclaimed, Not bad. Xin Yuan shyly chuckled, scratching his head. It was nothing. Zhang Qi approached, and Xiaoyang pointed at himself, asking, So, Xiaoyang, wasn't I just bragging? San and I are stronger now. He replies, Save the boasting for when we find the real prize. Realizing something was amiss, Li Cheng's expression changed as he pointed and shouted at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, look over there! Xiaoyang responded, huh? Here, a large tree has been sawed down, leaving only the stump. Xiaoyang asks, what is that? A tree spirit? He and the others approached to investigate, his group moving forward, everyone looking up in astonishment. Before them were many trees, like the one before, all sawed in half. Xiaoyang exclaims, who could have done this? Li Cheng looks at everyone and asks, was it our people? Zhang Zhuai replies, our people could never have reached this deep into the forest. Xiaoyang gestures for everyone to be quiet. He used his ears to listen for distant sounds, then told everyone there was noise coming from over there. Let's go check it out. Meanwhile, a group of people in yellow were using chainsaws to cut down trees, when suddenly a large tree fell while they were sawing, startling the one doing the cutting. The tree continues to fall toward the others. One shouts a warning, and they scatter. But one resting man is too slow. His comrades yell at him to get out of the way, but he's too late, and the tree falls next to him. Luckily, he's not seriously injured. He screams, cursing and demanding to know who's responsible. The man bled from his mouth and nose, screaming, which idiot did this, you bastard? Damn you to hell, you dog, you won't die peacefully. Suddenly, the man went silent, his eyes wide with terror, then tears welled up as he cried out, no, 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 I can still work. Just give me 2 days and I'll recover. Before he could finish, he screamed in agony as branches erupted from his body, one piercing through his eye. A gruesome sight. Then countless branches burst from his neck, sending his head flying. Finally, the growth slowed, his flesh now feeding the trees. His comrades were paralyzed by the sight, their faces contorted in fear and disgust, as one of them shouted in a trembling voice, don't stand there. Get to work. Keep working. Hearing this, they scattered and began to speak one after another. Yes, yes, let's get back to work. Another replied, we're fine, we can still work. As the branches continued to grow from the body of the man Tio Dung's group had just encountered, Truong Tree said, Brother Tio Dung is the lucky survivor who's cutting down trees. Hearing this, the group paused to assess the situation, eyeing Zhao Yang's group warily as one of them stepped forward. Curious. You're a survivor? Zhang Zhu asked in surprise. Seeing that the Zhang family wasn't just not happy, but surprised, Xiao Yang was also taken aback. Huh? A friendly-looking man approached, raising his hand in greeting. Survivors, greetings. Xin Yuan from Yang's group said, these guys seem a little slow on the uptake. He continued, is it just you few? Do you even have any friends? Our camp is a large-scale gathering place, safe and secure, and we're short on people right now, so the more the merrier. Zhang Ji replied, we do have a lot more friends, but your camp definitely isn't. Before he could finish, Xiaoyang suddenly patted his shoulder, startling him. Xiaoyang then said to the others, we've had disagreements with the people in our camp and gone our separate ways. Would your camp be willing to take us in? Hearing this, he replied with a smile. Of course, survival in this world is stressful for everyone. Disagreements are inevitable, but more people mean more strength, and unity makes survival easier. Xiaoyang agreed, and then the man turned to lead the way, telling them, follow us for a bit, pointing ahead. It's just up ahead, Xin Yuan said. These twisted vines are clearly the sprawling tendrils of the plant kingdom. San added, there's something wrong with your gathering place. Hearing this, he secretly revealed his anger, looked at Xin Yuan, and quickly put on a friendly face, saying, my friend, you've misunderstood. These are just mutated plants, not the kind that attack people. Then he cheerfully pointed to the forest, saying, just go through the thick bushes ahead and we'll be there. Following him, Xiaoyang's group continued onward, Tam Vien remarking, damn, if I didn't know this was a gathering place, I'd think it was a monster's lair. Suddenly, they stopped, a massive, lush tree visible through the dense foliage. This thing is enormous, Xin Yuan exclaimed in shock. San, standing next to him, stared in stunned silence. Old Ha looked at Xiaoyang and asked, with that size, I wonder if it's any smaller than the plant within you? He replied, that's right. In terms of size alone, it's indeed larger than me. Even with the flower field, it probably wouldn't be as big. Next, he glanced at the man to probe him, then said to Zhang Zhu, go on, Cheesy, show your power. He quickly replied, Brother Xiaoyang, don't tease me. I can't handle this. Suddenly, the man charged towards Xiaoyang's group, yelling, subdue them now! His accomplices quickly moved in, and soon each of them had a hold on Xiaoyang's group. Old, he cried out in alarm. What are you doing? The man holding Xiaoyang grinned triumphantly, but then Xin Yuan noticed something and exclaimed, look, corpses are rising from under the giant tree, and vines are appearing, growing rapidly, wriggling, and then moving towards the corpses, plunging into their bodies. Under the tree's control, the corpses rise one by one, and Zhangzhu cries out, "What is it doing?" These monsters, with their twisted flesh and red eyes, some with only one arm, advanced towards them. Then they all pointed at Xiaoyang's group, muttering, You, submit, submit." Xin Yuan closed his eyes in fear. The sight was truly horrifying. Then the red-eyed, sharp-toothed monsters roared, one of us. We will be your slaves. We will be your slaves." Their faces were covered in blood. Insects crawled in their noses, and they mumbled incessantly, "Humiliation, humiliation, humiliation." Xiaoyang stared at them with a serious expression, as the one restraining him looked on in stunned, sweaty disbelief. A comrade. Suddenly, Yang strikes him in the face with his elbow, sending him staggering backward with a bloody nose. Vines erupt from Yang's hand, binding him and hoisting him into the air. The man panics, stammering, What kind of monster are you?" Meanwhile, they were taking down the mind-controlled people. Xiaoyang said, "Since you were threatened, I'll spare you for now." Suddenly, the monsters rushed towards Xiaoyang's group, emitting terrifying sounds. They were close to Xiaoyang, and after noticing him, they released the man he had bound, letting him fall painfully to the ground. Xiaoyang's group stepped forward, ready to fight, quickly taking down the approaching monsters who barely put up a fight. The yellow shirts watched in shock, exclaiming, "These people are not normal. They can fight plant-based entities and seem to have the upper hand." The man who controlled Xiaoyang has lost all hope. Even though they have the advantage now, the enemy is too numerous and those corpses are all backup plant guardians. Xiaoyang Wang raised his arm towards the monsters, his face devoid of emotion, as countless powerful vines erupted from his arm, instantly annihilating them all. The yellow-shirted man, witnessing this, trembled in horror and screamed, "Monsters! They're all monsters!" Suddenly he froze, his eyes rolled back, pupils contracted, and countless branches burst from his body, quickly destroying him. Nearby, his comrades sensed something was wrong, and one stammered, "I don't feel good about this." Suddenly, he too was consumed by countless vines, and the survivors were terrified, screaming, "No, no! We can still work!" Old Ha realizes this and shouts to the fighting Yang and the others, "At this rate, none of us will survive." Yang calmly states, "Killing it will solve everything," before launching himself toward the giant tree. He used his power to attack the tree trunk, as countless sturdy vines rapidly extended through the air. Yang uses his vines to attack, but suddenly a massive vine lunges toward him. The giant tree retaliates, and he swiftly dodges the incoming vines. The vines miss, and the ground where he stood is pulverized by the giant tree, sending dust everywhere. Xiaoyang retreats, seriously assessing the situation, then says, It's too big. I can't deal with it right now, and it's not good to waste energy." The vines begin attacking the lumberjacks, sprouting from within their bodies and slowly spreading, causing panic. Seeing this, Xiaoyang says, "Everyone infected with the plant-based virus, gather over here." One of them asks, "What are you doing?" Green veins bulge on Xiaoyang's neck as he spews a green gas from his mouth. The lumberjacks inhaled the gas and reacted strangely. One collapsed clutching his stomach, while another fearfully asked, "What is this?" The group coughed and questioned in a panic. "What is this?" Xiaoyang explains, "A special kind of mushroom algae that can secrete interferon to prevent further outbreaks of parasitic spores in the human body." Then he turned and said, "Zhang take these people away." Zhang quickly replied, "Yes." After that, Zhang Jishan and Xin Yuan, along with the lumberjacks, ran off, leaving Lao He, Xiaoyang, and Li Cheng behind, as the monsters continued to moan, whispering, become servants, shameless, shameless." Xiaoyang smiles faintly, his face expressionless. Then suddenly, his eyes flash green, and he roars. Next, he stood tall, pointed at the tree, and shouted, "You fool!" Suddenly, a powerful green light emanated from him, and he yelled, "Symbiosis is the path to survival, growth, and strength. Mutual domestication is the true way. The true way." With that, his eyes returned to normal. Xiaoyang looked at his hand and said, "All right, the request is made. Now get back to your duty." Old Ha looked at him, puzzled. Was that just nonsense? How could nonsense have a consciousness? Xiaoyang replied, "Adapted spores have long evolved with a structure similar to nerve cells, so the emergence of consciousness is normal. It can be regarded as the convergent evolution of higher life forms. Let's discuss this later. For now, we retreat." Li Cheng asks, "You're not going to destroy this thing?" Xiaoyang said, "It's not worth wasting time fighting such a large enemy. We'll come back next time when we're prepared." The tree watched Xiaoyang's group leave, not hindering them but observing silently. The monsters roared. "Not done yet. We have to kill them." Vines slammed into the ground, warning them not to leave. Back at the base, under the sweltering sun, everyone gathered to discuss the situation. Xiaoyang said, "I'll call Zhang Shengjie and the others back and have them set up defenses to counter the giant plant's large-scale attack." Lai Cheng, arms crossed, asked, "They're all back and everything's all right?" Xiaoyang replied, "No need to worry about them. There are strong people guarding that place." Zhang Kai wonders, "Are these experts even stronger than us?" Xiaoyang chuckles, "Then you and I can go over there and spar with them." Zhang Zhai excitedly replies, "We definitely have to compete. Otherwise, how can we beat the newcomers if we can't beat that monster?" Then Xiaoyang says, "Old He, come with me. Your expertise might be needed." He replied, "All right." Zhang Shu, caught off guard, exclaimed, "Oh, crap." Next, he pointed to a large tree and asked, "That's the powerhouse that Yang was talking about." Then a man emerged from the strange flesh-like mass of red and black, saying, "Little Yang's friend." Seeing this, Zhang Zhi froze, becoming docile. Xiaoyang put his arm around him, telling Zhao Feng, "This kid's name is Zhang Zhi, and he wants to spar with you, so don't hold back." Zhao Feng exclaimed, then pointed a finger to the sky, causing the red and black mass behind him to writhe. Suddenly, countless tentacles erupted, causing Zhang Zhi to scream in terror. Holy crap. He quickly approached Zhao Feng, patted his shoulder, and said, "Forget it. We're all friends. Let's not ruin the harmony." Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was chatting with Lao He and Xiaoping, introducing Lao He as an expert from the City S Academy of Agricultural Sciences and Chu Xiaoping as a researcher at the City C Institute of Biology. Xiaoping says it's a pleasure to meet him, having heard of Lao He for a long time. Lao He replies, "The pleasure is all mine." Xiaoyang asks if there's a way to control the swarm, suggesting they capture the queen bee. Old Ha replied, "I'm an agricultural expert, but I don't know much about the nature of social animals, but for the species we know, controlling the swarm might be a little difficult. The intelligence of a swarm is just a phenomenon emerging from the simple behaviors of a large number of individuals, each with its own division of labor. The queen bee or ant is merely a reproductive machine. The pheromones it secretes only inhibit the sexual maturity of other members, not actual decision-making." Xiaoping said that most systems tend to be centralized, and it's hard to say whether the queen of this insect has evolved functions similar to a central nervous system. After all, these flesh simulations, and even the adapted spores in your body, Xiaoyang, exist. Lao He replied, "That makes sense." Xiaoyang said, "If that's the case, we can try to capture and control the queen bee first," the leader said, "but the insect swarm is too large. It's nearly impossible to break into the nest and control the queen." Lao He added, "That's right. The entire city of Bay is nourishment for the insect nest. Its scale is probably comparable to the giant plants in the jungle of City S." Zhang Ji said, "Well, I have a small idea, though I'm not sure about it." Xiaoyang asks, "Let's hear it." Zhang Ji replies, "Have you heard of the Trojan horse?" On the road, 3 black cars sped along, kicking up dust before coming to a sudden halt. Inside the vehicles were grotesque monsters, as the soldiers hurried each other inside. "Hurry, move it! Get in the cars! Let's go! Wait for me!" The 3 vehicles quickly filled up, and as they sped off, monsters fell from the back. The 3 cars sped off, the passengers clamoring, "Drive! Drive! Get out of the way!" In the distance, 2 figures silently observed the unfolding events, Zhang Ji and Xiaoyang taking it all in. Zhang Chu crossed his arms confidently, saying, "You'll see. My method will definitely work." Xiaoyang was silent, but suddenly noticed something and spoke. "It's coming. A bee is flying toward the monsters. It's making a strange sound." Zhang Zhu asks, "What is that?" "That's a scout from the hive," Xiaoyang replied. The bee quickly flew away. Seeing this, Xiaoyang said, "Our bait has worked." A figure in the distance flew closer to the battle, becoming clearer and clearer. The bees slowly approached the monster below, horrifying the group. One of them panicked and ran, yelling, "I'm out of here." Seeing this, Zhang Qi frowned in disbelief. Standing behind him, Lao He couldn't help but ask, "Is Xiaoyang going to be okay?" With eyes gleaming, Xiaoyang focused ahead, reassuring him, "No problem." The bees focus intently, diving down in swarms, and the blood entity below senses the fierce attack, immediately taking a defensive stance. As the 2 sides fought, tentacles suddenly appeared around them, bursting forth from the ground. In a flash, the fighting bees were ensnared by tentacles, their necks pierced by sharp tips, and the monster bee cried out in agony. He stood motionless, watching the scene unfold, and couldn't help but sigh. "With this kind of power, I don't think we need a plan. We could just attack the nest head-on." The bees trembled and collapsed to the ground, remnants of the tentacles that had ensnared them still clinging to their bodies as Lao He watched in stunned disbelief. Is this method really going to work? Xiaoyang analyzed seriously. The healing ability of these insects is far inferior to the imitation flesh, so it will be much more difficult to control them. He then looked at the dead bees scattered on the floor, continuing his explanation. Moreover, controlling Zhu Zhofeng involved his own cooperation, but these insects wouldn't obediently fall into line. The others began to discuss the situation. This one's dead. How's it going on your end? It seems to be too much, so there's only hope left. Feeling something, Xiaoyang glances to the side. The massive insect, still standing, frantically flapped its wings as it faced everyone. He stared at it thoughtfully as its head slowly lowered to the ground. Then, as if sensing something, it calmed down and became more docile than before. A guard witnessing this couldn't help but exclaim, "They actually succeeded?" Xiaoqiang, clearly pleased, approached and gently stroked its head, whispering, "Looks like it worked." Old Ha approached, observing with a sigh, "So many attempts and only one success." He immediately cuts him off, saying, "One is enough." The tamed bee soars into the sky once more, this time carrying someone with it. Xiaoyang, who calmly relaxes and allows the bee to lift him into the heavens. Looking down at the scene below, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the people of Bee City shudder at the mention of insects. Xiaoqiang was pulled along, soaring into the vast sky. The words escaped his lips as he was frightened into silence. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the insect patrols continued their rounds. Hiding in the corner, Min Yuan's group watched with fear. "This is too dangerous." Hiding to avoid detection, one of them muttered, questioning the theory, while the Khan chimed in. "What if Luodong is here?" Mingwen immediately cut him off, reassuring him. "The nest needs airflow. We just need to follow the air current, and we'll definitely find a way out." The group moved slowly, cautiously forward, when Min Hyun suddenly stopped, noticing something horrifying, and stammered out a shout that startled the others. The group witnessed a horrifying scene that nearly broke their spirits. These people were being used as incubators for larvae. Utterly disgusting. Sensing something amiss, Kang warned, "Don't look or we'll end up like them." Deeper into the dark cave, Min Hyun's group ventured, soon discovering the source of the light. Overjoyed, he pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, it's the exit." Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, they were ecstatic, as if they had found a path to survival. "Great, we made it." Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupts behind them, sending a chill through the group. What's that sound? The bugs have spotted them and are charging forward. Run! They accelerated towards the only light source, victory within reach. They couldn't fall here. Mingwen burst out, yelling, "We did it!" before his feet finally skidded to a halt. The three of them, panting, stared in shock at the scene before them, countless insects swarming the courtyard. Their arrival drew the swarm's attention, and they turned their ravenous focus onto Min Hyun's group, while deep within the tunnel, a sound made Fu Long look up. Immediately, he screamed in excitement, and everyone, including Fuck Long, listened intently to the sounds coming from above the dark cellar. Immediately, Min Hyun's group was thrown down one by one. Min Hyun, looking at the people before him, asked in confusion, "What is this place?" He dazedly replied, "This is the food storage room, and from now on, you guys—" Ming Yuan's group paled as they heard what he said next. They were emergency rations. Kong breaks down, regretting their escape. Life as a coolie offered a chance of survival. Fuck Long, seeing the motionless figure, asks, "What happened to him? Is he dead?" Min Hyun was bewildered by the sight of the body on the ground, wondering who it was. "Don't know him." Kong also noticed something was off. This wasn't one of their escapees. He cautiously approached, reaching out to touch Xiaoyang. Was he still alive? He immediately jumps up, surprising everyone. Have they finally arrived? Xiaoyang brushes the dust off himself, looking around in awe. "This winding journey almost made me dizzy." Xiaoyang said, "Is this inside the worm?" "Impressive, it's like a maze in here." Seeing him so expressive surprised Fuck Long. "Are you new here? How can you admire this place?" In the oppressive darkness, Xiaoyang's warm voice echoes, "Among you, who can find the path to the host worm?" Ming Yuan, his face drenched in sweat, looks terrified. "What did you say?" Fu Long chimes in, "Find the queen, what do you want to do with it?" Yang's sharp eyes held a mysterious glint. "I need it for something." Those around him began to whisper with disdain. "Isn't he an idiot? He must be a nutcase, driven mad by fear." Just then, a heavy atmosphere descended, accompanied by a piercing, rustling sound. With bloodshot eyes, Fuck Long stared in terror at the scene before him. "It's here again, here to pick its meal." Everyone scrambled to escape. "Who is it? Who's pushing me? I can't breathe." "Hey, what are you spacing out for? Do you want to become food? Are you stupid? People are going to die no matter what." He reminds him that the dead could be them, a statement that makes Kang glance at Yang with a heavy heart. Sorry, but your mind wasn't clear at the right moment. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang calmly watches the approaching monster, his toned figure standing alone against the massive beast with its sharp mouth. Everyone around was sweating with fear, tension filling the air as he grabbed the monster's massive claw and channeled a powerful surge of energy straight into the beast. Before this spectacle, everyone is left speechless. What is happening? What's going on? He killed the bug. Did he bring a gun in here? Yes, he must have. But I don't see a gun anywhere. He tilts his head, reminding them. Will you follow me or wait here? He asked, and they hesitated to answer. Suddenly, Ming Yuan shouts, I'll go with you. I can help you navigate. I almost escaped before. Immediately, voices rose around Dongqing. We'll follow you too. Me too. I'm joining. There's strength in numbers. Yes, we'll die if we stay here. Might as well risk it. Without a word, Xiaoyang smirked, and suddenly the monster's claw twitched. This sudden turn of events sent chills down their spines as a swarm of grotesque monsters crawled towards them. They cried out, no matter how strong he is, he can't fight this many. I don't want to die like this. It's too horrible. But Yang remained calm, smashing each monster bug with his bare hands, leaving the others stunned and pale. With practiced ease, Xiaoyang seized the grotesque insects, his powerful physique launching them skyward one by one, sending the ancient parasites hurtling into the air. The thick air in the cave was now filled with only pained screams, and after witnessing Yang's power, everyone was in awe. This is too much. He wiped out an entire brood with his bare hands. Just then, his deep voice broke the silence, asking if the path to the chrysalis was through the approaching insectoids, to which Ming Yuan stammered a reply, his face turning pale. Yes, perhaps, he says. All right, let's move on. Is this the one I'm looking for? Ahead, a massive monster with a horrifying green body. They wondered, the primeval insect? Min Vian frowned. No, this one's called a nematode worm. Xiaoyang wondered, heaven thread worm? Just then, he pointed at the monster and explained, look at its butt. I once saw antenna-like whiskers there. He smirks. Oh, so there's a setting like this? I guess it's used to control the swarm. Myung Yuan replies, that's right, don't disturb it, or countless swarms will attack us. He immediately tenses up, eyes wide. What the hell are you doing? Min Yuan was stunned to see strange green energy emanating from his hand, wondering, what is that in your hand? Suddenly, the insect realm roared in agony, as if under attack, leaving the onlookers astonished. Is he even human? Detecting something amiss, Nitan asked, what's that sound? The heavenly threadworm is under attack, and more wormlings are coming to protect it. What is trying to operate at full capacity? A voice cried out, Elder, something's happening here. Little Yang stood ready. Standing firm with a technique in hand, long strands of thread shoot forth from his palm, enveloping the area as a voice echoes, the Great One's attack is passing us by. Those around him stammered in disbelief. He froze the Kun realm with those rapid attacks, green threads instantly binding it. Which one of us is the monster? Fook Long wondered. In the silent darkness, as ultimate techniques were about to clash, Xiaoyang focused his power. The insect world seems to have been hit, writhing in pain before collapsing, stunned on the ground. Did I get him? Yang says, trying to control resistant individuals with metamorphic spores is too difficult. But I've already pinpointed the location of the original larva. Long strands erupted from his body, engulfing the space. Everyone around was shocked and said, careful, what's going on? At that moment, in the hazy space, the Kun insect still tried to continue its attack. It rises with its allies, preparing to attack, but Xiaoyang's threads lash out like a storm, instantly restraining the Kun monster. The threads tighten, constricting its body as the assault continues, causing it to scream in agony. Soon after, the poison seemed to take hold and the Kun's body trembled, slowly shrinking. Moments later, its body collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. But suddenly, more Kun worms attacked from above. Inside the cave, the ground crumbled as a curious voice echoed, what have you done? Xiaoyang replies, I prepared the ground for the worms and absorbed a massive amount of their energy. The process is complete, so I can... But suddenly, cracks appear in the ground. Didn't I tell you we'd meet? The cracks rapidly spread, and everyone fell through. The space grew darker, filled with massive rocks, as Deng stopped and calmly observed everything. Fu Long, utterly surprised, exclaimed, everyone is slowly walking through the cave, curious. Where is the mother insect? Where is it? Xiaoyang calmly replied, his eyes observing. Strange noises emanate from beneath their feet, and a massive mound of earth erupts from the ground. Xiaoyang seemed to have anticipated something, calmly observing as a terrifyingly huge insect monster emerged from the ground.